July 2004. I'm heading out, baby. His mom was in their minuscule bathroom, her makeup case splayed open and spewing its contents across the small amount of counter space. Mom, don't call me baby. Ryder rolled his eyes. He was not a baby, but his mom insisted on using the nickname. You'll always be my baby. He leaned against the doorframe, watching as his mom carefully brushed mascara onto her eyelashes, making them darker and longer than they already were. The outfit she'd finally decided on was a light yellow summer dress with red butterflies floating along the hem, as if the wearer had walked through a meadow and disturbed them so they all lifted off at once. The dress was one of Ryder's favorites. How long will you be gone? He hoped he didn't sound too eager, but the fact was, he was excited for his first time home alone and kind of couldn't wait for her to leave. His mom shrugged and pushed the brush back into the small tube before returning it to the case. A couple hours, maybe 3 if we're having fun. I'm just meeting Destiny for drinks and happy hour appetizers. His mom was excited about going out. She'd been talking about this for days, preparing him for staying home on his own, as if he were a baby, which he was not. She'd asked if he wanted to go to Anastasia's house. She was his mom's best friend, but Ryder was thrilled to stay home by himself. He had plans to watch TV and make some mac and cheese from the blue box, but mostly he was excited about getting to play World of Warcraft without interruption. His mom didn't entirely approve of him playing the new online role-playing game, but he'd saved up his birthday money and done chores for other people in their building and bought the game with his own money. He couldn't wait. Where are you going? His mom leaned over and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Her long, black hair fell against Ryder's face for just a second. Ryder breathed in through his nose. Her shampoo had a citrus scent to it that he liked. North Star Cafe on Powell, and then we may grab a bite to eat somewhere else. I promise I won't be late. If I am, I'll grab a cab. Ryder was used to his mom being gone at night. She was a dancer, and Ryder usually went to Anastasia's house when she was working. This was the first time she was letting him stay home alone. Okay, bye. Bye. His mom ruffled his hair one last time before brushing past him and heading to the living room. She found her purse and slung it over her shoulder before tucking her keys into a side pocket. At the front door, she turned back and waggled her fingers at him. I love you, baby. Be good. The door closed behind her, and Ryder listened to her footsteps fading away as she headed toward the stairs of the repurposed 3-story house. Their apartment was on the 3rd floor. It wasn't really big enough for the two of them, but it was what they could afford. It was also hot, since it was on the top floor. But his mom always said they were lucky to have a peekaboo view of the city. Ryder turned his attention to the desktop computer his mom had got for cheap from a friend, a surprise for his 11th birthday last week. He knew better than to tell his mom she'd probably gotten ripped off, but he'd been tinkering with it, and it was running better now. Downstairs, the door to the street opened and slammed shut, but Ryder hardly heard it. World of Warcraft was loading up, and he couldn't wait to get started. Ryder had been so engrossed in the game, he didn't realize what time it was until his stomach complained about being empty, and he padded into the tiny kitchen to make mac and cheese. That was another treat, as his mom thought processed foods weren't healthy, but she'd let him pick out what he wanted to have for dinner. The red, glowing numbers on the microwave claimed it was 12:34 in the morning. Ryder had never stayed up this late before, and his eyes were starting to feel scratchy. His mom wasn't home yet. Worry shot through him. She'd said a few hours, not 6. But maybe she was having fun. Not for the first time. He wished they had cell phones so he could call her, but they were definitely too expensive. While he had been playing World of Warcraft, he hadn't felt tired, but now he realized he was exhausted. And also worried. Every little sound had him looking toward their door, and the old house creaked and groaned quite a lot. His mom had even made up a story about a friendly ghost who lived in the attic. Ryder didn't believe in ghosts, but he let his mom tell him the story anyway. She still wasn't home when he woke, several hours later. Shay. 10 months ago. It took about 4 minutes of having Ryder Man inside his house for Shay to realize that the man never stopped moving. Ryder had followed Shay to his long-term rental and parked behind him in the driveway. When Ryder met Shay at his front door, a duffel bag on one shoulder and a leather messenger bag slung over the other, he was bouncing on the balls of his feet, full of energy or nervous. Maybe both. Offering his half-brother's co-worker a place to stay while he was on the island was the least Shay could do. Ryder had driven cranky-ass Neil all the way from Idaho after Neil had been involved in an explosion and couldn't fly. Surely anyone except Matt Dempsey who volunteered for that deserved a medal. Or hazard pay. And if Shay was trying to ingratiate himself with Neil Hammerson, that was Shay's business. Ryder seemed to be trying to look everywhere at once. Finally, his curious gaze settled on the empty space below them. "You have a moat. How cool is that?" Shay chuckled, unlocking the door so they could enter. He supposed it was a moat. The house was built on a funny piece of land, and the builder's solution had been to put the garage and driveway on one side of a small gully and the house on the other, necessitating a bridge walkway from the drive to the front door. As he twisted the handle, he caught a flash of color. He thought there was a stray cat living down there, and reminded himself to set out some water and dry food that he'd picked up at Chester's grocery earlier in the week. "Thanks," Ryder said as Shay gestured him through the entryway to the living room. "I looked online and couldn't find anywhere." "Whoa!" Shay shut the door and followed his guest. The view of Harrow Strait through the floor-to-ceiling picture window in the living room had caught Ryder's attention, as it had Shay's when he'd first seen it, and every day since. Ryder crossed over to the window to stare out at the open water with appreciation, his right foot tapping restlessly against the pine flooring. A few seagulls were wheeling over the beach close to shore. As Ryder and Shay watched, an osprey, hovering farther out, chose that moment to dive into the strait, splashing before snatching a fish out of the water. The big bird started to fly off, its wiggling catch flashing silver in the sunshine, when an eagle appeared from the left, crying out with its high-pitched screech and quickly gaining on the other bird. Ryder stilled. "Wait, what's that asshole doing?" Shay grinned at his reaction. "Eagles are scavengers, and not the greatest hunters. They like it best when others do the work for them. He's going to try to make the osprey drop its catch so he can grab it." The osprey tried to outfly the eagle, but, burdened as it was with the fish, it was too slow, and when the eagle was only a few feet from it, it released its prey, which fell back into the relative safety of the water. The osprey flew off, while the eagle circled for a minute, but the fish had escaped to the deep. "What a jackwagon! I have to say, this window is better than TV." "I agree. I can sit out on the deck for hours watching the goings-on. It's like The Sopranos out there. All the animals plotting against each other and doing their best to survive in a cruel world." Ryder turned from the window to face Shay. "Thanks for taking me in. I'll try to stay out of your way." He rolled his eyes. "While I'm enjoying my forced vacation." Ryder's boss was making him take a few vacation days after chauffeuring Neil across 3 states. Shay couldn't think of a better place to relax and unwind. Piedras Island was magical. "You won't be in the way. How about a tour? Not all my furniture has arrived yet, as Dempsey pointed out. There are a couple of guest rooms, but only one of them even has a bed in it. After you get comfortable, if you want, we can hang outside on the deck. I have some cheese and crackers if you're hungry." Hang out. Shay was 41. not 21. How old was Ryder, anyway? Shay couldn't tell, but he'd guess early 20s, which was way too young for Shay to cultivate an attraction to. Ryder made appreciative sounds as Shay showed him around the Rambler-style structure built into the side of a steep hill. The house was too big for just one person, but Shay didn't care, and as his guest had pointed out, the view was worth the price of admission. The owners had recently upgraded the home and hadn't cut any corners. This bathroom! Ryder's eyes were wide as he peeked through the door. Shay agreed. The bathroom off the main upstairs hallway was a delight. The owners had upgraded and retiled it in variegated shades of brown, taupe, and sepia, removing what probably had been a tub and shower head and replacing them with only a shower and a glass surround that would absolutely fit more than one and made an average-size space appear much larger than it was. The shower itself was one of those sunflower ones that was supposed to feel like you were standing in the rain, and, bonus, it had been set high enough that Shay was able to stand underneath it, which wasn't a given, seeing as he was 6'4". There was a hand shower thing, too, which was also nice. Even the sink was gorgeous, with the same warm browns as the tile. Shay was fairly certain it had been handmade by a local potter. Directly next to the sink was a second door that led to Shay's room. "It's in a tie with the master as my favorite room," Shay replied. "Come and see." The master bedroom, not a true master since it shared the bathroom, had a slightly different view of Harrow Strait, though it was just as magnificent. Shay's California King mattress fit perfectly and faced the picture window so he could lie in bed and sip coffee while he watched the fog roll out, and there had been plenty of room left over for his bookshelves. "This is deluxe." Backtracking, Shay crossed to a door on the other side of the hall from the bathroom and opened it. "I should have shown you this first. Sorry you don't have a choice of rooms, but I didn't think I'd have a lot of guests." This smaller room faced toward the gully, and the single window looked out onto a stand of evergreens and the back of the garage. Not the best view. Ryder slung his bags onto the bed. "I'm imposing on you. This is wonderful." "Unpack or do whatever you need to do. I'll be in the kitchen or on the deck." 15 minutes later, they were sitting down across from each other at the round teak outdoor table Shay had recently acquired. While Ryder had been organizing his things, Shay had made up an appetizer tray with crackers, various olives, hummus, and smoked salmon. "Do you want a beer or a glass of wine?" Shay offered. Ryder scrunched his nose. It was cute. "I'd love a glass of white, if you have it." "Is Chardonnay okay?" Shay was a white wine man himself. He had a subscription to several wineries located in Holly Ridge, a small town in eastern Washington. He just received a delivery from Demeter's and was excited to break out a bottle. Perfect. In a minute, Shay was back outside, a bottle of wine in one hand and 2 glasses in the other. He'd also turned on a playlist of Irish dance music. A slow reel started. The volume was low, but Shay liked having music on when he was outside. "You're spoiling me, and I'm the one imposing." "Please don't concern yourself. It's nothing." With practiced ease, Shay uncorked the wine and poured 2 generous glasses before handing one to Ryder. As Ryder took it, their fingers brushed, and Shay was startled by the shock of awareness that coursed through him. Ryder glanced up, and Shay wondered if he'd felt it too. Most likely, Shay was imagining things. Ryder was young. Too young for Shay, he again pointed out to himself, and he was Neil's co-worker, which thankfully set him even further off limits. He was only here on the island for 2 days. Ryder saved him from further contemplation of the inappropriate by asking, "How many people live on the island year-round?" "About 7,000, I think." Shay took a sip of his wine, letting it rest on his tongue before swallowing. He swirled the glass, enjoying the flow of the liquid and how it glimmered in the light of the setting sun. "And now, during tourist season?" Ryder took a sip of wine too, nodding his approval. "The population doubles. That's a lot of tourists. What do residents do in the off-season? What do you do? Shay had always thought that was an awkward question. What did he do? Like somehow it validated his existence on the planet. But he understood it was natural to be curious about other humans. I'm a criminal defense lawyer. He took another long sip of the wine and relaxed back in his chair, holding his glass in one hand as he watched the wine swirl and slowly come to a stop. Ryder leaned back too, giving Shay an assessing stare. A variety of emotions flitted across his handsome face, but Shay wasn't paying close attention to those at the moment. He was too busy cataloging the man across the table. Thick, dark eyebrows, clever eyes, short hair that was maybe curly when longer, heavy, intellectual-appearing eyeglasses he probably chose to make himself appear older. "Yep, I can see that," Ryder finally said. "I bet you're hot in the courtroom." That comment was followed by a suggestive waggle of those dark eyebrows, and Shay snorted, caught off guard by the assessment. Did Ryder know Shay was bisexual? Ryder was gay with an uppercase G, Shay knew. I've been told I have certain shark-like characteristics. Ryder still eyed him from across the table, a small smile playing over his lips. Shay could almost feel that arresting gaze against his skin. His reaction was surprising. Had it been that long since he had found another person attractive? "Yeah, I can see that. I bet you make the opposing counsel nervous. But I meant hot, like sizzling, sexy hot. Especially in a charcoal black, hand-tailored suit and tie that would bring out that sexy silver you've got going on, maybe a pair of handmade Italian loafers on your feet. I'm having a hot flash just thinking about it. Or maybe my blood pressure is spiking." He fanned himself, a big grin on his face. "And 10-1, that is seriously distracting for everyone in the courtroom. Do you practice here on the island? The population of 7,000 doesn't seem like enough to keep you busy." A change from sex appeal to clientele made Shay feel like he had whiplash, but he was glad the conversation had veered away from his possible sex life. Bad enough that he was thinking about it. It being Ryder Man. "You're right. I had a dedicated practice in Seattle until recently, but I've decided to take fewer cases and eventually close it. Partly because I'd like to just be for a while, and partly to keep an eye on my great-aunt Clarabelle." "Wow. Great-aunt. Technically great-great, but that's a mouthful." "Is she in assisted living or something?" Ryder asked innocently. A double jig started playing. Shay's heart began to beat a little faster as the uilleann pipes and flutes danced together. He snorted out a laugh, briefly trying to imagine Clarabelle Delacombe anywhere but the house she had reclaimed as her own after divorcing her husband in her late 60s. She'd informed Shay more than once she was only leaving it feet first. No, Clarabelle is... Well, she has a heart of gold. It's just buried pretty deep. She's in her mid-80s and not as spry as she used to be, but she still manages to get in everyone's business. I'm basically the only family she has, the only responsible family, he clarified. It was closing in on midnight, and they'd killed 2 bottles of excellent wine. There'd been a great deal of suggestive flirting, on Ryder's part, at least. The snacks had been consumed, and it was time for bed. "This has been a wonderful evening. I didn't expect it." "Thank you." Ryder's glasses glinted in the moonlight, and again Shay felt the weight of his gaze like a caress. "My pleasure. I couldn't leave you in Neil's clutches. He'd have you making tracks for the first ferry home. Nah, I can handle Hammerson." Ryder stretched and yawned. "We should get to bed." Bed is a great idea." He ignored Ryder's not-so-subtle invitation and stood to begin clearing the table. As they brought everything inside and loaded the dirty dishes into the dishwater, their fingers brushed again several times. sending little shocks of arousal through his system. From the smirk on Ryder's face, Shay knew the touching was not accidental. Shay bid Ryder good night and padded into his bedroom, a little regretful and a lot turned on. Nothing could happen between them. It was unfortunate that Ryder was the most appealing person Shay had encountered in ages, and also wicked smart. Shay found intelligence incredibly sexy. A plain, smart person was infinitely more attractive to him than a good-looking nincompoop. But no. He was done with casual sex and wasn't a good bet for anything else, no matter how sexy he thought the younger man was. Shay wasn't drunk, merely pleasantly buzzed and relaxed in a way he hadn't been for ages. The hours-long conversation had made him feel more alive than he had in months. A Brahms playlist had supplanted the Irish folk music after dusk fell, and it still played quietly through Shay's Bluetooth speakers, filling the house with piano, violin, and cello. He often had music playing. It made him feel less alone. He listened with one ear while he undressed, the instruments weaving their magic as the piece came to a crescendo. A love of music of all kinds was the only joyful thing his bitter mother had gifted him. It was how Shay chose to remember her, instead of focusing on the terrible fights and recriminations he'd lived with until he'd moved out at 18. Neither Shay nor his father had met her exacting standards. His father had been a weak man who, after multiple affairs and poor life choices, ended up dying while serving a prison sentence for arson. Music had been a barometer of his mother's mood. If Shay came in the house after school and she was playing Gaelic ballads, it was safe to grab a snack and hang out in the living room. But if it was Dido's Lament or Schumann's Orich das Liedchen klingen, Shay knew it was best to head straight for his bedroom. By high school, he'd stopped coming home until he knew his mother would be in bed and his dad would be a jovial drunk trying to pretend, as he always did, that everything was just great. Nothing to see here, son, just two miserable people living in the same house. Shay sighed, shaking off the unpleasant memories of his childhood, not wanting them to sour the evening with Ryder. He tossed his clothes into the hamper in the corner and padded over to the bathroom door, opening it without thinking about the fact that he had a house guest who was, in fact, taking a shower. He should have shut the door right away. He knew he should have. Instead, he stared, mesmerized, taking in Ryder's lithe form. Thankfully, Ryder had his back to Shay. Not that Ryder wouldn't be able to see Shay if he turned around. Ryder was perfection. He had an incredible ass that begged to be fucked, and wide shoulders that flexed while he scrubbed at his scalp, fingers digging into his wet hair. Captivated, Shay watched as Ryder turned under the spray. His eyes were shut, presumably so shampoo wouldn't stream into them. Shay should look away. He should apologize and shut the door. But he didn't. Instead, Shay looked his fill, watching Ryder run his hands down his body, rinsing off the soap as he went, and arriving at his cock, which jutted from a nest of dark curls that Shay wanted to stick his nose into. Ryder lifted up his cock with one hand while washing underneath and across his balls, then gave himself a gentle tug and pulled at his sack. With a shock, Shay realized two things. His guest was about to jerk off in the shower, and Shay had an erection tenting his sleep pants. Frantically, he gabbled, "Oh, shit, sorry," as if he'd only just opened the door, then quickly shut it again. He leaned back against the closed door with his chest heaving, ashamed that he'd invaded his guest's privacy. And yet, his erection still demanded attention. Chapter 2. Shay. Early spring. Present day. Ryder. What's something that makes you really angry? Shay. Easy. Liars. Gaslighters. People who take advantage of those weaker than themselves. As a defense lawyer, I see a lot of this. It wears me down. Ryder. Why keep doing it then? Shay, I believe in protecting the innocent. Like it or not, the true criminals of this world know how to hide their tracks and work the system. It's the innocent I worry about. He's going to be trouble. The statement came from Neil Hammerson, Shay Delacombe's slightly younger half-brother. They'd recently confirmed their genetic relationship after spending a lifetime hating each other, and glacially they were becoming friends. They'd had a complicated relationship, mostly because of Shay's actions, even before they'd learned they shared DNA. I have no idea what you are talking about, Shay muttered, watching as Ryder Man trudged up the ramp from the passenger waiting area to the ferry. He knew exactly what Neil was talking about. Ryder was already trouble. His ubiquitous leather messenger bag was slung over one shoulder, and it was more than Shay could manage not to watch his denim-clad butt move back and forth as he walked, especially since he didn't have to imagine what it looked like without the jeans covering it. Neil barked out a laugh that had a few other locals in their vicinity glancing over at them, eyebrows raised and questioning expressions on their faces. Laughter was not something Neil was known for. A good kind of trouble, I think. This is going to be fun, Neil managed once he stopped snickering. I don't understand why you won't give Ryder a chance. He's smart and sexy, I suppose. I think he'd be good for you. Shay ignored him. They'd clashed over the years when they'd both been working in Seattle. Shay prided himself on being one of the best defense lawyers in the city, and Neil was, admittedly, an excellent homicide detective. Shay had known he had to be on the top of his game when Neil was on the witness stand. But Neil was wrong in this case. I have no idea what you're talking about, Shay repeated. Typical lawyer, denying evidence that's right in front of your face. Shay watched as Ryder stopped at the top of the ramp and turned to sketch out a wave, his bright smile wide in his face. Then he vanished from sight, disappearing into the passenger deck, where he'd probably claim a seat at one of the tables next to the windows. Shay had no trouble imagining him setting up his laptop and spending the entire 90-minute trip working on whatever project he'd been assigned. I'm no expert in relationships. I think that's an understatement, Shay interrupted, because what Neil thought he knew about relationships would probably fit on the head of a pin and leave space for something else. Neil raised an eyebrow and continued. But even I can see the two of you have a spark. A spark? Are you reading Harlequin romances in your spare time? Besides, he's too young and I'm too old. Shay turned away from the ferry. He automatically checked his watch, but there was no message from his aunt yet. He was starting to wonder whether he'd come to regret buying her a smartphone so she could text him. On the other hand, now she could easily contact him in case of a problem. I'm getting ready to retire, and Ryder is just starting his life. Neil snorted and joined Shay to amble up the sidewalk, both of them dodging the new arrivals who disembarked and were filling up the streets and pedestrian thoroughfares. It was mid-afternoon and late spring. The island was teeming with tourists and residents, including those who'd lived there only in the high season. That was something Shay never understood, as Piedras Island was gorgeous in all seasons. Each one had something he looked forward to. Shay, you're 42, not dead. And somehow, when you say retire, I think you mean moving your practice up here to the island, not shutting the doors. I can't see you not working. It's in your blood. Shay kind of hated that Neil was right. He was slowing down, not closing his practice forever. He had an elderly relative to watch over, and he'd come to the conclusion he wanted to get to know his family better, which, aside from Clarabelle, meant Neil Hammerson and his partner, Sheriff Matt Dempsey, and his cousin Cullen, but Cullen lived in Skagit. Still, he's too young for me. I was in high school when he was born, for Christ's sake. Doesn't seem to stop you checking out his ass. Or thinking about that time you accidentally walked in on him in the shower. And he's interested. He likes you. God knows why. And anyway, age is just a number. I never should have told you about that. It was an accident, Shay protested. And now I know you've been reading romances. Who says age is just a number? Old pervy farts who want to get into younger people's beds. Neil barked out his rusty laugh again, making the woman in front of them look over her shoulder at them. They were approaching Jewel Espresso and Creamery. The store had opened a few months earlier and was, by island standards, a roaring success. In the morning there was a line for coffee, and in the afternoon their handmade gourmet ice creams went flying out the door, packed into brown sacks and clutched against lucky purchasers' chests. The older, clapboard building had been covered with a fresh coat of bright pink paint paired with an aqua trim. It looked like a child's birthday cake. At first, old-timers, including Shay, had hated the bright colors, but Kiara Morrison had won them over. It helped that she was a local, and her family owned the dairy that supplied milk for the ice cream and coffee drinks. Shay remembered now that Fletcher Morrison had died at the beginning of the year, and his son Tegan had moved home to take over the dairy. Piedra's residents were fiercely protective of their own, and supported local businesses to such an extent it was a hard market for off-island entrepreneurs to penetrate. "Hang on," Shay said. "I want to grab a pint of strawberry mint if they have any." Almost immediately, Shay regretted stopping, because it gave Neil more time to make his case for Ryder. For some reason known only to Neil, when he had learned about Ryder's crush, instead of agreeing with Shay that he was too young, he joined the pro-Ryder faction. Why had Shay told him about the shower incident? "Sure, Matt loves the lemon raspberry, but they're always out by the time he gets here." Neil peered over the 10-deep line of people in front of them. Height was something they'd both inherited from their father, and added, "Ryder may be young, but he's more than his years." Something in Neil's tone had Shay asking, "Like what? Do you know something about him?" Shay couldn't imagine what kind of skeletons the perky younger man might have hidden away. He was so open and free. Ryder had even managed to breach Neil's walls. Shay figured it was due to sheer exhaustion that Neil had let him get close, but the two men had become good friends in the time Neil had been working for West Coast Forensics. "Of course I know things about Ryder. We work together, and he talks all the time. All the fucking time. I think there's a problem with his mouth," Neil groused. "But his story is not mine to tell. I only learned his history by accident. If he hasn't told you yet, I'm not going to gossip." Shay turned and frowned at Neil. "Not gossip? You started something and now you're not going to finish it?" Neil shrugged, tossing Shay an irritatingly knowing look. "You'll need to ask him yourself or wait for him to tell you. Maybe the next time you pretend to miss the ferry to accidentally end up on the same one Ryder is taking, you can ask him." Shay narrowed his eyes at Neil. "I legitimately missed the ferry that time," he insisted untruthfully. "How would I know he'd be in line for the next one?" Ryder had texted Shay, that's how. "And why is Ryder up here all the time anyway? It seems like he's constantly bringing you documents." "Asked and answered." "Christ, you are aggravating." "He is, isn't he?" Matt Dempsey's voice cut across their conversation. "Aren't you supposed to be out doing sheriff business, arresting the innocent and letting the scofflaws go free?" That was a mean jab on Shay's part. Dempsey was one of the good guys. He worked hard for his community, both protecting residents and taking care of them in more intangible ways. Matt grinned. Neil rolled his eyes. "Nope, Bertie told me to get out of her hair, and I just happened to see you two walking up from the ferry. Did your suitor make the sailing?" Ryder had made it clear to everyone who would listen, and some who didn't care to, that he wanted to date Shay. Shay had done his best to shut him down using the age argument, but Ryder was having none of it. He didn't care that Shay was 15 years his senior. He'd gabbled on about like minds, while Shay had insisted that he wasn't interested in a relationship at the moment. Apparently, those were the wrong words, because Ryder wanted to know when, not if, Shay's answer changed to yes, like Shay was supposed to send him an email or text declaring his intentions, or maybe hire a plane and have it written in the sky. "If you're asking if Ryder is gone, Matt, the answer is yes." "For now," Neil interjected. "Gone for now." Neil caught Matt's eye, and the two of them shared a grin, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. On the one hand, it was good to see Neil happy enough to laugh. On the other hand, Shay was the object of their mirth. He rolled his eyes, shrugged, and pretended not to notice. They didn't need encouragement. Shay wasn't wired for a proper relationship, not after spending his childhood and teen years mired in the toxic brew his parents had concocted. He'd been a confused child and an angry teen, leading him to lash out at others. When Neil came to Piedra's as an 8-year-old, Shay had proceeded to do his best to make Neil's life miserable. Shay had been a bully, and he was still ashamed of himself. Fast forward to adulthood. Shay had a track record as a selfish partner. He'd never committed to anyone, instead making sure any hopefuls understood they'd never be a priority. He'd abandoned people at dinner, forgotten to pick them up, left in the middle of the night. Neil leaned into Matt.
As Ryder was leaving this time, he said, "I'll be back," just like Schwarzenegger.
Neil's stage whisper was heard by everyone in the shop. Turning his back on the two comedians, Shay ordered his ice cream from the young woman behind the counter, paid, and stepped outside to wait for them. Unfortunately for Shay, Neil and Matt weren't ready to drop the subject of Ryder when they emerged from Jewel victorious. Neil carried 2 pints of ice cream, each wrapped in a brown paper bag printed with the Jewel logo, happy-looking cows with sparkly eyes inexplicably drinking cups of coffee.
"I don't understand why you don't want to give him a chance," Matt said, as if Shay cared about his opinion. "He's smart, nice, and into you." "I figure Shay thinks Ryder is too pure for him. Like Shay is this wastrel of a man who doesn't deserve love." Again, with the romance words. "Wastrel?" Shay grumbled. "No, seriously," Neil continued, ignoring him. "I lived in Seattle roughly the same time as you. We crossed paths on numerous occasions, and I heard about your sexual exploits." Neil bumped shoulders affectionately with Matt. "Shay fucked anyone who stood still long enough. Not me, of course, thank God, since it turned out we were related, and also I have taste."
Matt grinned and batted his eyes at his husband in a disgusting manner.
"But there's a population that Shay burned through like rice paper. There were even betting pools as to who would be next up. He did have standards, though. I don't think he ever slept with any of the prosecuting attorneys." "I had standards," Shay confirmed. "Plus, it's too easy for something like that to tip over into a conflict situation." "Wouldn't want that," Neil grunted. "Too many innocents needing your help." "Okay, with that, I'm headed up to the post office. My assistant sent me the last of the mail from Seattle. Hopefully, everything will start coming here now." "You're not working on a case right now, are you?" "Not any of my own. Doing some stuff to help some folks out. I'm serious about slowing down. I've closed up most everything in Seattle. I'll see you two later." Shay waved and left the irritating lovebirds behind. At the post office, a 1-story brick building dating from the 1950s that looked like every other small-town post office of that era, Shay handed the yellow call slip to the agent, and she disappeared into the back. When she returned with a box and slid it onto the counter, he took it, wondering what he'd forgotten he ordered. Maybe it was the obscure Dick Gaukchen vinyl he'd tracked down, or possibly Beth Orton's Trailer Park. He couldn't wait to play them. He loved how vinyl sounded, all scratchy and deep. Tucking the box under his arm, he exited back into the early spring sunshine. It had been a stroke of luck finding street parking large enough for his SUV. Neil, because he was an asshole, always asked if Shay was compensating for something with the expedition. Shay rolled his eyes and ignored him. He loved his oversized SUV. It was easy to drive, and no matter the weather, if he felt the need to escape to his cabin, he could. Just because Neil chose to drive a manky old Subaru didn't mean Shay had to as well. Neil had actually replaced his old car with an older, more beat-up one after the first had been destroyed by fire. Go figure. Shay placed the box behind the driver's seat and settled in at the wheel. He'd look at the contents later. Just as he was passing the high school, a place he had no good memories of. His cell phone rang. After practically having it glued to his hand for years, he was getting used to it buzzing less, and he wasn't expecting any calls, especially since Ryder was on the ferry with no cell service.
Shay Delacombe here. Delacombe, this is Deputy Jorgensen. Can you come pick up Clarabelle from the senior center? I don't want to have to take her in for causing a disturbance.
Oh, great. Shay couldn't wait to hear what Clarabelle had gotten up to now. Chapter 3. Ryder. Mid-July. Present day. Ryder. What is your favorite color, and why? Shay.
You again?
Ryder. Well? Shay.
Blue.
Predictable, I know. Ryder. Why? Shay.
It's calming. It makes me think of the beach, which is one of my favorite places to be.
Ryder. Orange, in case you were thinking of asking, like the sun on a hot day just before it sets, not like a prison jumpsuit. Shay.
That's very specific.
Ryder. Shrug. Ryder grinned down at his phone. It was his number one goal in life to wear Shay Delacombe down, to get him to agree to at least one date. He knew Shay liked him, thought he was smart, and was aware that Ryder was respected by the specialized forensics community he worked in. But Ryder wanted more than that. Shay had made it very clear he thought Ryder was too young for him, but not that he wasn't attracted to him. Ryder had been immediately kid-zoned when Shay learned Ryder was almost 20 years younger than him. Ryder had helpfully pointed out that their age difference was actually only 15 years, and that Shay wasn't headed for a crypt anytime soon, but Shay continued to treat him like a young relative, keeping him at arm's length. As if Ryder wasn't aware Shay had ogled him while he was taking a shower at his place last fall. Ryder might have terrible eyesight, but he didn't have bad hearing, and he'd heard the door open and not shut for several minutes, and just maybe he'd put on a bit of a show before Shay had stumbled out of the bathroom. The next morning, Shay had been adorably flustered. He'd apologized profusely, sputtering that his intrusion had been accidental. Ryder had suggested they have a do-over, and this time Shay would stay, but he'd been gently shut down. Shay was so adorable and honorable, insisting Ryder was too young and whatnot. Therefore, Ryder was resorting to Plan B. Plan B wasn't much, Ryder had to admit, but it was all he had. It consisted of texting Shay almost every day about whatever came to mind, trying to get to know him better, hoping to uncover why Shay was so resistant to dating, and knowing Shay would end up learning about him too. At least Shay always responded to his texts. That was encouraging. Shay could have told Ryder to knock it off, and he would have stopped. But he hadn't. Plan B also involved traveling to Piedras Island, where Shay currently lived with his elderly great-aunt whenever he had the opportunity. Since Neil Hammerson worked for the same investigative company Ryder did, the chance to visit Piedras arose every couple of months, much to his boss's amusement, since last summer when he'd driven Neil home, Ryder always volunteered to deliver sensitive documents. He didn't want Shay Delacombe to forget he existed. If Shay had started seeing someone else, Ryder wouldn't have kept pushing, but Shay was still single, and bad eyesight or not, Ryder hadn't missed how Shay always had a smile for him when he arrived. For the foreseeable future, Neil and his WCF partner, Leo Zielinski, were in Arizona working a complicated and decades-old missing persons abduction case. Thus, it was up to Ryder to devise a plan for visiting the remote island off the coast of Washington if he wanted to see Shay. Mission accomplished. More documents needed delivering. Maybe not super important documents, and maybe this time Ryder was taking personal time afterward. But here he was on Piedras again. "What can I get you?" The barista behind the sparkling stainless steel espresso machine was calm, efficiently managing the long line of desperate caffeine seekers like the pro she was. 12-ounce tripled iced Americano, no milk. The clip-on name tag identified the barista as Kiara. She grinned at him. No fooling around for you. Ryder shook his head. Nope, caffeine is serious business. This is a nice place. When did you open? Surely he would have noticed Jewel Espresso and Creamery on his last visit. On the other hand, Shay and Neil had hustled him to the ferry dock, so maybe he'd missed it. The shop was located right next to the Hidden Harbor Bakery. The businesses could have been competitors, but it seemed like the owners had worked together and had the market cornered on coffee and carbs in the small downtown. About 3 months ago. The espresso and creamery part, at least. The dairy has been in business for decades. My brother Tegan took it over when Dad passed last year. But this place, she swept her hand in a circle, is my baby. Probably more than you wanted to know. Rolling her eyes at herself, Kiara handed him his drink. Here you go. There's milk and sugar behind you, if you need it. Thanks. Ryder stuffed a tip equal to the price of his coffee in the tip jar and stopped on his way out to check out the flavors of handmade ice cream. He'd be back for the lavender basil before leaving the island. After making his way back out to the sidewalk, he paused in front of the bakery next door. Did he want a donut? No, not today. Today was Operation Shay. After an incident last year involving Neil and a violent criminal, Shay had moved into his great-great-aunt's house while building his own place on land he'd inherited. Ryder was under the impression the land came from Shay's father, but he wasn't certain. As seemed usual these days, construction was taking forever, and Shay spent a lot of time complaining about permits and inspections when they talked. Some of his neighbors had conveniently forgotten the land was Shay's and had been using it as a route to a private beach. Ryder had looked it up. In Washington state, if land had not been used for 7 years, it could be taken by adverse possession. It wasn't easy, but it could be done. Luckily, Shay had not allowed that to happen. He'd maintained his beach staircase yearly and kept the gravel road cleared. But the neighbors were trying to claim they deserved access to the beach. Ryder thought Shay might have been fine with it if the neighbors hadn't let their own staircases to the beach rot and fall away. And now they want me to fix their problem. That's not going to happen, he'd growled last time they'd spoken on the phone. Ryder had slowly been getting Shay used to Ryder calling him out of the blue, as if it was a normal thing, and it was, because they were, at least, friends. For this trip, Ryder was dropping off more files belonging to Neil. They couldn't be trusted to the U.S. mail. No deception there. He didn't trust any delivery service. If the documents were important, he wanted to deliver them by hand, making sure they were received. Thus he'd flown up from Oakland to Piedra's on his own dime. Once he dropped off the files at Neil and Matt Dempsey's place, he would head over to Shay's. Just to say hi, of course. And to remind Shay that he, Ryder, was more than just a text message or a disembodied voice over the phone line. He was, in fact, a healthy American male who wouldn't say no to some sheet time, or pretty much anything else Shay would give him. As he stood on the sidewalk outside Jewel Espresso, the morning sunshine warmed his cheeks. Summer on Piedra's was sublime, an improvement over the heat of Berkeley where he lived. Adjusting his prescription sunglasses, Ryder looked up and back down the hill, taking in the small town's main drag. The sun shone brightly, glancing off the windows of the various businesses along Spring Street and making pedestrians and drivers squint. Ryder's first visit to Hidden Harbor had been at the beginning of last fall, when the weather was a mixed bag of rain and cloudy skies. Today, the temperature was in the low 70s, and a light breeze was blowing, keeping it from getting too hot. A banner declaring summer sidewalk sale high above the street flapped lazily in the wind. Tourists and locals were already pursuing the sale goods, hence the line at Jewel Espresso. The sunshine was soft against his skin, a lover's caress, and the chatter of other early bird shoppers floated to his ears as he ambled along like a bee searching for pollen, randomly drifting from table to table while he waited for it to be an acceptable time to drop in on Shay. Vendors had set up in front of their shops, loading tables with everything from inflatable unicorns and arm floaties to sets of dinnerware and other crockery to books. Hell yes. Ryder headed up the street towards second-page books. He loved used books, and browsing through the boxes set on the sidewalk would pass the time until he could descend on visit Shay. An hour later, with a short stack of almost pristine dog-earing pages should be a federal crime, John D. McDonald paperbacks tucked into one bag, and a blow-up unicorn in another because you just never knew, Ryder started back to where he'd parked his rental near the island's tattoo parlor, Octopus Inc. Just as he was slipping back inside the car, his phone pinged. Even though he didn't want to answer, Ryder set his purchases on the passenger seat and pulled his phone out of his shorts pocket. He knew who the message was from, and he appreciated the thought behind it, but sometimes he wished he could just forget the worst day of his life. Kimball.
Thinking about you.
Then,
call if you need to talk.
Kimball Fry, the founder of West Coast Forensics, had the best intentions, and he was Ryder's closest friend. But today would always be a date that lived in infamy, along with the weeks and years since. Ryder was as healed as he ever would be. Exactly 17 years ago, his mother had vanished, seemingly into thin air. She'd met a friend for drinks, and when the evening was over, the friend's taxi had arrived first. Isabel Mann had kissed Destiny, the friend's actual name, not some sort of foreshadowing, on the cheek, waved her into her taxi, and that was the last time anyone had seen Isabel. Ryder. Thanks, I'm good. Heading to drop off files and then drop in on Shay. Kimball. Never give up. Ryder. Ha. As Ryder had gotten older, it had seemed wrong that he would always associate his mother's disappearance with sunny days, his birthday, carefree summer vacation. Shouldn't something so devastating have happened on a dark and stormy night, with black rain sheeting down and chain smokers wearing wool overcoats, skulking in dark alleys? When his mom disappeared, it had been an uncomfortably sultry summer evening in Berkeley. Ryder had been hot and sweaty in their tiny third-floor apartment. Flip-flop-clad tourists, street vendors, sex workers, all stock players in the daily life in their neighborhood, wandered the sidewalks, shooting the breeze, shopping, selling sunglasses and handmade jewelry, carvings, T-shirts, and no one had witnessed a thing. Isabel Mann had disappeared as if she'd never existed, except she'd left her son and best friend behind. These days, Ryder did his best to get away from the Bay Area over the anniversary of his mom's vanishing, but there wasn't any way to escape his memories. He carried them with him no matter where he traveled. His mother's remains had never been found. Ryder and her best friend, Anastasia, never had closure, and Anastasia never would, having died 5 years after Isabel's disappearance, leaving Ryder truly alone. The best Ryder could do was devote his life to bringing others closure. Taking a deep breath in through his nose and blowing it out his mouth, Ryder twisted the key in the ignition and pulled away from the curb. Shay's great-great-aunt, Clarabelle Delacombe, was an island matriarch and a local legend. Never having been to her house before, Ryder was nervous about possibly meeting her in person when he dropped in on Shay. Usually, Shay made sure they met somewhere neutral, as if Ryder was going to ravish him otherwise. But since Ryder was surprising him this time, he would need to go to Clarabelle's. The first time Ryder had visited the island, Shay had been renting a gorgeous house overlooking the water, and today it would have been nice to have the guarantee of some privacy. But Ryder was just going to have to deal with whatever came at him. Ryder's palms were slick against the vinyl resin steering wheel. His nerves were getting to him. He checked the GPS again. Shay lived only a few miles south of Neil. He'd come this far. He wasn't chickening out now. Chapter 4. Shay. Ryder. What is your favorite movie of all time? Shay.
You again?
Ryder. ... Shay.
I'm thinking... ... Fargo. Ryder. Eye roll. Of course it's a cop movie. You and Neil are so boring. Shay. Fargo is not a cop movie. It's about how truly stupid most criminals are. Fine, smartass. What's your favorite movie? Does Neil watch movies? Ryder. I doubt he watches movies. I think he spends his spare time reading depressing Norwegian literature or maybe crime dramas. Spirited Away is my favorite movie. Shay. No clue what that is. Ryder. Note to self, Shay needs to watch the best movie of all time. Devin Flynn took up most of the couch in Clarabelle's sitting room. For an average-sized man, he managed to take up a lot of space. But then again, he was the island's fire chief and in top shape. Even his muscles had muscles. Not that Shay found him attractive. It was just a fact.
I wouldn't ask, but I can't go myself. This is a favor you'd be doing. And frankly, I don't know who else I'd ask anyway. When Gloria called me in tears this morning, I just felt sick. Like I said, I can't go down there myself. Not with it being the height of tourist season and assholes setting off fireworks every time I turn my back. We've had 1 hospitalization and 3 accidental fires this past week alone. The last words were uttered with a snarl Shay could completely relate to. Who do you want me to talk to? Aside from Brennan, Gloria said Debbie had been working for Dolores Sam, so maybe she'd have an idea.
Shay leaned back in the uncomfortable, overstuffed chair kitty-corner to the couch as he listened to Devin. Of course he was going to say yes to Devin's request that Shay help Devin's nephew. The man devoted his life to the safety of the island residents. It was the least Shay could do. Tell me what you know. Names, dates, that kind of thing. I'll put a call into Dolores and see if she can make time for a chat. I'll need Gloria's address and phone number, too.
They all like you.
Shay had done a lot of work for the tribe over the years. Actually, for several of the tribes along the Seattle to Canada corridor, and had a good relationship with them. Dolores still runs the community outreach program, right? Shay figured she did. The program was her life's work, and he couldn't see her giving it up or closing it down.
Yep, still has her fingers in everything. She knows both Brennan and Debbie. I'm sorry to ask you this when you're still getting settled up here. My nephew can act like a knucklehead, but he's not violent.
Honestly, it's not a problem. I'm more than happy to help. Ironically, he traveled down to the growing suburban town north of Seattle a few times in the past couple of months for reasons that had nothing to do with Devin's nephew or Dolores. The now former head of the local public defender's office had been caught having a secret affair with one of the prosecutors. Between the two of them, they'd likely compromised hundreds of cases, all of which needed to be re-examined. Shay's friend Jeff had been tapped to replace the public defender, and he'd reached out to Shay for assistance. Do you mind calling Dolores and Gloria and letting them know I'll be stopping by? While Shay didn't know Gloria Sampson, he had worked with Dolores Sam over the years. The two of them had met in law school years ago. Although Dolores was not a criminal lawyer and she'd spearheaded the tribal community outreach office. Shay had offered pro bono assistance over the years, mostly offering legal advice to tribal members when he could. Slowly, things were starting to improve in terms of how the U.S. government interacted with the tribes, and Dolores was one of the people pushing the hardest for change to happen.
I'll reach out to them both. Look.
Devin sat forward, his gaze intent, bringing Shay back to the present issue.
Brennan isn't the smartest chip off the old block. He's been in trouble one way or another since he could crawl. But I don't see him causing physical harm to someone. The cops will take one look at his history and stop there. They haven't arrested him, thankfully, but that's just because they aren't taking Debbie's disappearance seriously. Debbie has been missing for 2 days now. I want to hire you as Brennan's lawyer if he ends up needing one. I can pay. In the meantime, I don't know. But maybe you could poke around and see what they've done to find Debbie. As I said, I'd do it myself, but I just don't have the bandwidth right now.
Shay had plenty of money. He wouldn't take Devon's, but now was not the time to argue with him about it.
Okay, what do you know? Debbie's mom reported her missing yesterday, but the cops are dragging their feet, saying she's an adult. She's only 19. Debbie and Gloria got into a heated argument, and Gloria thought Debbie was cooling off at a friend's house.
Shay picked up a yellow legal pad he'd set on the side table and began making notes.
Debbie's been missing 2 days, you said?
Devon nodded and bit his lip. Shay agreed with what was going unsaid at the moment. This was not good. The first 48 hours were vital. They all knew that. After that, witnesses began to forget what they'd seen, and chances of finding the missing person alive plummeted. Devon was aware of those statistics. Shay didn't need to tell him.
Brennan was with her around 9 that evening at the McDonald's on the north side of town. They also had a fight. Brennan says he was breaking up with her, and Debbie was very upset. When he tried to calm her down, she slapped him and ran off. That was the last time anyone knew a location for her. Brennan says he didn't try to stop her, that he got in his car and came home.
Why are you worried about Brennan?
Is there something I should know?
Devon sighed, his shoulders slumping.
Statistics support the partner or boyfriend being the likeliest person to do harm. You know that. A witness says Brennan left his place around 11:30 that night, but when the police spoke with Brennan, he told them he'd been at home all night. He's lying about something, but I believe him when he says he didn't hurt Debbie and that he doesn't know where she is.
Just to be clear, you want me to represent Brennan if it comes to that? Devon nodded. Shay noted the look of frustration in his dark eyes. Having a family member suspected in the disappearance of a young woman was a burden, and far too many Native women went missing. In Shay's opinion, it was a national tragedy as well as a crime.
I worry that it's just a matter of time before the police pick Brennan up.
Do you know anything about Debbie?
Not much.
Devon was shaking his head.
Gloria and I are distant cousins, but not close enough for family dinners. Gloria, only moved back here maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
I'll need to talk to Brennan, Shay mused. I'll represent him if it comes to that, but I need to talk to him face to face and make sure he agrees. For now, this will be on the down low. I'll just ask some questions and see what I can find out. Shay had a well-honed bullshit meter, and he could usually tell when a client was lying. He only needed a few minutes of conversation with Devon's nephew.
Thank you, Shay. I owe you one. More than one.
Don't thank me yet, and you don't owe me anything. Shay leaned forward, resting his elbows against his knees. Playing devil's advocate here? What if Brennan had something to do with his girlfriend's disappearance?
Then he deserves to go to jail.
Devon paused.
But I don't think he did.
They stood from their seats at the same time. Devon stuck out his hand, but Shay circumvented it, stepping forward to pull the man in for a hug. It looked like he needed one. Devon startled, but then leaned in, giving Shay an extra squeeze. Releasing his friend, Shay took a comprehensive look at him. Devon's lips were still pressed in a grim line, but there was fire in his eyes. Shay hoped he lived up to Devon's expectations.
Thanks.
Devon rolled his shoulders as if he was preparing for battle. Shay supposed they both were.
Brennan's parents died of drug dependency when he was 10 or 11. He didn't go into the system, although I'm not sure his life was much better outside it. He bounced around. Lived up here with me for a while, but wanted to go to high school down there. I probably should have said no, but another cousin offered him a place to live.
Shay appreciated Devon's honesty. His nephew hadn't lived an exemplary life, but as Shay himself proved daily, No one was perfect. Mentally, he shuffled around his schedule so he could travel to Marysville and speak with Dolores, Brennan, and whoever else he could dig up. He had an appointment at the Piedras County Building Commissioner's office about his building plans, but that could be pushed back, and maybe he could kill two birds with one stone and meet with Jeff about the mess in the public defender's office. As frustrating as dealing with the county bureaucracy over building codes and permissions was, at this point, another 2 or 3 weeks' delay in construction would not make a difference, and it would give him more time to collect the evidence and paperwork to prove that his unscrupulous neighbors didn't deserve a permanent right-of-way through his property. He'd had about enough of Barbara Voller and her son trying to make him pay for their mistakes. A sharp knock on the door startled him, and Devin shot him a questioning look. Shay frowned. He wasn't expecting anyone. He dropped Clarabelle at the senior center an hour ago and wasn't expecting to pick her up until after bingo. Neil was off the island, Matt was working, and anyone else would call first. Except for one person, a little voice whispered. "If you'll call ahead and let them both know I'm coming," Shay said. "I'll head down to Marysville first thing tomorrow. No point in going today. By the time I get there, the offices will be closed or about to close." He headed down the short hallway that led to Clarabelle's front door, Devin following behind him. "I really appreciate your help. Thanks again." Shay pulled open the door and was only mildly surprised to discover Ryder Mann standing on the other side. Ryder's dark eyebrows rose when he spotted Devin standing behind Shay. "Did I catch you at a bad time?" Ryder didn't blush, but Shay sensed he was embarrassed or at least caught off guard by Devin's presence. "Devin Flynn, this is Ryder Mann. I'm not sure if you've met. Ryder works with Neil at West Coast Forensics. Devin's our fire chief." Devin stuck his hand out. "Nice to meet you, Ryder." To Shay, he said, "I've got to get going. There's a training meeting I need to prepare for." Brushing past Ryder, Devin took the porch stairs 2 at a time, heading to where his truck was parked in Clarabelle's driveway. Shay noted a white sedan, which could only be Ryder's, on the other side of the truck. He glanced back at Ryder, who, to Shay's surprise, wasn't saying anything. Ryder was rarely at a loss for words. "Devin's the fire chief," Shay explained again. "What's up? I'm surprised to see you." Ryder shifted his weight. He was nervous. Shay tamped down his knee-jerk reaction to ask the younger man what was wrong. He shouldn't encourage Ryder any further. It had been 10 months since they'd first met. And still, Ryder refused to accept that there were too many years between them. For crying out loud, Shay had been a high school freshman when Ryder was born. He'd been busy being a jackass bully to Neil and anyone else who was considered unworthy, kids who wore the wrong clothes or generally didn't fit in. Shay felt lucky he'd left Piedras behind for college. He'd hated his dorm roommate at first. Loud, opinionated Henry Carr had spent 5 minutes with Shay and figured him out. They'd spent the next 4 years clashing about everything. There was nothing Henry was unwilling to debate. By the time they graduated, Shay had evolved into a better, more thoughtful, less angry version of who he'd been at 18. Instead of coming up with a reason why Ryder shouldn't be on his doorstep, Shay found himself asking, "What's wrong?" and opening the door all the way. "Nothing's wrong. I'm just dropping some of Neil's files off. What's up with Chief Flynn?" Ryder's eyes narrowed. Turning slightly, he looked over his shoulder to where Devin was backing up his mammoth truck. "Is he why you don't want to date me?" As if, instead of being a firefighter, Devin was a child molester or drowned puppies as a hobby. A laugh escaped Shay. "No, Devin is not my type." "We need to have a discussion about what exactly your type is. Can I come in?" Shay automatically stepped to the side so Ryder could enter the house. What was Ryder doing on the island?
He thought he knew the answer to that question. Ryder was delivering WCF documents to Neil in person because Neil had a hefty distrust of the U.S. mail and all courier companies. He preferred things hand-delivered, and Ryder was always the person who brought them. It must cost a pretty penny, but that was not Shay's business. The why of Ryder's appearance on Shay's doorstep had nothing to do with any documents, and everything to do with the mutual attraction between them. Shay was fairly sure he was fighting a losing battle where Ryder was concerned. Taking a deep breath, he shut the door and motioned for Ryder to follow him down the hall to the kitchen. "Since you're here," Shay began, "do you want something to drink? I can make coffee for you." "I'm good. Just had some in town." Clarabelle's kitchen was not new. It hadn't been updated since the 70s, but it was still a pleasant room, large and airy, with a huge farmhouse-style table taking up a chunk of the space. The walls were pale yellow with white trim, and at some point, Clarabelle had stenciled, "If life gives you lemons, get out the tequila," above the window over the sink. Ryder snorted, and Shay knew he'd spotted his great-aunt's motto. Shay needed coffee, even if Ryder didn't. The machine was already set up, so Shay pressed the on button and turned so he could prop one hip against the counter while waiting for the elixir of life. For a second, Ryder was quiet, taking in the bright room. Then he lifted his arm. A bag Shay had missed seeing when he waltzed into the house hung from his wrist. "I stopped in town and grabbed a coffee from Jewel Espresso before checking out the sidewalk sale," he explained. "Do you even know how cute it is that Hidden Harbor has a sidewalk sale? Who does that anymore? I bought these for you." Sliding the bag off his wrist, Ryder held it out to Shay. "Have you stopped in at Jewel yet? I know you have your own espresso machine, and if you work the knobs in the right order, it will fly you to Mars. But I have to say, their coffee is amazing. Kiara, the barista, told me the shop was her dream child and that her brother inherited the dairy where the milk comes from when their dad passed away. She also makes homemade ice cream. I want to try the lavender basil, but there was a jalapeno one that's probably amazing too. I guess I'll just have to go more than once." Shay crushed the recurring temptation to kiss Ryder just so he would stop talking. It didn't matter how handsome, smart, or sexy Ryder was. Shay couldn't start anything. Shay refused to risk a friendship, and Neil would literally kill him if he hurt Ryder. And Shay would. That's all he had ever done. Ryder was too young for Shay. Too naive. Too Ryder. Rinse and repeat. Why couldn't Shay pay attention to his own words? "I have. I'm glad it's successful. A nice addition to downtown." 5 thin paperback books lay at the bottom of the plastic grocery bag. He pulled them out to look them over. "John D. MacDonald. Where'd you find these? I haven't read him in years. I wonder how they hold up." "Well, obviously they're dated in terms of technology, and socially McGee is practically a Neanderthal. But if you give MacDonald credit for writing in the 50s and 60s, the mysteries are pretty dang good. If Flynn isn't your boyfriend, why was he here?" He looked worried. Trust Ryder not to miss Devon's anxiety over his nephew. Ryder's empathy was just one more characteristic Shay appreciated, making it harder and harder to resist his charm. Tucking the books back into the bag, Shay set them on the kitchen counter before leaning back against it. For now, he was going to set aside the fact that Ryder knew him well enough to buy him John D. MacDonald books. "All I can say is his nephew might be in trouble, and I'm going to look into the situation." Ryder gave him a long look. Shay caved like a souffle taken out of the oven too early. He knew Ryder wasn't a gossip. He worked with sensitive information every day. "A young woman is missing, and the local police think his nephew may have had something to do with her disappearance." Ryder raised his eyebrows. They were almost as talkative as he was. "Devon believes his nephew is innocent," Shay continued, "and that the police aren't making a real effort to find the girl." "How accurate?" I mean, emotionally invested. Do you think Devin Flynn is? Is he a reliable source of information?
Seriously, Ryder should have been an attorney instead of Shay. He admits that his nephew isn't perfect, but doesn't believe he'd harm a young woman. Shay shrugged. I'm heading down to Marysville tomorrow to talk to the woman who runs the Tribal Community Resource Center, as well as the nephew. Dolores Sam and I have worked together more than once over the years. I'll interview Brennan as well and see what I think.
Is there anything I can do?
Ryder asked.
I have my laptop with me.
Shay often forgot Ryder was a professional, that he had a successful career with West Coast Forensics, digging up information that might help find them missing persons or perpetrators of crime. No, thanks for the offer. With any luck, Debbie has just gone to Seattle or something and will show up on her own. But in the meantime, I'll do some interviews. Ryder cocked his head, gazing at him appraisingly.
You're a good man, Shay Delacombe.
Praise from Ryder felt good, like sunshine for his battered soul, and if he was going to start thinking like the chicken soup people, he needed his head examined. Oh, I'm really not. Because if he were a good man, errant thoughts about Ryder Man wouldn't pop into his head. He told the kid he wasn't interested in a relationship. He told Neil and Matt the same thing, hoping it would keep him from doing something stupid.
You are. Since I'm here, can I convince you to go to dinner?
Ryder. Shay grumbled a warning.
I know, as friends.
He held his hands up in surrender.
We are friends, aren't we? Friends go out to dinner and hang out doing friendly things together. I saw on Instagram that the Broach Resort has a special on their menu for today, mussels poached in porter from the new brewery. They serve it with slices of bread and a garden salad. I think the new chef bakes the bread in a brick kiln on site.
Shay's traitorous stomach chose that moment to growl, even though dinner wouldn't be for several hours. I've got work to do. A total falsehood. Shay was going to spend the next few hours banging around the house and ferrying his aunt to and fro. I'm going to have to hit the road first thing tomorrow. But if you don't mind eating early, I can meet you there around 5 or 5:30. Chapter 5. Ryder.
Ryder, what was your favorite movie as a kid?
Shay. Movies again?
Ryder, spill.
Shay. I didn't go to a lot of movies. The first one I remember liking is L.A. Confidential.
Ryder, there's a theme here.
Please let him say yes. Please let him say yes. Ryder's inner cheer squad did a double backflip when Shay agreed to meeting for dinner. It was an inch, and he was taking it.
That works for me.
He tried his best to seem nonchalant. From the amused gleam in Shay's eyes, Ryder suspected he was not successful. In the intervening hours, Ryder would hunt down a place to stay for the night. Asking Shay to let him stay here was pushing too far, and to be honest, Clarabelle scared the hell out of him. Plus, now Ryder had time to do a little research of his own and learn more about this case Devin Flynn had brought to Shay. Purposefully or not, Shay had given him plenty of information to work with. Kimball Fry hadn't hired him just for his pretty face.
You're in luck. We had a last-minute cancellation.
The young woman behind the front desk of the Broach Resort, Ashley, according to her name tag, squinted at her computer monitor and then back at Ryder, raising her eyebrows at him.
It's one of our suites. There's a private deck and a full view of the water. Just the one night?
Ryder nodded.
That's great. I'll be taking off tomorrow. It's the honeymoon suite, just so you know.
Oh, that's sad. I mean, that they canceled. But it's fine with me. There wouldn't be much else available on the island, as it was the height of tourist season, and money wasn't an issue. Ryder's bank balance was fine.
I know, right?
Ashley said as she returned her attention to the keyboard. Ryder tugged his wallet out of the back pocket of his jeans, swiveling his head to take in the lobby of the historic hotel. The large room was paneled with dark wood, probably from trees logged on the property back in the day. On the walls hung several gorgeous landscapes that had Ryder wanting to explore Piedras further. He hadn't had much of a chance yet. His last visit, Neil and Shay had escorted him to the ferry and practically thrown him onto it. He spotted a display case taking up one wall adjacent to the staircase. It looked like it held ephemera from when the resort had been a lime mine, mining hats, gloves, receipts, and photographs of the workers. "This is a neat place. Thank you. We're very proud of it." She held a key out to Ryder. Not a key card, a hefty, brass-colored key. Regardless of what that meant about security, Ryder was charmed by it. He'd just keep his messenger bag with him. He almost always did anyway. A hand-tooled leather fob in the traditional diamond shape was attached, but instead of a room number, 2 hearts overlapped. Of course. "The suite is on the 3rd floor. There's an elevator there." She pointed across the lobby to a tiny door. "Or you can take the stairs. The room is to your left when you get to the top, at the end of the corridor." "Cool." Ryder palmed the key, enjoying the weight of it in his hand, despite inwardly grimacing about it being the honeymoon suite. It was his own fault for coming up to Piedras on a whim. On the other hand, it was his birthday month, and he could celebrate for as long as and in whatever way he wanted to. That evening, a cute wait person seated Ryder at a table right next to the deck railing. He and Shay would have an unobstructed view of the tiny bay and all the different boats bobbing in the marina. The water glittered like millions of diamonds as the sailboats rose and dipped with the motion of the waves. It was mesmerizing. Ryder had noticed on his way in from the parking lot that one of the resort buildings was surrounded with scaffolding and encased in canvas, and another looked like a mural was being painted on one side. He'd squinted at it, but hadn't been able to figure out what it was. Another Piedras mystery he hoped he'd be around to learn the answer to. The wait person, Ben, interrupted his thoughts. "Can I bring you anything while you're waiting for your friend?" Ryder quickly perused the cocktail menu. "I'll have a French 75. What's all the construction? Is that another hotel building that's being worked on?" He'd also noticed there were cottages available to rent, probably booked months in advance, though. "No," Ben replied. "There was a fire here a couple months back, and Cody, the owner, is just getting all the repairs done. I guess it's harder to get the right permits when it's a historic site. It will be another pub, and I heard Cody, Mr. Prescott," Ben's cheeks reddened, "is putting in a real brick pizza oven." "Very cool." Ben departed, leaving Ryder to gaze out over the wide green lawn and watch the sailboats in the marina. This place really was a jewel, he thought. A movement had Ryder looking toward the entrance. Shay appeared in the doorway to the deck, looking confident and masterful. Ryder had a chance to watch him for a moment as he looked around for their table. Shay Delacombe was gorgeous. Not in a super muscly, sexy tattoo guy way, although Ryder thought tattoos were fine. Shay was nearly 6.5 feet tall, with broad shoulders and dark hair with a generous amount of silver shot through it. His profile was strong, almost arrogant, which had to be a bonus in the courtroom. If Ryder were on the witness stand, he'd confess to all sorts of criminal thoughts. Shay caught Ryder's gaze, and his lips curved into a smile. Ryder's heart skipped a beat at the sight. That grin was devastating. Shay wove his way around the other tables full of diners to where Ryder waited. "Nice view," he said as he sat down across the two-top from Ryder. "Have you been here before?" "Sorry." Ryder shook his head at his question. "Of course you've been here before. You grew up here." Shay's grin widened. Ryder was so dead. "I've been here a few times, but honestly not that many. My childhood was not one where we spent a lot of time going out to dinner at fancy restaurants or enjoying family get-togethers. And my father owned a hotel in Hidden Harbor, so this was the competition." Ben returned with Ryder's drink. setting it on the table.
"And you, sir?"
"A dry martini, Bombay if you stock it." Ben seemed almost offended that Shay asked.
"Of course."
Ryder sipped his drink. A French 75 was not a beverage to toss down, or he'd be drunk before he knew it.
"What was it like growing up here? It seems like it would have been idyllic."
Shay gazed out at the water for a minute before answering.
"I'm sure you know the Delacombe family history is complicated. Clarabelle was my saving grace. Really. She did what she could, but she was unhappy in her own marriage at the time. My parents' relationship was toxic, but my mother refused to divorce Dad. Dad had more than one affair, maybe in an attempt to get a divorce, but he shrugged. It didn't work. And you know that Neil Hammerson is proof of at least one of those affairs. All I ever wanted when I was growing up here was to leave."
Ryder raised his eyebrows, encouraging Shay to continue. This was the most he'd ever shared with Ryder about himself.
"My father decided to try his hand at arson and burned down the hotel he owned. He went to prison. That was apparently enough for my mother, and she finally divorced him. He died behind bars."
As Shay spoke, Ben quietly dropped off the martini and vanished, perhaps sensing it wasn't the moment to ask about appetizers. Shay picked up the glass and took a long sip.
"Why did you come back to Piedras?"
It didn't seem as if Shay had many good memories from when he was younger. Ryder wondered what had changed for him. Sure, Ryder had stayed in the Bay Area after his mom disappeared, but he hadn't had a choice. Not at first. Anastasia had offered him a home, ensuring he wouldn't have to go into foster care. When she passed, she'd planned ahead and left Ryder her little earthquake cottage. He'd already been at Berkeley on a full scholarship, and then he'd been hired on at WCF, which was headquartered in Oakland.
"Why did I come back?" "It's complicated, but mostly because I'm the most responsible person born to this family since Clarabelle, and she's been, don't tell her this, old since I was a teen. Her living grandson is, I'm sorry to say, a useless tool. I do have a nephew. Well, actually, he's my second cousin, but he calls me Uncle Shay." He waved a hand, clearly not caring about the exact relationship, but he's not close to anyone here but me. Keeping an eye on Clarabelle is my responsibility, my way of paying it forward. And the island has a hold on me I can't deny. Now that I'm older, I'm able to appreciate the gift Piedras is. When you say older, you make it sound like you think you're 1,000,000 years old. You're in your 40s, not dead, and you're sexy as hell. Do continue, though. Ryder rested his chin against his fist. "I want to know more." "About what?" "You've asked me so many questions, I think you know more about me than I do." The drink must have loosened Shay's tongue. Ryder asked him questions all the time, but this time he was getting detailed answers. A goofy smile had graced his face when he mentioned Cullen, and now Ryder wanted to know about the mysterious nephew as well. "Tell me about Cullen." Shay raised one mocking eyebrow. "He's your age," he began. Great. Maybe Ryder shouldn't have been curious about Cullen if all it did was remind Shay that Ryder was younger than him. "He's smart. Like you. He's been working on some kind of waste recycling system. We're close. He's like a younger brother to me, I guess." Ryder was kicking himself and barely kept from rolling his eyes. Nice. Friend zone 1, Ryder 0. It was his turn to stare out at the sailboats rocking in the bay. "What about your family?" Shay asked him. "You never talk about them." "My family history is pretty much always the talk of the island, so I can't escape the questions and funny looks when people find out who I am." Ryder returned his attention to Shay. He hadn't told Shay about his mom, his past. He was tired of hearing "so sorry" and "how tragic." He had been lost for a time, true,
But when WCF had hired him, he'd decided that choosing to do what he could to change victims' futures or to bring closure to other families was a more productive and positive way to honor his mother. Did he think about her? All the damn time. But Isabel Mann had been gone 17 years, longer than he'd had her, and not living his own life seemed the cruelest memorial. Did he want to share his history with Shay? Now? Tonight? Not really. But was it fair to keep what felt like a big secret when he wanted Shay to open up to him? Ryder opened his mouth to say something. He wasn't sure what, but the waiter beat him to it. "Are you ready to order, or would you like an appetizer?" Ben rattled off the specials, including the mussels Ryder had seen on Instagram. "I'll have the mussels," Ryder said. Shay picked up the menu sheet again. "Want to share them? I'd like to try the flatiron steak, too. It sounds delicious." Shay ran his tongue across his lips in anticipation, and Ryder squirmed, adjusting himself. Thank God he was sitting on the other side of the table. "Wow," Ryder mumbled around his last bite of steak. "The food was amazing. The chef really is talented." Shay nodded. "I agree. I hadn't made the time to come out here since the new chef started. I think it's going to be a favorite." The subject of family had been left behind. Instead, they'd continued their discussion about movies, which had inevitably led to books. "Okay, here's one." Ryder gestured at his dinner companion with his fork. "Name a movie that was better than the book, and vice versa." "A book that was better than the movie?" Shay frowned. "Books are almost always better. Keyword almost, smart guy. If it's so easy, tell me one anyway. And then a movie that's better than the book." Shay was quiet while he thought, chewing on the last piece of house-made bread. "Does it have to be recent?" "Nope, there are no limits." "Stephen King's Dark Tower, and everyone knows the Lord of the Rings series is better than the books." "Not sure who this everyone is you speak of," Ryder grumbled. Shay leaned back in his chair, rubbing his belly like Winnie the Pooh after finding the honey pot almost as sexy as licking his lips. "So, why are you really here?" "What?" Ryder was taken off guard by the question. Obviously, Shay had been planning all along to ask him and just waited until he was at his most vulnerable to pounce, his belly full of food and drink. Shay nudged his foot under the table. Or maybe that was Ryder's imagination, mixed with the two French thingies he'd had to drink. His face heated, and his stomach did a little flip. Words he didn't intend to say tried to tumble out of his mouth anyway. He clamped his lips shut around them, feeling like some sort of weird chipmunk. Knowing eyes met his own. Ryder had never been able to decide what color Shay's eyes were. They seemed to fluctuate with his mood. Right now, they were a sort of bluish hazel, and Ryder felt as if they could see his very soul. "Well?" Shay prompted. "Oh, right. Why was he here?" "I couldn't find anywhere else to stay, but luckily this place had a last-minute cancellation." "No, Ryder," Shay said, his grin wide and knowing. "I mean on Piedras. There's no way you can convince me that whatever files you had for Neil couldn't have been sent by courier." Ryder cocked his head. "What if I wanted to be the courier?" "Okay, whatever." Shay was on to him, and he supposed there was no point in trying to fool him. "Fine. I wanted to see you. Is that so bad? But in my defense, I don't trust the postal system any more than Neil does." Shay drew in a deep breath. "Ryder, we've talked about this. You have told me I'm too young for you, which implies you are attracted to me. Just pointing that out. I personally don't have a problem with an age difference. I enjoy a partner with more life experience. But anyway, I don't think I can emphasize enough my distrust of U.S. mail. The last thing I need is to send something out and have it delivered 75 years later, like that postcard I read about last week." "What exactly have we already talked about?" I feel like it was more you informing me and expecting me to just agree with you." Now the drinks were making him feisty. There was a spark between them, and Ryder wasn't the only one who felt it. Why was Shay so frustrating, so determined not to see Ryder as an adult man who found Shay interesting, attractive, and smart enough to keep up with Ryder's wacky brain? 15 years is a lifetime. I feel like you are incredibly fixated on a number. Ryder slumped back in his seat, picked up his drink, and swallowed the last drops. The waiter must have had his attention on their table, because he was beside them in seconds, and even though he knew he shouldn't, Ryder ordered a third. He wasn't driving, and it was his birthday month. Once friendly Ben was out of earshot, Shay said, "I wasn't a nice person when I was younger." Ryder shrugged, feeling more and more frustrated. "So, I probably wasn't either." Chapter 6. Shay. Ryder: "Who was your movie star crush?" Shay: "Male or female?" Ryder: "Dang. Both." Shay: "Angelina before the lip job." Ryder: "You aren't allowed to say Brad." Shay: "Keanu." Ryder: "He can't act his way out of a paper bag." Shay: "You asked, and you're wrong." How was Shay going to get Ryder to understand that not only was he too old, 15 years was a lifetime, he just wasn't a good bet for someone as vibrant as Ryder? Shay had reached the ripe age of 42 without ever committing to anyone. Something inside him resisted permanency. Maybe it was having a front row seat to the shit show that had been his parents' relationship. Maybe it was an inherent personality flaw. When he'd been in Seattle, he'd had a hard-earned reputation as a player, and he hadn't wanted more. Couldn't want more with the schedule he had. Shay had never invited anyone, male or female, to be a permanent part of his life. I was a bully, and then I became a lawyer, which is just a fancy title for a bully. Ryder frowned. "You don't really believe that?" No, he didn't believe that anymore. But 20 or maybe even as short a time as 10 years ago, he'd still harbored a lot of anger. Two things had happened to change how Shay felt. First, his younger cousin, Cullen Dullicombe, had needed someone, and that someone ended up being Shay. Cullen had lived with Shay until he got on his feet, and related to that, because Cullen had looked up to him, Shay refused a client for the first time in his career. The defendant, an influential business owner, had claimed he wasn't guilty of beating his wife to death. The creep's insistence that they'd been drinking and things just got out of control had been a huge red flag for Shay. Shay had pored over the evidence, stared into the man's eyes, and known without a doubt he was a domestic abuser turned killer, and that, if he had the chance, he'd make the same choice again. It had been a life-changing decision for Shay, and some of his colleagues had not been happy with him, accusing him of playing God. Maybe he had been, but he wasn't changing his mind. Someone else could defend this man's actions. When Henry had called and congratulated him, Shay knew he'd made the right choice. "I heard from mutual friends you're making folks mad. I'm glad to hear it. You know as well as I do that the system is fucked up. Do what you've always done best, Shay. Defend those who need you, those who are wrongfully accused, or who our imperfect system has let down." Even so, Shay wasn't who Ryder thought he was. He wasn't Superman. He was just a man who was trying a little harder to do the right thing. Ryder was still talking. "And even if you were a bully back in the dark ages, you aren't now. Everybody does things they regret. Some of them cause a lot of hurt. I've hurt people's feelings before. Isn't that what being human is about? We have this chance while we're here on Earth to learn and grow and hopefully pass what we learn on to others. Some people are only with us a short time, and I'm not saying this right, but in my opinion, what you're describing is the act of being human. Smart humans learn from their experiences, and that's how we grow as people and a society. Did I steal Bart Raymond's juice box in the 3rd grade and blame it on Darcy Lowe? Yes, I did. But I was busted by my teacher and had to apologize in front of the class. And when my mom learned about it, I got a lecture on personal responsibility that I recall word for word to this day. I no longer steal juice boxes, but if I do, I'm going to make sure there are no witnesses. Damn. Ryder reminded Shay of Henry. Passionate and opinionated and, for whatever reason, seeing worth in Shay that Shay didn't believe was there. It was impossible to argue with either one of them, because they just ignored his protestations. The waiter returned with Ryder's drink. Shay watched as he sipped from it, the rim of the glass pressing against his lush lips and his Adam's apple moving up and back down as he swallowed. It was a vulnerable movement Shay found very sexy. When did you know you were bi? The abrupt topic change caught Shay off guard, and he found himself answering truthfully. My doormate in college. When we first moved in, we fought all the time. Henry still is infuriating, but also incredibly smart. He'd get me all turned around, and half the time I ended up arguing his side. One day, during a huge argument, he looked at me and said, I think we should just fuck this one out. Ryder choked on the sip he'd just taken, coughing as the liquid went down the wrong way. Oh my God. And you did, didn't you? He managed to rasp out. We did. Henry and I are still friends, and before you ask, no, we don't anymore. He and Henry had never been more than convenient fuck buddies. Ryder eyed Shay as he picked up his glass again and set it down without taking a drink. It's the honeymoon suite. Shay squinted at him. Excuse me? The honeymoon suite. That's what they had available here tonight. Ryder leaned across the table. Do you want to come up and see it? It's pretty amazing. You should check it out. Ryder, attempting nonchalance with his invitation, was adorable, but Shay had years of experience in the courtroom reading expressions, and Ryder was faking it. Yes, Shay wanted to see the room. He wanted to see Ryder. He wanted to undress Ryder, to peel his layers of clothing off one by one until Ryder was naked in front of him. He wanted to taste him, to feel Ryder's naked skin against his own. If he went upstairs, he had no doubt that all of those things would happen. Shay checked his watch. The glowing face said it was almost 8. I need to get ready for my interviews tomorrow. He immediately regretted his response. The light in Ryder's eyes dimmed, and he sat back, fiddling with his napkin. Do you want to come with me? Shay couldn't believe the words tumbling from his lips. He was setting himself up for disaster. Ryder Man was the best at what he did, but inviting him along had disaster written all over it. Ryder's eyes widened with excitement, but then they narrowed, as if he was trying to read something into Shay's offer. Shay stared back, as if his suggestion made complete sense, asking Ryder to come along while he poked around for a maybe missing young woman. Happened every day, right? What, like a pity play date? No. Yes, kind of, but Shay was the pitiful one. I'm heading down to Marysville in the morning to talk to the principals, and 2 heads are always better than 1. Your experience with WCF will be an asset. How about it? I should say no. Ryder sighed. But sure. What time? I should probably return my rental. Here? Yeah, I flew from Kenmore, which, I have to say, was incredible. Shay had flown to Hidden Harbor from Kenmore more than once. It was a gorgeous hour-and-a-half flight in an 8-passenger plane. Seeing the islands from the air only reinforced their beauty as well as just how many of them there were. He'd always thought it looked as if they'd been carelessly tossed by some giant like loose change on a countertop. Folding his napkin and setting it next to his plate, Shay pushed his chair back and stood. He needed to leave before he changed his mind about seeing Ryder's room. They have a car return service here at the hotel. I'll pick you up at 7 so we can catch the 7:50 sailing. It shouldn't take too long. Dolores is expecting me. We'll be done by noon. Okay. Ryder glanced at Shay but stayed seated. I'll meet you in the lobby in the morning. I'm going to stay here and enjoy the sunset. Did Shay feel like an asshole? Yes. Yes, he did. But he left anyway, because staying to watch the sunset would lead to all the things he had just denied himself. On his way out, he picked up the dinner tab, telling himself it was one way he could make himself feel better. In the morning, Ryder was waiting for him outside the front doors, bundled up in a thick hoodie with an LGBTQ plus rainbow Starfleet emblem on the front, worn blue jeans, and bright orange Converse. Shay found himself bemused and charmed. Ryder was a colorful sort of person. Shay hadn't been around much in his life. Ryder held a carry-on-size travel bag in one hand and had his ever-present messenger bag hanging over his shoulder. Shay idled the expedition while Ryder tossed his bag in the back and then jogged around to climb into the passenger seat. Thanks for picking me up. I figure I'll just head home once you're done. His smile seemed slightly strained, and his eyes had shadows lingering in them. I'm flying from Painfield, so I don't have to make the trek to SeaTac. I always forget about Painfield. That sounds good. I can drop you off after the meeting. Or we could have lunch. Ryder eyed him skeptically for a second before saying, Sure, but I'm going to need coffee before then. And don't even try to convince me coffee on the ferry is good enough. I fell for that the first time I came up with Neil. I'm pretty sure we can find something open before we load onto the ferry. Before I forget, thanks for dinner. You didn't have to do that. I wanted to. The drive into Hidden Harbor was unusually quiet. Shay didn't know whether Ryder was upset about the evening before or if it was merely a lack of caffeine. It was going to be another gorgeous day. Shay didn't mention it. Talking about the weather felt weird, but the ferry ride was going to be beautiful. He parked in the ferry line, and Ryder immediately hopped out, as if being cooped up in the car was too much. Christ, maybe Shay had too vivid of an imagination. He was the one who'd left last night. Do you want anything? I'm heading to Jewel. Ryder pointed down the street to where Shay could see a pink-striped awning flapping in the morning breeze. A latte would be great. Ryder shut the car door and trotted down the sidewalk. Shay watched him move away, eyeing his perky ass and trying not to feel bad about letting himself do it. Ryder wanted something that scared Shay to his core. Ryder was looking for the one. It was written all over him, a neon sign over his head. Shay wasn't anybody's one and didn't believe in that kind of crap anyway. It was best to not think about anything. Instead, Shay watched their fellow commuters, the people who lived on the island but worked in Anacortes or even Mount Vernon, arriving for the sailing. The day wasn't windy enough for whitecaps, but the gulls and cormorants were enjoying floating along the wind currents. A pair of seagulls were having a heated discussion about whose piling was whose, each wanting the same one. They cycled through, each sitting on it for a while. Shay kept his window rolled down, enjoying the sea-scented air that flowed inside. After a few minutes, Ryder was back, a hot drink in each hand and a white bag tucked under one arm. Shay leaned across and pushed the passenger door open for him. Thanks. Ryder was slightly out of breath. The bakery was open too, so I got us some good old-fashioned carbs to start off the day. He handed Shay one of the hot cups before setting his own in the cup holder and opening the bag. Are you a cake, donut, or a cream-filled pastry person? There's no right answer to that question. How about the cream-filled one? Ryder handed him a napkin and then an enormous pastry. He tried to feel guilty about indulging himself, but as the sugary goodness hit his tongue, Shay knew he'd made the right choice. "Oh, God," Ryder moaned as he sipped his coffee, holding it with two-handed reverence. "I needed this so bad." "You needed a sexual experience with the biggest cup of coffee I've ever seen?" Ryder turned away, holding the drink protectively as if Shay were going to try to wrest it from his hands. "Yes. Nothing happens in my brain before coffee. I don't even know what I did as a child or teen before I discovered its magic qualities. I believe it's called a chemical addiction." "Whatever," Ryder said dismissively. "What do I need to know about this meeting today?" He looked down at himself and frowned. "I suppose I should have worn something businesslike instead of queer casual." Shay chuckled. "You can change on the ferry if you want to." "What did you learn from your research?" "Research?" Ryder widened his eyes in an attempt, Shay assumed, to look innocent, but it was lost on him. He just kept his mouth shut and waited for Ryder to spill whatever information he'd come up with since learning about the case. The cars ahead of them started to move, and Shay turned the SUV on and began to edge forward. Ryder stared out the window while Shay guided the car aboard the ferry. The rattle and hum of the big engines thrummed through the SUV and Shay's body. He loved riding on the ferry. It made him feel young and adventurous. "Fine. You know I did some research," Ryder said. "I didn't dig deep, but Brennan Flynn is 19. His parents are dead. He got his GED and is employed at an auto body shop. His purported girlfriend, Debbie Sampson, was reported missing by her mother, who last saw her 3 days ago. Witnesses report Debbie and Brennan having a fight at a local McDonald's. Brennan says he was home in his apartment the rest of the night, but we all know that's not an alibi. Brennan was caught on security tape leaving his apartment around midnight. Oh, that's not good." "What did you find out about Debbie?" "Also 19 years old. It looks like she's a barista at an espresso stand in North Everett, graduated high school a year ago. She doesn't have a ton of social media, but neither does Brennan. Probably they're on Snapchat or something like that." "Snapchat? Best way to post stuff you don't want to stay up forever. Or they could be on Wicker Me. It's even harder to find out who's there, as they pride themselves on privacy and security. Plus, you don't need a phone number or email to use it. So..." His voice trailed off, leaving Shay to process the implications of untraceable social media. "Anyway, both are pretty much kids. Barely adults. Brennan's been arrested a couple times. Petty theft and trespassing. Stuff that a few decades ago would just have meant a warning or a ride home in a cop car. Debbie doesn't have a record. She had good grades in school, worked at a movie theater, and did some volunteer work before moving to Butterfly Bikini Espresso." "You dug up some good information." Shay was impressed, and he didn't want to know exactly how Ryder had done it. No need to confirm Shay's suspicion that Ryder skirted the edges of various state and federal laws when doing his research. Ryder grinned. "It's my secret power." Chapter 7. Ryder. "Ryder, what famous person from history would you want to meet?" Shay. "Do you have these written down?" Ryder. "I'll go first. I'd want to meet Hedy Lamarr. She was wicked smart." Shay. "Wasn't she an actress?" Ryder. "She also invented Wi-Fi. Pretty cool." Shay. "Mary Jo White." Ryder. Question mark? Shay. "She's the attorney who put John Gotti behind bars. She's badass, and I'd like to just sit and have coffee with her." Ryder wanted to be angry with Shay. He really did. But damn it, Shay was treating him as an equal and asking him for his advice on a case, and Ryder's irritation burned off like summer morning fog. There 1 minute, and gone the next time you looked up. And Ryder never could hold a grudge anyway. By all rights, he should have a wicked hangover this morning, but he'd somehow escaped the headache. After the 3 drinks at dinner last night, he'd headed upstairs to the honeymoon suite, cracked open the complimentary bottle of champagne, and streamed sappy movies on his laptop until he'd fallen asleep. Or passed out. Whatever. He'd been 9 or so when Sweet Home Alabama came out. His mom had loved it so much that she'd purchased it as soon as it came out on DVD, and the 2 of them had watched it together whenever she was feeling sad or wistful. Those were times when pints of ice cream came out and Ryder had got to fall asleep cuddled next to his mom on the couch. Nowadays, it was Ryder's way of remembering her. When he was watching Reese Witherspoon succumb to her true love, he could almost remember the sound of his mom's voice and the scent of her citrus perfume. Possibly he was a huge nerdling, but it was his go-to comfort movie. At 2, after he'd woken, curled up on the couch in an awkward position and thirsty as hell, he'd gotten a big glass of water, taken an Advil, and gotten online to research a little more on Shay's case. This morning, no hangover was a win, and today was a whole new day, in the words of someone famous and overly optimistic. Or maybe he just made that up. If Shay thought Ryder was so easily shut down, he would soon find out he was wrong. Ryder was sort of glad Shay had ignored his not-so-subtle hints they should head up and use the honeymoon suite the way it was meant to be used. He didn't want to pity fuck. He wanted Shay's heart, or he wouldn't have spent the last 10 months doing everything he could to break down Shay's defenses. Shay was hung up about their age difference. Ryder didn't need his genius IQ to figure that out, especially since Shay had actually said so out loud. And likely there were other factors Ryder didn't know about, although Shay's comment about his life growing up gave him an inkling. Damn it, he couldn't fight what he didn't know. It was like trying to find cobwebs in the dark. He needed to turn the metaphorical light on so he could make his own case. The assumption that a 15-year difference was too much to surmount, that their life experiences were too divergent, was not only ridiculous, it was also exasperating. Once they were on the ferry, Ryder changed into more professional clothes he tossed in his bag, not thinking he'd actually wear them, which, if he hadn't been half asleep, he would have put on instead of his comfy outfit. He felt pretty lucky he had packed slacks and a button-down, pink but still professional. By the time they reached Anacortes, he knew as much about the missing girl as Shay did, and just under an hour later, they pulled into the parking lot of Dolores Sam's office in Marysville. Marysville was a typical suburban town, slowly being swallowed by Everett as that town expanded and itself was swallowed by Seattle. Outlet stores and dusty strip malls lined the roads on each side of I-5. Even though it was before noon, the day was warm and only going to get warmer. Their destination was in one of those strip malls. At one end was a teriyaki place and Sally's nail salon. On the other end was a coin laundromat and a place called Sip and Ship that looked to be long out of business. Dolores Sam's office was located smack in the middle, indicated by a sign reading Tribal Community Outreach Office. "What do you want me to do?" Ryder asked, grabbing his messenger bag with his laptop tucked inside. "Just sit back and listen for now." Inside the office, a woman in her early 20s greeted them from behind a desk placed across from the entrance. She clearly juggled more than one role, the current one being a receptionist and door monitor. "Good morning," Shay said. "I'm Shay Delacombe. I have an appointment with Miss Sam this morning." Devin Flynn called ahead. "Katie Long, nice to meet you. Dolores is expecting you. Head on back." The dark-haired woman gestured behind her. When the phone on her desk rang, her attention was immediately elsewhere, and she left Shay and Ryder to find their own way. The interior walls of the office were plastered with public service posters and phone numbers for topics including drug and alcohol dependency, domestic abuse, the local food bank, and who to call if a tribal member needed legal assistance. At the end of the short hallway, a door opened, and a woman about Shay's age poked her head out, beckoning them to come her way.
Dolores's office was mostly taken up by a huge desk and several bookshelves crammed with what looked like weighty legal tomes. "Good morning, Shay. Have a seat." She shot Ryder a questioning look. "This is my friend and professional acquaintance Ryder Mann from West Coast Forensics," Shay said. "I don't know anyone better at digging up information than Ryder. I'm hoping he can help us find something that we missed. I can show you my credentials if you'd like," Ryder offered, soaking up Shay's praise. Nodding, Dolores sat back behind her desk, her sharp eyes missing nothing. Ryder was glad he'd changed clothes. The feeling of being called before the principal was strong. Dolores's gaze skated back to Shay. "I'm sorry we met like this again. I keep saying we'll have lunch, but it doesn't seem to happen. And now you're supposedly retired." "It is what it is. I'm retired from my Seattle practice, but I'm not planning on leaving it all behind." Shay and Ryder each took one of the chairs facing Dolores's desk. "What can you tell us about Debbie Sampson? Devin mentioned he thought she worked for you, but we learned she works at an espresso bar." "I don't know much." Dolores's gaze flitted to Ryder and back to Shay so quickly that if he hadn't been watching her, Ryder would have missed it. "She's missing, and Brennan Flynn was the last person seen with her. I've spoken with him, and he swears up and down he hasn't seen her since they broke up and doesn't know where she is. There's no sign of foul play, but everyone's worried." "Why?" Dolores bit her lip and leaned forward as if there were ears she didn't want hearing what she had to say. "Other girls have gone missing in the past year. Girls we haven't been able to find and let their families know they are okay, or at least give them closure. Not only tribal members, but always members of vulnerable populations. There are probably more I don't know about. But the migrant farm worker community doesn't want to risk contact with the police or thinks it's useless to report. I don't like it, Shay. I don't like it one bit. Debbie Sampson is a smart girl. She's been volunteering for the office since she turned 16, as well as working other jobs. She's got a scholarship to college. She's reliable. Shows up for things she's committed to. This is not like her. The last thing we need is more of our people disappearing and the government ignoring it." Ryder frowned and glanced at Shay. Dolores asked, "Have you heard of the Highway of Tears?" "Yes. I don't know as much as I should," Ryder admitted, "but I've heard of it. Since 1970, dozens of women from different tribes have gone missing or been murdered on that stretch of road in British Columbia. That's why it's called the Highway of Tears now. For years, no one listened to us. We shouted into the void, trying to get authorities to believe that something was very wrong. I have contacts in Prince George and Prince Rupert who know or are directly related to the women and girls who were taken from us. I am not allowing that to happen here, on my watch, if it's the last thing I do." Her words were spoken with conviction and also smoothly, as if she'd said the same thing many, many times. "Are the other missing girls similar? Similar to Debbie?" Ryder wasn't sure how to phrase his question, but Dolores seemed to understand. "Yes and no. You know how it is." She waved a hand at her walls, which were also covered with public service posters. "Even with all the education and pamphlets we practically drown the community with, tribal members don't trust the city police. And they have good reason not to. Plenty of the police think we are barely human. Things are changing, but there are plenty of holdouts on the police force who think Debbie ran away, or, if she didn't, maybe that she got what she deserved." Her tone was bitter, but no more so than Ryder's would be if he were telling a similar story. "Debbie didn't come from as rough an upbringing as did the other missing girls," she continued. "She was working hard to create a life for herself. They were all similar in age, I guess, between high school and college, trying to make their way in the world.
Shay asked. What about Brennan Flynn?
Brennan has had a tough road. He admits they had a fight, but other than saying they broke up, he won't tell me what it was about.
We'll need to talk to him. I already got his information from Devon.
Shay shifted in his seat.
Is there anything else?
I don't think so. As far as I know, there's nothing pointing at Brennan other than that they were seen arguing. The police aren't treating Debbie's disappearance as anything out of the ordinary. She's 19. She'd been working at an espresso place. My thought is they think she just left town, found a man to take care of her. That's not Debbie. She isn't looking for marriage. She has plans for her future. Digging under a stack of papers, Dolores dragged out a pad of sticky notes and scribbled an address on one. She handed it to Shay. Here's her mother's cell number and address.
Thanks. Devon gave me her information too, but I appreciate you being so helpful. What kind of work did Debbie do for the center?
Ryder was curious. Did she sit at the front desk? Did she hand out flyers? Dolores glanced at him as if she'd forgotten he was there. Odd jobs. Sometimes she delivered documents or filled in when there was no one for the front desk. Ryder thought her answer seemed vague, but what did he know? He was a computer nerd, not a people person.
Do you happen to know if Brennan will be home now? Shay asked. I think we should talk to him next.
Ryder glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. It was almost 11. Either at home or at the body shop he works at on Meridian. Auto Body Experience. Ryder had to suppress a grin at the name. Someone had a sense of humor, but it was clear from her tone that Dolores did not approve of the shop. Is the auto shop not a good place for Brennan? I've had run-ins with the owner over the years. Complaints, rumors of below-standard work, but never enough to get anyone to actually do anything. Brennan seems to like it there, so I've held my tongue. Ryder doubted the veracity of that statement. Dolores seemed like she would be outspoken about anything that bothered her.
Give me some time to talk to everyone, Shay said. I'll stop by or call you, and we'll talk further. Since there isn't a sign of foul play, I doubt the police will be ramping up their investigation anytime soon. Just in case, though. Do you have a contact on the Marysville force I can speak with?
She nodded. Charlie Dean. I'll call him and let him know you might want to talk to him.
The tribal police aren't involved? Shay asked.
The missing person was reported to the city police. Charlie is a tribal member, and he acts as a liaison much of the time, so he's definitely someone you should talk to.
What about the police chief? Dolores's raised eyebrows were sharp enough to carve stone.
Chief Groper is... He says one thing and does another. He's old school, should have retired years ago. Not only is he old school, but over time he has become even less willing to work with us. It's his way or the highway. And unfortunately, much of the time, his way would lead us right over a cliff. I'd rather have the highway.
What do you think?
Ryder asked after they'd climbed back inside Shay's SUV. Trapped heat had rolled out when they'd opened the doors, and the leather seats were baking hot. Ryder pulled at the collar of his button-down. He was used to hot weather, but this was nasty. Shay stared out the windshield, tapping the steering wheel with his thumbs before backing out of the parking space. The AC began blowing cool air into the cab, and Ryder turned his face into it.
I think we don't know anything. Dolores is good people. She has good instincts. That said, we need to talk to Brennan and to Debbie's mom. And Charlie Dean. He added with a distinct sourness, and probably the police chief. These things are always made more difficult by the fact that the city and tribal police overlap, but don't actually work together. There's a lot of animosity between them. Groper is a relic, and hopefully we can avoid him. But I doubt it.
Brennan Flynn's apartment building was located in a less desirable part of town, very close to the interstate. They were stopping there first. They decided they didn't want to bother Brennan at work if they didn't have to.
The mission was to help Brennan, not harass him. That the building had been constructed in the 1990s was obvious by the cheap siding and small aluminum-framed windows, as if residents didn't need natural light in their homes. The random patches of grass were brittle and brown, and the shrubs planted along the parking area had long since given up the ghost. Apartment C-209 was located at the back, facing the highway. Shay knocked on the door and looked surprised when a half-dressed white male answered the door, so Ryder deduced this wasn't Brennan. As tall as Shay, the young man had well-defined pecs and abs. Ryder couldn't miss them, as they were right there in front of him. There the similarities ended, as the stranger had shoulder-length blonde hair swept back from his face as if he'd been running his hands through it, and his bare chest was covered with intricate tattoos.
"What?" he said impatiently. "I'm Shay Delacombe. This is Ryder Man. We'd like to talk with Brennan if he's available." The guy looked Shay up and down, as if assessing the truth of his words before allowing them inside. Eventually he nodded and called over his shoulder, "Brennan, somebody wants to talk to you." Then he opened the door wider so Shay and Ryder could enter, and a muffled, "In a sec," reached their ears. "I'm David Atkins." He stuck out his hand. First Shay and then Ryder shook it as they entered the small living room. "Are you Brennan's roommate?" Ryder was curious about the guy. He seemed protective of Brennan. David nodded. "Yep." Ryder looked around. The apartment was, surprisingly, not hideous and very tidy. In his experience, late teens and 20-somethings who shared a place were not clean. Dishes were strewn everywhere, abandoned clothing littered the floors, and the carpet always needed vacuuming. But this common space was clean, and marks in the carpet indicated someone had vacuumed recently. 2 bookshelves were neatly organized. Ryder moved closer to look at them, not only by author, but by cover color. Somebody was a neat freak. So was Ryder. "Thanks for letting us in," Shay said. "How long have you known Brennan?" "You're here about Debbie, aren't you?" Ryder saw Shay nod out of the corner of his eye while he pretended to focus on the bookshelf, but was actually listening to David's answers. The books were fascinating. There were paperbacks and hardbacks of all genres tucked onto the shelves, and if Ryder weren't here on business, he'd want to spend some time looking through them. "He didn't do anything. He wouldn't hurt her." Ryder couldn't help himself. He turned to watch Shay and David interact. David had his arms crossed over his bare chest, while Shay stood relaxed with his hands in his pockets. "Did you know Debbie?" Shay leaned one hip against a battered but clean extra-long couch. David shrugged. "She came by and hung out with Brennan. I don't really know her that well. She's nice, I guess." "Did Brennan say anything the night Debbie disappeared?" "He told me they had a fight, if that's what you're asking." "Do you know what it was about?" David bit his lip, his gaze darting between the two of them. If he'd been about to answer, he was interrupted by the appearance of Brennan Flynn. Brennan reminded Ryder of his uncle Devin, though where Devin was stocky, even beefy, Brennan had the leanness of youth. He was still growing, still putting muscle on his broad shoulders, and he was taller than Devin. But they had a similar facial structure, heavy eyebrows and sharp cheekbones. Shay moved toward him, sticking out his hand. "Thanks for seeing us, Brennan." As if Shay hadn't traveled all the way from Piedra's Island as a favor for a friend. As Brennan shook Shay's hand, he glanced at David, a flash of worry crossing his face. Brennan wasn't traditionally handsome, but he was good-looking in a T.J. Oshie sort of way. And yes, Ryder was a hockey fan. Sure. Uncle Devin called me last night and said you were coming to talk to me. I don't know what I can tell you, though." Brennan seemed twitchy, but maybe he was just shy, or speaking to those who appeared to be in authority made him nervous. "Do you want me to stay or take off?" David asked Brennan. Brennan's eyes widened. He looked between Shay and David, obviously not wanting David to leave. "Is it okay if David stays?" Shay smiled at him. "Of course. Nothing about today is formal. Ryder and I are gathering information.
trying to find out what we can about Debbie, where she might have gone, or what might have happened to her. I should tell you, your Uncle Devin asked me to help you, to represent you if it comes to that."
"Uncle Dev did that?"
Emotion filled Brennan's eyes, and David gave his biceps a squeeze.
"Debbie is fine, Brennan. She's probably in Seattle, pissed at you."
Releasing Brennan's arm, David glanced around the living room. The couch was stationed in front of a wall with a big, flat-screen TV hanging on it, a gaming system underneath. There was not enough space for all four of them.
"Let's go into the kitchen."
Chapter 8. Shay. Ryder.
"What's your favorite kind of food?"
Shay.
"Not pizza."
Ryder.
"Heathen."
Shay. "I love a well-cooked steak with a glass of wine." Ryder. "Boring." Brennan Flynn was nervous, but Shay didn't have the impression it was from guilt. Any normal person would be nervous or worried when someone they knew disappeared, even if it was an ex-girlfriend. The roommate, David, grabbed a shirt that had been draped over the arm of the couch and pulled it on as he led the way into the small kitchen at the back of the apartment. Each of them claimed a chair around the table, a product of the 1970s, dark, unnameable wood with scalloped edges and thick legs. Shay remembered his parents having one just like it when he was a boy. He pulled out his legal pad. "I'm going to be taking notes, okay?" Brennan nodded, biting his lip. "Go through what happened the day Debbie disappeared for me. Anything you can think of."
"We broke up. I was a chicken shit and did it over the phone, but then she talked me into meeting her later so we could talk."
He shot a look at David, who was watching him intently, his arms crossed over his chest.
"She was mad at me. Really mad, and I get it. She slapped me on the face, and yeah, that made me feel shitty, but I didn't hit her back. I can take a slap or two."
Interesting, since Dolores had thought it wasn't serious. It seemed that Debbie had been more serious than the other woman realized. "Why did you break up? Are you dating someone else?"
"No, it wasn't right between us,
Again, Brennan seemed flustered, but forged ahead.
"We have different goals and stuff. She wants to move away, and I don't. This is my home, and I'm not ready to leave it yet. I like my job at the auto shop enough. I'm learning a ton, and maybe someday I'll have my own business."
Shay glanced at Brennan's hands. They were clean, but shadowed with oil and dirt from working on cars all day. A working man's hands. Dolores mentioned that Debbie had signed up for classes at the community college. That doesn't seem like something someone who wanted to leave would do.
"I don't know about any classes. She didn't say anything to me."
"How long had you two been going out?" Brennan scratched the back of his head and glanced at his roommate, who shrugged.
"A month? No, closer to 6 weeks, I guess. Not that long."
"How did you meet?"
"Well, we all kind of know each other, but Debbie brought her car into the shop. We talked, and I guess things just went from there. When she picked her car up, she asked if I wanted to grab a drink."
"You two weren't serious?"
"I guess."
Brennan shifted in his seat.
"I wasn't serious. I shouldn't have agreed to go out, and then I shouldn't have let it go on as long as I did."
He hung his head. "Do you think Debbie was abducted? Or is she off licking her wounds somewhere?"
"I wish I knew. She's not the type to be quiet about stuff. I figured she'd be all over, telling everybody who'd listen what an asshole I am."
He frowned harder, meeting Shay's gaze.
"I'm scared something bad happened."
"You told the police you saw her at the McDonald's and then went home for the night, but a witness says you left your apartment around 11. Brennan's breath hitched, and he bit his lip.
I just needed to get out and think. Walking helps me. The cops were freaking me out when they came to talk to me, and they already don't like me. I guess I just forgot. I was in trouble for a while, but since I landed the auto shop job, I've been on the straight and narrow. No getting high, no missing work, nothing."
"Why did you lie about it?"
"I didn't lie. I forgot. I swear.
He ran his hands across his head through his stick-straight hair, tugging at it.
"Needed to get out.
I walked around the neighborhood for like an hour and then came back.
Okay. No worries, Shay said soothingly. I just wanted to hear your explanation. He was convinced Brennan was telling the truth. After almost 20 years as a defense lawyer, he had a well-honed bullshit detector. Brennan was scared and nervous, but Shay felt it didn't stem from wrongdoing. He was legitimately worried about his ex-girlfriend.
What's going to happen to Brennan now?
The question came from David. Brennan goes about his daily business, Shay replied. The police haven't arrested him. They've only questioned him. They don't have enough or any evidence. But, he added, Brennan will continue to be a person of interest until Debbie is found, and we need to hope she's found alive. It's an unfortunate statistic that significant others or spouses are the first suspects when it comes to women who disappear.
Do you think she was seeing someone else, maybe?
Ryder interjected.
Or was there someone on the sidelines who was interested? I don't think so, but we didn't see each other every day or anything. She worked at that coffee place.
Brennan paused and looked over at David again before continuing.
Maybe one of the girls there would know something.
Shay tugged his wallet out and handed Brennan his business card. Reach out if you think of anything else. Oh, who are Debbie's friends? Did she have anyone close? A best girlfriend?
She and Gabby Swinton are pretty tight, I think. Maybe Mary Ness. They've been friends a long time.
Do you have their numbers?
No. Gabby's a lifeguard at the Y, though. Mary works for her uncle at a plant place by the freeway. You're going to find Debbie, right?
Brennan's eyes filled with tears, and he brushed them away as if the show of emotion was too much.
Not just because I don't want this hanging over me, but I'm honestly worried about her. I don't care if she's mad at me or even hates me now.
We're going to do our best. Shay hoped they would find Debbie easily, that she was just hiding somewhere. If Brennan wasn't involved in Debbie Sampson's disappearance, though, who was? Ryder grunted thoughtfully as he climbed back into the expedition.
Why do you have this frickin' ginormous vehicle anyway? Is it a dick thing? Should I lower my expectations?
Ha ha. Clarabelle hates it too. And no, it's not a dick thing. It's handy for hauling stuff around, and it's great in the snow up at the cabin. Ryder swung around to look intently at Shay.
Cabin? What is this cabin you speak of?
I don't speak of it, which is why you've never heard of it.
Spill.
Shay rolled his eyes and started the engine. As he began to back out, the seatbelt bell started dinging. Put your seatbelt on.
Yes, Daddy.
What was it his mother used to say? Butter wouldn't melt in his mouth. That was Ryder's tone. The last thing I am is your daddy. Ryder burst out laughing, rocking backward in the seat as he chortled. The look on your face is priceless. He secured the seatbelt, but continued to cackle and snort as Shay took them back out onto the highway. So, Daddy, he began in a low, husky voice that had no right to turn Shay on the way it did. Tell Baby about the cabin. No, no, and no. No, Daddy, no, Baby. Use that word one more time and what? Ryder asked. You gonna give me a spanking? He whacked his thigh, snorted, and chortled. This is just getting better and better. Ryder laughed again before managing to say, Don't worry, I'm not into daddies. Just one sexy older man. That would be you. You sound like a hyena when you laugh, Shay lied. Ryder stopped laughing long enough to turn his head and glare at Shay, but there was no heat behind it. I do not. He didn't. Ryder's laugh was infectious, and regardless of the seriousness of the situation, it made Shay's heart beat a little faster when he heard it. And Shay was smiling too. Damn it. You've just got ruffled feathers over the daddy thing. But getting back to the subject we were on before I got distracted in such a delightful way, because I have no problem with you being a daddy. What do you think is up with Brennan and David? And we're circling back to the cabin thing, too. I'm not forgetting about it. What do you mean, what's up with Brennan and David? Shay ignored the daddy comment. He'd been hyper-focused on Brennan's body language while they talked to him and his responses to their questions, not on David. Roommates, Ryder scoffed, with an extra snort thrown in for good measure. As shitty as middle and high school were for me, I'm glad these days I never had a closet to hide in. If those two are just roommates, I'll eat fried liver slathered with mayonnaise for a week. Shay's stomach roiled at the thought of mayo and liver, together or separate. Christ, what a nauseating combination. The food, I mean, not Brennan and David. You think they're together? He thought about it and found he agreed. What gave them away? The way David watched Brennan while he was answering your questions, and the way Brennan kept looking to David for support. David feels protective toward Brennan, and he couldn't hide a twitch when Brennan said he wasn't dating anyone. My bet is one of them isn't out. Maybe they have something going on, like a roommates with benefits kind of thing. Something secret, which sucks because they may be forced to go public before this is over, and no one should have to come out before they're ready. Where are we headed, anyway? Shay focused his attention back on the road, mentally mapping out their route. I want to talk to Gabby Swinton and Mary Sam, if we can pin them down, and maybe swing by the auto shop where Brennan works. I want to see what his coworkers have to say about him, if they knew Debbie at all. If Brennan is gay, what was he doing dating Debbie? I think we both know the answer to that. He could be bi or pan, though, as you are aware. Ryder gazed out the window. It's not as if small towns like this are generally accepting, and in tribal communities it's often worse. Even though many native cultures historically accepted sexual diversity, the Western culture of homophobia has been ingrained in a community that already struggles with being viewed and treated as lesser, and it would explain all that body language that was going on while we talked to them. They were both silent for a few minutes. Shay was pretty sure they were thinking along similar lines. If Ryder was right, could Brennan have been using Debbie as a beard? Would she have been upset? Humiliated even? Maybe enough to leave town? Shame could be a hard pill to swallow. For now, let's focus on Debbie's disappearance, Shay decided. We should talk to her friends, Gabby and Mary, and stop by the McDonald's. Maybe someone there will remember something. I suppose we should wait until tonight, in case we can catch someone who was working that shift. Let's start with Debbie's mom. Then, if we have time, we'll stop by the auto shop where Brennan works. Debbie's mother, Gloria Sampson, lived in a single-wide pre-manufactured home on the outskirts of town, between Marysville and Tulalip. The neighborhood was a mix. Many of the yards had cars on blocks or appliances sitting in them, and residents watched them with suspicion as they drove past. Shay's shiny SUV stood out against the older, banged-up cars skulking in asphalt driveways. Just as many properties were clean and tidy, and there didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason as to why. Shay knew from his years doing pro bono work in the community not to judge on appearances. Gloria's home fell somewhere between tidy and junkyard. The structure could have used a paint job, and the hanging baskets were weeks past needing watering, but the yard was mowed, and a freshly washed late-model silver Honda Accord was parked in front of the house next to a dinged-up white Toyota Corolla. Shay knocked on the door while Ryder waited a little behind him. There was no answer for a minute, and he was debating knocking again when the door opened just a crack. Gloria Sampson? I'm Shay Delacombe. I think Devin Flynn called to let you know I was coming by. Is this an okay time to ask a few questions about your daughter? The door opened wider. Gloria was about 5'4" and wore medical scrubs with colorful dinosaurs printed on them. She squinted in the bright sunlight, and Shay wondered if they'd woken her up. Sure. Sorry, I'm on nights this schedule. I was trying to sleep, but I can't. Not with Debbie missing. She drew in a breath. Do you have any ID or anything? She asked, so I know you are who you say you are. Sure. Shay pulled out his wallet and showed her his driver's license, as well as handing her a business card. This is my associate, Ryder Mann. Ryder shook Gloria's hand. Would you like to see my ID too? No, I feel silly asking. Oh, you shouldn't feel silly at all, Ryder assured her. You're being safe. You are your first and last line of protection. Too many people just allow random strangers into their homes. He handed her his license. She took it and glanced at it before handing it back to him. The home was tidy inside, too. To the left of the entrance was the living room area, with an overstuffed, flowered couch and love seat and a coffee table. There were a few framed photographs hanging on the walls, and a window that looked out to a small backyard and the alley beyond. Gloria stepped toward the kitchen. Do you want anything to drink? No, we don't want to trouble you, Shay replied. We'll ask our questions and let you get back to getting ready for your day. He nodded at the floral couch. Do you mind if we sit down? Chapter 9. Ryder. Ryder, who's your favorite fiction author? I don't want you to tell me about some guy who wrote Torts. Shay, I don't read a lot of fiction. Ryder, gimme. Shay, Hunter S. Thompson. Ryder, no way. You're just trying to look cool. Shay, Elmore Leonard. Ryder, that's better. Shay, you? Ryder, J.R.R. Tolkien, Brandon Sanderson, Robin Hobb, Terry Pratchett. Shay, that's 4. Ryder, your point? Shay and Ryder sat next to each other while Gloria perched on the edge of the single armchair across from them. On the wall behind her hung several framed pictures of her and a girl who aged over the course of the photos and could only be Debbie Sampson. Tears spilled down Gloria's thin cheeks. She swiped at them while she spoke about her missing daughter. I don't know whether to stay home all the time in case she calls, or work all the time so I don't think about what's happened to her. You told Devin you'd argued. Shay probed. What was the argument about? Gloria looked back at them, her dark eyes pools of misery. I was going to work and didn't want her going out all night. She'd been seeing Brennan Flynn, and I don't know, I just didn't think it was right. He didn't seem that into her, and I thought she was going to get hurt. She looked down at her hands. I tried to tell her she couldn't go out, even though she's 19. It was such a stupid argument. I just want my baby back. I don't want to wear a red shawl. In Native American culture, Ryder was aware, shawls often represented protection and were worn by women in traditional ceremonies. Red was believed to be the only color spirits could see after they passed to the other side. Therefore, the living wore red shawls so their ancestors could see them. Wearing a red shawl had become a political statement as Native Americans and First Nations peoples fought authorities, not only in the United States but in Canada as well, demanding the governments recognize the growing crisis of missing and murdered tribal peoples, especially women and children. No one should have to beg police to believe that their daughter, sister, child hadn't just run off because she was unhappy with her life. He knew what it felt like to be dismissed. The Berkeley police had labeled his mother as someone who lived a questionable lifestyle, a single mom, and an exotic dancer. Being an exotic dancer didn't mean someone was morally suspect. His mom and many of her co-workers were women just trying to get by, to make rent, and in any case, did her job make looking into her disappearance, following what leads they'd had, which had not been many, pointless? No. If the police had taken the missing persons report seriously, they might have had a better chance of finding Isabel, even if she'd been killed the night she disappeared. By the time they got around to interviewing taxi drivers and other car services, no one remembered anything about a petite young woman with dark hair. The permanent,
Simmering anger Ryder carried deep in his soul over the way his mom's disappearance was handled was what motivated him to do absolutely everything within his ability when his boss assigned him a new case. Debbie sounds like a smart young woman. Is there any chance she's just hiding out somewhere? Cooling off? Shay asked.
Maybe, Gloria said hesitantly. But now it's been 3 days, and no one has seen her, and she hasn't returned my phone calls. Not even her best friends, and of course, Brennan claims he hasn't either.
She pressed her lips together, then continued.
I don't know where to look. The police think she's in Seattle or who knows where.
How about her father? Would she talk to him?
I don't think so. They weren't close. I broke down and called him after talking to Devin. He claims he hasn't seen or heard from her.
What about her clothes or other belongings? Is anything missing? Ryder asked.
I looked in her room. I don't think anything is missing, but it's hard to tell. She's not exactly tidy.
Do you mind if we take a look? They followed Gloria down a short hallway with 2 doors on opposite sides. She opened one and stepped back so they could see inside the room. Ryder understood what she'd meant when she said it was hard to tell. Debbie's room was an explosion of belongings. The bed wasn't made. Clothes and stuffed animals were piled everywhere, and a bookshelf with a few paperbacks on the shelves sat under her window. There were stacks of makeup, as well as several framed photographs that looked to be of Debbie and her friends at prom or another dance. Shay picked up one of them and peered at it. Ryder looked over his shoulder. The 3 girls were all traditionally posed and smiling for the camera.
That's Debbie on the end, her friend Mary in the middle, and Gabby on the other side.
Debbie was the shortest and smallest of the 3 girls, almost waifishly slender. Her dark hair was swept up in a fancy braid, and the off-the-shoulder midnight blue dress she wore left little to the imagination.
She told me she was changing jobs.
Gloria sniffled.
She said she was quitting that awful bikini barista place. I was so glad. I don't care who wears a swimsuit, and I don't believe in body shaming, but I swear the only customers that drive through there are lecherous old men who want to see naked young women and don't want to pay for it at Honey's.
Going out on a limb, Ryder was going to assume Honey's was a local strip club. Shay asked, did she ever have any trouble with customers? Gloria shrugged, the lines in her face even more pronounced.
Debbie is pretty. Men have been looking at her since she was a preteen. If I could have wrapped her up and hidden her from the world, I would have. But I don't remember her mentioning anyone specific. That job was just so unlike her. But she said she was saving money for classes. What classes was she interested in? Ryder asked. Criminology, believe it or not. I told her she listened to too many true crime podcasts. Debbie laughed and said maybe so, but that was what she wanted to try for anyway. She is really excited for her classes this fall. She said all the volunteer work she'd been doing was going to pay off.
She'd been volunteering for Dolores Sam as well?
That's right.
What did she do there? Ryder wanted to know what kept Debbie Sampson volunteering and working at least a part-time job.
I don't really know. She loved working there, though, and I think she wished Dolores could pay her. Last summer, she got to do a 6-week internship in British Columbia at a tribal law and outreach center. When she came back, she was fired up to be the one who would change things in our community. She hates that crimes against our most vulnerable people are often ignored. Lord, she talked about it all the time. Debbie may be small, but she's a warrior.
Tapping the photo with his fingertip, Shay asked, may I take this? Or do you have another picture of Debbie we could have?
Take that one.
She turned away, as if looking at the photo of the happy girls was too much to bear. Maybe it was. Shay picked up the frame and pried the photograph out of it.
"I'll try not to ruin this," he told her. She nodded, seemingly unable to speak, and turned down the hallway toward the living room again. Ryder followed them, wanting to get out of the home sooner rather than later. Debbie's disappearance was reviving a bad time for him, but it also made him even more determined to do whatever he could to bring her home. "Do you know if the police have talked to Debbie's father?" Shay asked. "I know you said they aren't close, but could she be with him and he be lying about it for some reason?" "I don't think they have talked to him, but honestly, Robert is not invested in Debbie at all, and I don't think he'd lie about her being with him if she was there. I hate saying this, but he's too lazy to lie. It takes too much effort. Besides, he lives in California. How would she get there with no car?" "Is her car parked out front?" Gloria nodded. "The white one. It was parked by Dolores Sam's office. A friend did me a favor and towed it here. I checked inside it and didn't see anything out of the ordinary." Why hadn't Dolores mentioned they'd found Debbie's car in her parking lot? What else had Dolores forgotten to mention? "Thank you for talking with us." Shay's calm voice interrupted Ryder's thoughts. "We'll let ourselves out." They departed. Gloria was swiping tears from her face again as the door shut behind them with a quiet snick. "Well," Ryder said as he tugged his seatbelt over his hips, "that was depressing." He was reminded of those first days when his mom hadn't come home, and Anastasia had taken him to her house because she didn't want him being sent to family services. Everything had been too quiet, as if they were very still, they could pretend nothing was wrong. "We're going to need to talk to Debbie's father, whether Gloria likes it or not," Ryder commented. "True. We can probably get his full name from Devin. I'll text him and ask." "Why didn't Dolores say anything about Debbie's car?" Shay shrugged as he started the engine. Maybe it slipped her mind, or maybe she didn't know it was Debbie's car. It seemed to Ryder that Dolores Sam was not the kind of person who forgot important details like a missing girl's car being found parked near her office. "Do you really believe that?" "No, I don't, but at this point we're gathering facts. There's probably a perfectly legitimate reason why it was parked there. When we have more than two facts to rub together, we can start speculating. But yes, I am skeptical that she would have forgotten a detail like that. We'll definitely need to ask her about it." The inside of the SUV was hot, and Ryder's stomach growled. He felt bad being hungry when someone was missing their daughter. Gloria Sampson obviously wasn't sleeping much, and likely not eating much either. He glanced at the digital clock on the dashboard. Crap, it was after 2 in the afternoon. Maybe it wasn't so terrible that he was hungry. Also, he realized he'd missed his flight to Oakland. Leaving hadn't even crossed his mind. He'd been so engrossed in helping Shay poke around, he'd completely forgotten about his flight home. As if reading Ryder's thoughts, Shay asked, "Shit, when is your flight? I should have asked before." "I forgot about it too. I kind of missed it, but don't worry." He rushed this part out. "I'll just find somewhere close to the airport to stay and get the next one I can." "Is it going to be a problem if you're not back at work tomorrow?" "No." Ryder fiddled with a loose string dangling from a buttonhole. "Kimball made me take time off. Apparently I don't use enough of my vacation hours, and with Neil and Leo out of the office, there's not anything super important for me to work on at the moment." They were heading back toward what loosely could be called the downtown area of Marysville. Shay's forearm flexed as he guided the ridiculously large SUV down the streets, the silver watch on his wrist glinting in the over-bright sunshine. "I want to know why your boss made you take time off. It feels like something I should know, Mr. 20 Questions. So let's grab a bite to eat, and we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can tell me what's up with your work, and we can start trying to put together what little we've discovered." He tapped the steering wheel. "There's no place good to eat in this neighborhood, and if we're going to wait around to interview the McDonald's staff, we're going to need food. I can hear your stomach from here. Why don't you find a place on that fancy phone of yours?" Was Ryder ready to share his history with Shay? He didn't want pity. His mom had been dead 17 years. There was no denying the effect her death had on his life, but... Fuck. The thought hit him. Would opening up about his mom help Shay to realize Ryder wasn't just some kid? Maybe. But he still wasn't sure he wanted to take that step. He liked what they were, except, of course, for the no-sex part, and didn't want the dynamic to change. "Hey, your phone is just as fancy," was his weak response. Shay turned his head for just a second, shooting Ryder a grin so hot his boxer briefs nearly melted off his body. "I'm driving." Ryder started to open his mouth and ask if that was a general announcement or specific to the moment, but managed not to. This was not the time to flirt. Was it? To keep himself from thinking about the effect of Shay's smile, Ryder focused on his phone, typing "where to eat near me" into the search bar. They settled on Mexican, of which there were several choices. Their final choice, the Cantina, was located in North Marysville. While they stuffed their faces with fresh tacos, tortilla chips, and guacamole, Ryder watched the other diners. They did not talk about Debbie Sampson, Brennan Flynn, Dolores Sam, or time off. Not that Ryder was hiding anything. They didn't talk about sex either, but it didn't mean Ryder wasn't thinking about it. Sex wasn't all he wanted from Shay Delacombe, but dang, it had been a long time, and being this close to him for an extended period was making things very hard. The more time Ryder spent with Shay, the more he learned about him, and the more he knew what he felt for him was not a crush. The more he knew in his heart that Shay was the man for him. "What are you thinking?" Shay interrupted Ryder's private musing, and he suppressed a blush, or at least he hoped he did. "People watching should be an Olympic sport," he said after swallowing his last bite. Deflecting. He had been half watching a family across the dining area, the siblings bickering about whose order was whose while the adults ignored them. Shay chuckled and wiped his mouth with a napkin that he then tossed on the table. No kidding. "So, now that I've lulled you into a sense of safety, tell me about the time off thing." Ryder rolled his eyes, not surprised that Shay hadn't forgotten Ryder's offhand comment, or at least what he'd hoped would pass as offhand. This was not nearly as fun as thinking about sex. "It's not a secret." "Not exactly." He couldn't really put his finger on why he hadn't shared his history with Shay before now. It wasn't his secret pain or anything. Neil knew. The entire WCF office knew. The thing was, he didn't want Shay's sympathy. He wanted Shay's respect. Shay cocked his head in an "I'm waiting" gesture. Could he try to go the easy route? "It's my birthday month," he said. "Your birthday month? When exactly is your birthday?" "It was last week," Ryder mumbled. Shay saluted him with his water glass. "Happy birthday. But I'm getting the feeling that's not the whole story. What else?" "Ugh, Shay really never missed a thing, did he?" "Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you. My mom disappeared. Well, 17 years ago, yesterday. I usually work my ass off around the anniversary." Shay's eyes widened, and he shifted in his seat to face Ryder. "Shit, Ryder. I'm sorry. Like I said, it's not a secret. It's just sad." 17 years ago? You'd have been a kid then. Somehow, the reference to Ryder's age didn't hold the same sting it usually did coming from Shay. "You said she disappeared? She was never found?" Ryder shook his head. "No. She left for a night out with a friend, and no one saw her again. I think she was picked up by someone pretending to be a taxi driver and, she was small. It would have been easy to overpower her, and she was trusting." Which was why Debbie's disappearance felt so close to home. His mom had been around her size. Sounds stupid since we lived in a gritty part of Berkeley and she was a dancer, not a ballet dancer, But she thought people were inherently good. I think she trusted the wrong person. He fiddled with his own napkin a bit more and stared over Shay's shoulder, where a poster showing photographs of the Mexican coastline, waves crashing and all that, was tacked to the wall. Shay surprised him by reaching across the table and covering Ryder's hand with his own. His hand was warm and bigger than Ryder's. It felt good. I'm sorry for your loss. God, Shay was going to make him cry. Ryder hadn't cried over his mom in years. He knew she wouldn't have wanted him to remain sad forever. Instead, he devoted his life to helping families, which was much more productive. Ryder blinked hard and looked up from their clasped hands, meeting Shay's intelligent gaze. Thanks. Shay took his hand back, which sucked. What was she like? Your mom? Of course Shay would ask that. People hardly ever asked about her. They were more interested in the morbid details of her disappearance. It would be a lot easier for Ryder to give up on the man if he were an insensitive oaf. Isabel. That was her name. She was funny. Very young. Only 26 when she died, which is younger than I am now. I know she's dead. She didn't abandon me. She had me when she was 15. Her parents threw her out when they found out she was pregnant by a boy they disapproved of. I've never met my grandparents, not even when she disappeared. She couch surfed for a while before she met Anastasia. Anastasia was a labor and delivery nurse. They hit it off, even though Anastasia was like twice Mom's age, and Anastasia offered Mom a place to live until she got on her feet. I don't know that she ever really got on her feet, but when she disappeared, we at least had our own apartment. It was Mom and me against the world. It sounds like you and she got along. We did. I'm sure, I know, it wouldn't have been all perfect between us if she'd lived. That's impossible. But... He shrugged. Shay nodded. I take it that's how you got into forensic work. Definitely, Ryder said. I reached out to every firm in the Bay Area. No one wanted to hire a wet-behind-the-ears 20-year-old who just graduated with a master's in computer science, until I finally met Kimball Fry. Man, that guy has the patience of a saint, because I must have sent him 100 emails, and long and short, he gave me a chance. And I don't ever want to let him or WCF down. I get it. Shay sat forward and drank the last of his water. Let's wrap up here and head to McDonald's. We might as well see if any of the workers who saw the fight are on shift now. Maybe we'll get lucky. The fast food restaurant was buzzing with the chatter of hungry, early evening customers and employees. The fluorescent lights overhead irritated Ryder's eyes. He hoped there was someone working they could talk to, because he did not want to stick around. While they waited for the shift manager to speak with them, Shay pulled out his phone. A text from Dolores, he explained as he read the message. A middle-aged white man with the wrinkled, lean look of a lifelong smoker approached them as they stood off to the side of the counter, trying their best to keep out of the way of the masses. I'm Roy Smith, the manager. Can I help you? Shay was focused on his phone, so Ryder explained to the manager what they wanted and flashed his WCF ID. Not that it was a government ID, but it gave him some weight. Roy eyed him, probably wondering, as so many people did, how old Ryder was. After a moment, he said, I think Angie might have been here that shift. He called over his shoulder, Angie! A tall girl with dark hair pulled back into a long braid and tucked under a hairnet turned from where she stood at the fryer station. Angie, these men want to talk to you, the shift manager said, his voice unnecessarily loud, so everyone within earshot was able to hear him. Don't take long. We've got hungry customers. Ryder wanted to roll his eyes. He managed not to. Shay stuffed his phone back into the pocket of his slacks, and together they moved down to the end of the counter where Angie stood. We'd like to ask you about a fight between a young couple that happened in the parking lot a few nights ago, Shay began. Did you see it?
For a second, Angie looked like she wanted to bolt rather than answer questions.
Is this about Debbie Sampson?
Shay nodded. We understand she was seen here with her boyfriend.
We just want to hear what happened, Ryder added. We've already talked to Brennan Flynn.
The girl seemed to decide she could talk to them. It probably helped that Roy had been called away and was no longer obviously eavesdropping.
I didn't really see much. They were in the parking lot there, kind of toward the back, where employees park.
She pointed outside, past where Shay's SUV was parked.
I was just leaving and heard them yelling. Debbie was pretty mad about something, and then she slapped Brennan in the face.
That meshed with what Brennan and Devin had said. What did he do?
He just stood there, and she kept yelling at him. I felt weird, so I tried to get to my car without them seeing.
Do you remember anything they said?
Not really. Maybe you can't stop me, and I can't believe you. I'm not really sure.
She glanced over her shoulder. Roy was watching them with beady, red-rimmed eyes.
I gotta get back to work.
Thanks for talking to us, Angie. Shay handed her a business card. If you think of anything, please call or text. Nodding, she took it from him and slipped it into her pocket before heading back to the Friar. Ryder wondered what Debbie had thought Brennan couldn't stop her from doing, and again Brennan's roommate popped into his head. If Brennan and David were in a relationship, had Debbie found out and possibly been threatening to expose them? And if so, would Brennan or David feel threatened enough to do something about it? They definitely needed to talk to the two of them again. Let's see what Dolores wants to tell us. Shay started the SUV's engine, and the blessed air conditioning started up too. Sounds good. What could she have learned in the last few hours? Ryder wondered. He hoped it was useful, because right now they had nothing he could sink his teeth into. Dolores Sam's office was a 15-minute drive away, through the heart of Marysville. The day was finally beginning to cool down, but Ryder could still see heat waves rising from the blacktop of the parking lot and road. He unbuttoned the top button of his shirt, figuring he'd already made a good impression. One of the things he loved about WCF was that he rarely had to wear business casual, unless, like today, he was meeting with clients.
Did she say what it's about?
Shay shook his head as he flipped the turn signal and waited for two pedestrians to cross the street. A little girl tugged her mom's hand, impatient to get to wherever they were heading. Nope, just something she thought I should know. The street they turned onto, Broadway, was 4 lanes in each direction. Cars and trucks seemed to treat it as a highway, most driving at 5 to 10 miles over the speed limit, and some significantly more. This time of the evening, the roadway wasn't packed, but there were still plenty of vehicles weaving in and out. Maybe it was the hot summer night. Maybe it was the drivers out joyriding with their windows down and stereos blasting. Who knew? But for some reason, Ryder was on edge. He couldn't guess what Dolores Sam had learned that she wanted to talk to them about now, at almost 8 p.m., but it must be important. The strip mall was still a couple of miles away when Ryder happened to glance in the side view mirror. A jacked-up black pickup was barreling down the road behind them, weaving in and out of traffic, as if the driver had an emergency, or was just being a jerk. The traffic light a long block ahead had only just turned green, and the cars in front of them were not up to speed yet. The truck pulled up right behind the Expedition. Shay tapped the brakes, as there was no room for him to speed up, but the truck stayed right on their bumper. Ryder could see the driver's face, what of it that wasn't covered by sunglasses and a knit cap pulled down over his forehead. Ryder gripped the door handle, steadying himself for impact. The air conditioner was running, but sweat dripped down the back of his neck. "What the fuck?" he managed to squeak out just as the driver jerked his truck into the left lane, cutting off a minivan whose driver laid on their horn. Even freaked out, Ryder was impressed by Shay's calm. He didn't drive enough to feel confident in a whacked-out situation like this one. He was starting to think there were one or two good things about the Expedition. "What the hell is happening?" he asked, his voice pitched high from fear. "Fuck if I know," Shay replied grimly. The truck changed lanes again, swerving in front of the Expedition, and slammed on its brakes. Shay jerked the steering wheel to the right to avoid rear-ending it. Was the driver trying to force them out of their car? Disable them? What the hell was happening? Ryder's body lurched forward and then sideways as the seatbelt snapped taut, keeping him from hitting the windshield. His hands were braced against the dashboard, but he knocked the side of his head painfully on the passenger window. In what seemed like slow motion, and by what could only be called a miracle, Shay managed to wrestle the SUV up over the curb and partially onto the sidewalk, where thankfully there were no pedestrians, before careening into the access for a dry cleaner, barely missing a parked car and a light pole. The truck was already a half a block away, leaving only black marks behind it. Jesus fucking Christ, Shay growled. That was fucked up. Ryder whispered, trying to suck in a breath. What the hell was that about? Did you see a license plate? Ryder's heart thundered in his chest, and he felt a little lightheaded. No, I didn't. I just... Holy... Shay reached over and gripped his thigh, squeezing hard, forcing Ryder to focus on the here and the now, not on what hadn't happened. I didn't see one either. I barely saw the driver. I think they were male, but I was too busy trying not to crash. Shay took his hand away, and Ryder had to restrain himself from grabbing it back. Why are we whispering? Shay turned Ryder's direction. His hazel blue eyes caught and held Ryder's shocked gaze. 1 second, Ryder was sitting there, staring at Shay, dazed and confused, trying to process what had happened, and the next, Shay reached a trembling hand across the console, placing it on the back of Ryder's neck. He pressed his lips to Ryder's. Not a hot, in the rain, uncontrolled kiss of passion, but instead the promise of safety, a reminder they were alive and unhurt. But before Ryder could catalog how incredible and right Shay's lips felt against his own, a tan minivan pulled in behind them, and Shay drew away from him. Seriously, did a Good Samaritan need to show up right now? Of all the times for someone to do the right thing, it had to interrupt the first kiss Shay Delacombe bestowed upon his lips? Something, Ryder fumed irrationally, was not right in the universe. The van was the same one that had been driving next to them before the road rage, or whatever it was, had happened. The driver's door opened, and for a second, Ryder was afraid again. Afraid it was someone with a gun or something. He didn't know what. But it was merely an older woman with a streak of white in her hair. Ryder caught sight of a ragged rainbow dream catcher swinging from her rearview mirror. "Are you okay?" The woman's eyes were wide with worry and shock. "That was the scariest thing I've ever seen. What were they doing?" Shay rolled down his window. "I guess they were playing chicken or something. We're okay, I think. Just rattled." "I'm so sorry. I didn't see a license plate. We have so many gang members moving up from California and causing trouble. Someone needs to call the police." As if summoned by her very words, the call of multiple police sirens started in the distance. Ryder turned, craning to watch as cars pulled to the right so the Marysville PD could pass them. At first, he had the irrational thought the cruisers were coming for them. But that was silly. It was far too big a response, and except for the minivan driver, no one else had stopped or even slowed down as a result of Shay being run off the road. A third, fourth, and fifth cruiser sped by, their sirens deafening. They were followed by a larger incident response SUV emblazoned with the MPD logo. "I wonder what happened?" the Good Samaritan asked. "I hope that driver didn't kill anyone." Chapter 10. Shay. Ryder. Morning or night? Shay. What? 'Cause what's coming to mind probably isn't what you meant. Ryder. What do you think I think? How do you know I'm not thinking what you're thinking? Shay. Save me now. Ryder. Person. Morning or night person. Not sex, although I'd like to know that too. I like it morning, noon, and night. Not that anything like that is happening in my life right now. Shay, huh? Ryder, focus. Shay, I'm a morning person, but only because the early lawyer gets the worm. He'd nearly gotten Ryder killed, and then he'd kissed him. After almost a year of studiously not doing exactly that, Shay had kissed Ryder Man, and he wanted to do it again. He was such a fool. The only reason the kiss hadn't deepened was because the driver of the minivan returned to make sure they were okay. Someone had tried to kill them. That was what he needed to focus on, not Ryder Man, and how he lit up Shay's entire being. 2 for 2 in the "what the fuck are you doing" portion of the day. Shay was going to blame the kiss on being shaken from a near-death experience. It was the best he had. Ryder was rubbing his head where he'd smacked it against the window, and still, regardless of almost being, if not killed, at least banged up, and it being a very bad idea, Shay couldn't stop thinking about the quick taste of Ryder he'd allowed himself, and the expression in Ryder's dark eyes when Shay had broken it off. He wanted to see that look again, and all the reasons why he hadn't allowed himself to touch Ryder before now seemed pathetic. But he had to stop thinking about it, because now was not the time. The driver of the minivan drove off after asking again if they were really okay. Shay watched her tail lights disappear before walking around the SUV checking for damage. He groaned when he saw the front passenger side tire was flat. Not merely flat. The tire was trashed from hitting the curb. He wasn't surprised. He'd just been hopeful, but they'd hit that curb fast and at an awkward angle. Opening his door, Ryder slid down to the ground. The movement reminded Shay how much Clarabelle also hated the expedition. It was overkill, but it had proven its worth this evening as far as he was concerned. "Got a flat?" Ryder asked. "Yeah." "Do you have a spare?" Shay shot Ryder a look, one that hopefully communicated what a ridiculous question that was. "Full size." Ryder waggled his eyebrows. "Full size? I can believe that." Shay groaned and rolled his eyes before going to the back of the car and starting to dig out the spare tire. "I don't exactly understand how you can joke around at this moment." He found the jack and set it on the pavement. "I'm not joking. I'm just really glad your spare is full size." Shay glared at him, and a muscle twitched in Ryder's cheek before he burst out laughing. "Look, if I weren't joking right now, I'd be curled up in a little ball. Laughter is better. It's always worked for me." By the time the tire was changed and they were back on the road again, it was far past the 15-minute arrival time Shay had texted to Dolores. He texted again after the incident to let her know they were delayed, but hadn't heard back yet. As they drew closer to the strip mall where her office was located, a nasty feeling grew in the pit of Shay's stomach. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Something far worse than a flat tire. "Are all those cop cars, actually parked where we're headed?" "They are, aren't they?" Ryder had spotted the same vehicles and flashing lights Shay had. In fact, there were at least a dozen police cars. Some must have responded to the call from other parts of the city. Broadway was blocked off, and 2 officers were redirecting traffic around the block the strip mall was located on. This was not good. "Sir, I need to ask you to move along," the traffic officer said after Shay pulled to a stop and rolled down his window. "My name is Shay Delicombe. I'm meeting with Dolores Sam," Shay informed him, "and I'm late. Is there somewhere we can park?" A look that sent Shay's stomach into a dive flashed across the officer's face, and he reached for his radio. "Charlie, I have somebody here I think you want to talk to." "Charlie Dean?" Shay asked. This had to be the same officer Dolores had recommended he speak with. That was good. At least he'd likely get straight information. The traffic officer sent Shay off to park at the far side of the lot, away from the responders and the shops.
Do you mind staying here? Shay asked Ryder. Probably the less people the better.
Yeah, no problem.
In the darkening light, Ryder's face was pale, his eyes wide as he peered out the windshield at the scene. It was a lot to take in for someone who normally was at a desk, even if he knew how active investigations went. Shay himself had only been at 1 or 2 active scenes in his career, as defense lawyers usually came in after all the action.
Hey,
Shay said. Ryder dragged his attention to him and away from the flashing lights.
It will be okay.
Let me see what Dean can share, and
it will be okay,
he repeated, feeling suddenly helpless. If anyone knew how things could go from fine to not at all okay in the blink of an eye, it was Ryder.
I'll be fine. Just go.
Thanks for speaking with me, Shay said. Charlie Dean, who was about Shay's age, stood with Shay to one side of the scene, out of the way of the forensic team and the ME, whose van had just pulled up.
Professional courtesy,
Dean replied. Charlie was runner lean, his dark hair shot through with gray. The expression on his face was grim, made grimmer by the fact that Shay and Ryder had been some of the last people to see Dolores alive. Dolores mentioned you're the tribal community liaison. I was planning on looking you up anyway to see what you could tell me about a missing girl. Dolores was dead. Shay couldn't wrap his head around her being gone, shot in what appeared to be a drive-by in the parking lot of her office.
It seems suspicious that she would be killed when she had information for me. We had texted in the last couple of hours. Between you and me, Dean began, one of the bullets caught her in the neck. She probably bled out in under a minute. She never had a chance, and hopefully she didn't suffer. Right now, the incident is being treated as a random shooting. We've had a lot of gang activity since the beginning of the year.
He shot Shay a glance that expressed his opinion of the gang-killing theory he'd said Groper was already throwing around. Shay recalled the minivan driver saying the same thing. And yet, what about her assistant? Katie something.
Was she here?
Sam appears to have been working late. Alone. There was no one else in the office that we know of. Dean shared that witnesses, other drivers, the owner of the teriyaki shop, and someone who'd been at the laundromat all saw a dark, late-model truck veer into the parking lot, a truck that sounded an awful lot like the one that had tried to run Shay and Ryder off the road. Dolores had opened the outside door to her office. Maybe she'd thought it was Shay arriving, and been hit by a barrage of bullets. The truck had sped off again and disappeared in the evening traffic. We were forced off the road about 2 miles back, by a truck with that same description, Shay said tightly. Dolores wasn't the only victim. A young man named Timothy Cole, who had just picked up his dinner, had been killed too. Mercy Reese, who'd finished doing her laundry and was loading it into her car, had caught 2 bullets, one in her calf and the other in her arm. She was headed into surgery. Shay was having a hard time wrapping his head around the fact that a vibrant woman, someone he'd worked with for years and considered a friend, was gone. Dead. Dolores Sam had devoted her life to her community, her tribe. She'd fought for them since she was a young woman. Who, if anyone, would fill her shoes? The whole thing was just so senseless. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate the information. I just can't believe it. Shay stared past Dean's shoulder to where the ME and the Marysville police crime analysts were working together to protect the scene and discover as much as they could about the crime. Have they caught the driver? Dean grimaced. No, we had a possible sighting heading north on I-5, but they picked the perfect time. There was a 3-car collision with injuries units were responding to. Dean's attention shifted away from Shay and back to the scene. I need to get to work. Shay wanted to point out that answering his questions was part of Dean's community liaison job description, but held his tongue. The man had a long night ahead of him, and Shay and Ryder could track him down later and perhaps get some new information. "Wait," Shay called as Dean turned away. Dean stopped, raising his eyebrows, frowning at him. Quickly, Shay pulled his wallet out and handed Dean a business card, "in case you find anything." Shay wanted access to Sam's office. Maybe she'd left a note. Something, anything about what she'd wanted to tell him. But he was going to need to go a different route. Dean had done what he could for now. "Yeah, sure." Dean stuffed the card into his pocket, where Shay was almost certain it would be forgotten and end up going through the wash. The sun had begun to set while he was speaking with Dean. Shay jogged across the still warm asphalt toward where he'd parked the Expedition. He wanted to try to put what he'd learned from Dean in perspective, but he was in shock over the turn of events and needed some time to process. Ryder had had his window down, and Shay heard music floating out onto the night air. Noticing him, Ryder turned the music off before he got there. Tugging open the driver's door, Shay climbed inside. "Don't turn whatever you were listening to off on my account." Ryder set his phone into one of the cup holders. "Just playing some oldies to calm myself down. I'm not usually out in the middle of this stuff." He waved a hand, encompassing the long one-story building, all the police vehicles with their blue and red lights, and the still forms covered by white sheeting. "WCF comes in after the bad things happen, and I'm an office boy. I stay safely behind my computer and work my magic." He glanced over at Shay. "Did you learn anything?" "Not really. They're treating it as a drive-by. Maybe gang-related." Ryder raised his eyebrows. "But..." "Witnesses say a black truck pulled into the parking lot and started firing. Don't you think it's odd we were nearly driven off the road less than 2 miles away by what sounds like the same vehicle, and this monster then randomly decides to shoot up someone who had information for us? We need to talk to Dolores' assistant. Weren't there other victims? Maybe it was coincidence." Shay shot Ryder a look he hoped conveyed his disbelief in coincidence. Okay. Ryder held up his hands in surrender. "We'll work with it not being a coincidence. What are we going to do about it? The assistant's name was Katie Long. We'll start with her tomorrow." "I suppose." Shay sighed. "It's late. We've had a long, strange day, and we missed the last ferry to Hidden Harbor, so heading back is not an option." He glanced at Ryder and then out the windshield again, trying to decide what to do. "We have 2 choices. A cheap hotel, because there aren't any other kind here except for the casino, and I don't want to stay there. Too many people I've worked with one way or another over the years." He bit his lip. He'd never taken anyone but Cullen to the cabin. "If you can stand a 2-hour drive, we could stay the night at my cabin." Ryder's head jerked around so quickly Shay was worried he'd given himself whiplash. "The mysterious cabin? Yes, I am up for a drive. But don't you think it will make getting back here to question people tomorrow difficult?" He bit his bottom lip, clearly regretting pointing out the problem with the cabin. "Can we stop and get snacks?" "Can't have a road trip without snacks." "Do you have an internet connection? I can use my hotspot, but sometimes it doesn't work that well." Shay huffed a laugh and turned on the car. "You're right. It's too far to go tonight, and I want to talk to Katie Long as soon as we can track her down, and it's probably a bad idea to drive that far on the spare tire, even if it is full size. There isn't internet and not much cell reception either, unless coverage has improved in the last few months." "Did I answer everything?" "A secret cabin, bat cave, fortress of solitude," Ryder whispered. "I'm so intrigued and impressed you've never told me before now. The point of a secret hideaway is that it's secret," Shay muttered. His cabin was tucked into the Wenatchee National Forest, not far from Leavenworth, which was a cutesy Bavarian-inspired town that tourists flocked to in the fall and winter for beer, bratwurst, and Christmas festivities, and in the spring and summer for lazy river floating, hiking, and relaxation. For Shay, the cabin was the place he escaped to when he needed peace. Ryder had nailed it on the head, calling it Shay's fortress of solitude. "I'm so impressed you have a hideout."
Chapter 11. Ryder. "Ryder, coffee. Black? With cream? Or are you a tea person? Please don't be a tea person." Shay, "What if I am?" Ryder, "I don't know if I can handle it." Shay, "I'm bi-caffeinated." Ryder, "That's not a thing." Shay, "So you say." Alone in his motel room, Ryder crawled into the double bed, wearing a pair of boxers and a t-shirt to sleep in for the first time since he was 15. Shay hadn't brought up the kiss in the car, and Ryder inexplicably felt shy bringing it up. He needed time to savor it, to hold it close and keep it safe. Had the kiss been pity on Shay's part? Everything had happened so fast. The truck, the curb coming at them, the way Shay managed at the last second to avoid the light post. Ryder's safety had been entirely in Shay's hands. Had Shay merely been responding to Ryder's shock? Or had it been more? The motel room was clean, if worn around the edges. He was reasonably sure the sheets were clean too, but he just couldn't bring himself to strip down to bare skin and get under the covers. Therefore, he couldn't get comfortable, because sleeping in clothes bothered him. He wasn't even upset there had been no talk of sharing a room, no banter where he could tease Shay about crawling into his bed, although maybe a little humor would have broken the tension he was feeling. Now was not the time to continue the Shay Delacombe campaign. They had a missing girl to find, and Dolores Sam had been gunned down. Accidental or not, Dolores's death was going to have a ripple effect across her community. Instead of falling asleep, Ryder lay awake in the room, which smelled slightly of mildew and stale cigarettes, for what felt like hours. Even with the TV on, disguising the street noises, Ryder couldn't turn his brain off. Images of the day spun on repeat in his brain until he was almost dizzy with them. The big truck in the rearview mirror, the flashing lights of the police cruisers, the white pop-up tent shielding the bodies of Dolores and the random guy who'd probably been picking up some teriyaki. It was hard to remember they'd started out the morning on Piedras Island with coffee, donuts, and a gorgeous ferry ride. On the other hand, Ryder liked experiencing this side of Shay. He'd never had a chance to see Shay interviewing clients and witnesses before, and he was impressed. He could see why Shay was considered one of the best. His manner was intense, focused, and determined. Had the shooter been on some drug-induced joyride? Had Dolores Sam been the target and the other victims collateral damage? Or maybe it was the teriyaki guy, and Dolores had been the innocent bystander. The black truck indicated otherwise. First, he and Shay had been forced off the road. Then someone in a similar black truck had opened fire on Sam's office. It was more than coincidence that someone they'd interviewed earlier that day, and who'd reached out again with what she thought was important information, had been murdered before they could talk to her. Ryder's last thought before exhaustion finally pulled him under and away from the images of the day was that they needed to talk to Dolores's assistant, Stat. Something more than just a missing girl was going on. It made sense that Ryder dreamed of his mother. The missing girl, not much younger than his mom had been, stirred up his memories, on top of the fact that it was close to the anniversary of her death. She came to the dream wearing a red shawl. He tried to explain that she had it backward. He was supposed to be the one wearing a shawl. But she just smiled and wrapped it tighter around her shoulders. Seeing her in a dream always surprised him, because the details of her face had become muted over the years. He had a few photographs to remember her by, but while he slept she was always clear, her large, dark eyes and long lashes, the tiny dimple near the corner of her mouth. "Baby boy." Her voice was smoky, like that of a film starlet from the 1940s or 50s, and she always called him that.
He supposed he always would be her baby. Mom. In this dream, he was curled up on the couch they'd had at the last apartment. It had been hideous. The tan fabric, a brushed suede that clung to every crumb a rider spilled on it. But it had been so comfortable they'd ignored its shortcomings. Baby boy, you seem tired. We're looking for a girl. A woman. Talking to his mom this way wasn't unusual. Often, when he was working on a case, his brain just wouldn't shut down. In his sleep, his mind kept working to understand the data in a different way. I know, baby. People think her boyfriend took her. What do you think? I don't know, Mom. I think the boyfriend is hiding something, and I'm pretty sure I know what it is. If I'm right, it would mean he might have been using her as a beard. Maybe she got angry or ashamed and ran away. Isabel frowned. Beard is such a funny term. I wonder where it came from. The dream then devolved into a weird mishmash of images from the day, with Shay having grown a full beard. It looked good on him, and when Ryder woke, he didn't feel arrested at all. Bags at his feet, Ryder waited in the hallway outside his room, glowering as Shay strode toward him, appearing perfectly arrested and put together. 6 foot and more of sun-kissed skin and dark hair, damp from showering, made Ryder perk up a little. Shay's eyes were a deep greenish blue this morning, Ryder noticed. There is no cup of coffee large enough, Ryder muttered, pretending to be grouchy instead of completely turned on by morning Shay. Please tell me we can get some caffeine soon, like an hour ago. He looked Shay up and back down, taking in the light blue business shirt tucked into a pair of chinos, the watch on his wrist. And how is it you look all fresh and put together? That's not the same shirt you were wearing yesterday. Shay gently maneuvered Ryder and Ryder's wheeled bag down the hallway, his hand comforting and warm at the small of Ryder's back. I have a go bag with a set of spare clothes stashed in my car. It's something I learned early on in my career, and yes, coffee we can do. The Expedition was parked where they'd left it in the lot. Ryder had half expected it to be gone or busted up. He was still in a lack of caffeine fog as Shay pulled out of the parking lot and onto the busy road. I was thinking we could check out the espresso cart where Debbie worked first thing. 2 birds, 1 stone. We can ask some questions while you get the coffee you need. There's got to be a joke in there. 2 gay guys walk into a bikini espresso bar. Bye. Shay corrected. Even though these days I found myself with men more often than women, I consider myself bi. Ryder did not want to be reminded that Shay had a reputation for being a player on both sides of the aisle, or that possibly he chose other men over Ryder. Sorry. It was the most Ryder could manage through the ridiculous surge of jealousy that threatened to overcome him. He knew he was good-looking enough. Smart. Too smart by some people's standards. Definitely single with a capital S. And he wanted Shay Delacombe for himself. Shay had kissed him yesterday, but Ryder figured it was a pity kiss to keep him from melting down. Were there such things as pity kisses? So much for setting aside his feelings until a more appropriate time, a time when they weren't trying to find a missing girl and a local leader hadn't been killed. Ryder sensed Shay would never admit to feeling something more than friendship for him, except that kiss kept replaying in his head. It had happened so quickly he could almost convince himself he'd imagined it. But he hadn't. Shay had kissed him, even if nothing else had happened. Yet, jealousy was replaced by hope, and it was almost better than caffeine. Shay turned into a dusty parking lot with a tiny house squatting on the corner. On either side of the structure, lines were painted on the blacktop, guiding cars which direction to go. The order pickup window was much lower than those Ryder had seen in the past. As the barista, wearing nothing but a few scraps of fabric and string, asked what their order was, He realized the difference was so customers could look their fill. Ugh. Huh. So, not my thing. I think we should revisit our joke setup. Shay shrugged. Not mine either. Once Shay placed their order, he really did order a hot tea. Obviously, not as perfect as Ryder had believed him to be, he introduced himself to the young woman, whose name turned out to be Jasmine. Jasmine, do you know Debbie Sampson? She nodded. Ryder leaned closer to Shay so he could hear her responses, and unfortunately there was no way to avoid noticing that she seemed to be wearing snippets of yellow fabric tied to her body with fishing line. Jasmine was slender, her hip bones accentuated by tattoos, a butterfly above one and a sunflower over the other. She also had a Brazilian, something he would have preferred not to know. Have you heard she's missing? Another nod. We're trying to trace where she was and who she interacted with before she disappeared. Did you work with her? Jasmine glanced around, probably assessing how long she could talk to them. The barista taking orders from the other line of cars was busy at the espresso machine. I worked a few shifts with her. Did she seem stressed or anything like that? No, she was excited about going to the community college. Was there any tension because she was leaving? No. All us girls want more hours, so Debbie leaving meant we could work more. Did she like working here? The barista on the other side moved back to her window, and Jasmine stepped over to start their order. I mean, yeah, as much as anyone likes it, I guess. Is the money good? Tips and that sort of thing? Jasmine hesitated for the shortest of moments as she turned the tea wand on, filling a tall to-go cup with hot water. She didn't answer, and Ryder thought perhaps she hadn't heard the question through the open window. Setting the tea aside, she then poured Ryder's 3 shots into another cup before adding hot water and a bloop of milk. She leaned out the window to hand Shay their drinks, giving them a clear view of her chest, barely restrained by her bikini top. Ryder could appreciate female anatomy. He just had no desire to see it up close. We're not supposed to talk to anyone about wages or tips, she whispered, possibly so the girl on the other side wouldn't hear her. Or maybe she was just repeating what she'd been told, very quietly. Sorry. Shay smiled at the girl. She really was young. Ryder didn't think she could possibly be over 18. Shay handed Ryder the hot cups and opened the middle console, pulling out a business card and handing it to the barista. If you think of anything, my cell phone number and email are listed here. She took the card from him, and Shay pressed on the gas and pulled away. Where do you think she's going to stash it? I think your business card was bigger than anything she was wearing. Shay chuckled. Doesn't matter, as long as she calls me if she thinks of something. Ryder settled the cups into the holders between them. Do you think she sounded... He waved his hand around. Off when they asked if they paid well? Or am I imagining things? I thought she seemed nervous too, but we were also taking up time in the line and probably pissing off the customers behind us. Hopefully she'll contact me if she knows something. What's next, boss? Chapter 12. Shay. Ryder. What's the farthest you've traveled from home? Shay. Hong Kong. You? Ryder. Nowhere as interesting as Hong Kong. I went to NYC for an investigation and stayed in the hotel room the entire time. The chief of police, Dwayne Groper, was just as Shay remembered. A red-faced man with a receding hairline and an attitude a mile wide. And he hated defense attorneys with a passion. Shay had come up against him a few years back when he'd been negotiating a plea deal for a client. The chief had a one-strike-and-you're-out attitude. In that case, Shay had been able to get time served plus treatment for the youth involved, and Groper had pitched a conniption. Groper really was the worst person Shay could think of to be head of a police department that straddled tribal lands and peoples. That girl is off having a tantrum because she didn't get her way, most likely. Or the Flynn kid did something. I've got my eye on him. If he so much as steps out of line, we'll be bringing him in."
Shay smiled graciously. "Chief, would it be possible for me to talk to the detective assigned to Debbie Sampson's case?"
"There is no active case. Have you developed a hearing problem, son?"
Seeing as Groper was about 15 years older than Shay, him calling Shay son grated on Shay's nerves, as did the chief. "When I spoke with Dolores Sam yesterday, she intimated you had at least opened a file for Miss Sampson. Officers have interviewed Brennan Flynn. I'd like to speak with them. I'm asking nicely, but I can get a court order if necessary. Judge Gage likes me." Groper leaned back in his chair, his fingers knitted together over his rotund belly. He gave Shay a look Shay couldn't quite define, and it was another moment before he responded to Shay's thinly veiled threat.
"Perkins and Day. They're both assigned to the Sam case now, so they're busy."
"Any news on the shooting or the vehicle involved?" Shay knew there wasn't. If there had been, the station would have been buzzing like a disturbed wasp nest. Dolores Sam might not have been popular among the town's white, male, over 40 population, but she was a celebrity in her own right and had been brutally murdered almost in front of their eyes.
"No,"
Groper growled.
"Dean informed me you witnessed a vehicle driving erratically prior to the shooting."
"A black pickup truck. And if trying to run me off the road is erratic driving, then yes, I did. The description sounds a lot like the shooter's vehicle." The chief sat forward, his chair protesting with squeaks and a groan.
"It disappeared up by 5. Last confirmed sighting was just before the city limits. I have faith someone in the community will come forward. Believe me, we are doing everything we can to find that truck."
"I'm wondering if this incident could be related to Debbie Sampson's disappearance." Ryder had insisted that Shay mention the possible connection between them being run off the road and the shooting to Groper. Shay didn't believe in coincidence, but in the course of his career as an attorney, he'd become well aware that the world just sucked sometimes. Maybe it was the same truck, but they were amped up on drugs, not set on silencing Dolores Sam specifically. There was a chance, he supposed, that someone was unnerved about what Dolores may have known about Debbie's disappearance, and when they somehow learned about Shay's involvement, it had pushed them over the edge. It just seemed far-fetched. He was looking into Debbie's disappearance for a friend. This wasn't an official investigation.
"What in the hell would a girl running off have to do with the shooting of a distinguished member of the community?"
Oh, Lord, Shay thought. Now that Dolores was dead, Groper was going to claim they were practically best friends, when in fact he had actively thwarted just about everything she'd asked the department to work with her on. Or he had twisted things around to make it seem as if he'd been the one to come up with whatever idea she'd proffered. Shay opened his mouth to inform Groper that Dolores had indicated she had new information on Debbie, but he stopped himself. Likely, Dean had told Groper anyway, but if not, Shay thought he'd keep that to himself for now. "Probably nothing. Thank you for your time today. I'll see myself out." He may have shut the door to Groper's office a little harder than he intended, but the man tested Shay's self-control, and not in the way Ryder Man did. Ryder looked up at Shay, his eyes blazing when Shay jerked open the driver's door and climbed in behind the wheel. It took Shay half a second to realize Ryder had Shay's laptop open on his lap and to remember that he'd asked Ryder to check through his email and see if Dolores had sent him anything before she died. "Did you find something?" From the way Ryder's eyebrows were drawn together, he had. Not from Dolores," Ryder answered. "Hear me out. I figured if Dolores sent you something, it would be recent, right? But the first message that popped up has a creepy subject line. Forgiveness must be earned. Do you get a lot of creepy email?" "Who is it from?" Shay wasn't particularly concerned. This wasn't the first time he'd been sent an ominous email. His job was to defend people other parties believed were guilty. Sadly, hate mail wasn't that uncommon. "It's from an alias, probably. Not impossible to trace, but
I'd need to use my superpowers." Ryder clicked on the email, cleared his throat, and began to read aloud. "Forgiveness must be earned. Your transgressions are documented, and so I tell you, every kind of sin and slander can be forgiven, but blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven, blah, 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 and then watch your back." The first part sounds like something from the Bible, but the second part seems like a direct threat. That's nothing. I've pissed a lot of people off. It's practically a requirement for being a lawyer, I suppose. But I don't like it. And no, Dolores didn't send you anything recently. Your last email exchange with her was in January. He shut the laptop lid and twisted around to put it back in Shay's bag. Well, damn. It was a long shot anyway, I suppose. An impatient honk reminded Shay he had his blinker on, and a driver was waiting for the parking spot he'd found half a block from the front doors of the police station. Waving at the other driver, he pulled out into traffic with no clear idea of where he wanted to go next. His thumbs tapped the steering wheel as he drove slowly down the tree-lined street. Marysville was a small town, turning into a big town. At one point, it had been a bedroom community for Everett, but nowadays there were businesses in the town itself, and the line between it and its neighbor to the south was becoming less and less defined. Are you not worried about this person? What if they know where you live? Shay hesitated, thinking about his recent life changes. He'd been alone in Seattle. Cullen could take care of himself, and besides, his partner Jude had installed a top-of-the-line security system at their new home. But life had changed for Shay, hadn't it? He'd returned to his roots and was, albeit slowly, becoming part of a community there. Shay, Clarabelle, Neil, and Matt Dempsey, too, were building something new together. I wasn't, but it would be easy enough for anyone to find out Clarabelle's address. Residents have notoriously flappy lips, which now worried him. Clarabelle would be the first to tell him she could take care of herself, and even whip out the sawed-off shotgun she stored behind the front door to prove it. As recently as 5 years ago, he would have believed her. But she was slowing down a bit, less steady on her feet these days, and the last thing he needed was his great-great-aunt caught in the middle of an incident caused by some disgruntled person with a grudge against Shay. Ryder nodded as if Shay'd said all of that out loud. Is it possible to have someone keep an eye on her while you're away? He suggested. Maybe the email has something to do with Debbie's disappearance, though it doesn't really sound like it. He fiddled with his cell phone. Also, a Catherine Long is listed with an address near John Sam Lake. He rattled off the specifics, then mused. I wonder if Dolores was related to John Sam in any way. Before you go too far down the random research rabbit hole, can you plug the address into the navigation system? Katie Long's address turned out to be a small apartment building, maybe 10 or 12 units, across from John Sam Lake. From the looks of it, the building was well maintained. Across from the building was a car repair shop, cleverly named Just Wrench It. The R was raised slightly above the W and E. Some former English major thought they were pretty funny. Several other small businesses dotted the same block. At the building's entrance, Shay pressed the buzzer for apartment 205, but there was no answer. He'd assumed Katie wouldn't be at work, not the day after her employer had been murdered in cold blood. They waited a few minutes before trying again, but there was still no answer. No other residents came in or out as they stood there, and while Shay wanted to talk to Dolores's assistant, he didn't feel they should enter the building without permission. The neighborhood seemed pleasant enough, a smattering of apartment buildings and single-family homes with a few mixed-use properties sprinkled here and there, like the repair shop and a coffee shop a little farther down the block. He could see why Katie Long would live here. Let's ask the car place, Ryder suggested. Okay. It's women-owned. Look at the sign again, Ryder explained. I bet if she has a car, she takes it there for maintenance. It took Shay a second before he saw what Ryder was talking about. Very clever. Leaving the expedition parked in front of Katie's building, they crossed the wide street.
At the shop, Ryder opened a door marked Customer Entrance, and a bell rang faintly. A few minutes later, a tall woman in dark blue mechanic's coveralls emerged from the back, wiping her hands clean on a shop towel. "Good morning, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Is the engine light coming on in that behemoth across the street? It's pretty common if it is, although yours looks like a newer model, and they are much more reliable." She grinned. "I was outside on a break earlier and saw you two parking." Shay smiled back. "No, I'm not here about the expedition. Honestly, it has been a great vehicle for me, except for the fact that some height-challenged people hate it," Ryder mumbled, not quite under his breath. Shay rolled his eyes, and Cindy, as the stitching on her coveralls identified her, chuckled. "I think they have a step stool accessory," Cindy said thoughtfully. "I am not using a ladder to get into that stupid car. Anyway," Shay wanted to head off any more complaining about his car. "We're looking to speak to someone who lives across the street, and we're wondering, on the off chance, if you know her and might have seen her around. Katie Long?" "Katie Long, sure," Cindy said. "She owns a newer VW Jetta. Bought it off us, actually, but I haven't seen her recently. We just serviced her vehicle a month or so ago, so I wouldn't expect to see her for a while." "Okay. Thanks for your help. If you ever need anyone to work on your car, I'll know where you are." Before leaving, Shay handed her one of his last business cards, requesting she call or text if she saw Katie. Cindy looked at it and frowned. "A lawyer? What's up? Why are you looking for Katie?" "We just want to speak with her. You know she worked for Dolores Sam." "Shit, the lady who was killed last night. I saw that on the news. I didn't know that she worked for her." Shay nodded. "She did. I was working on something involving Miss Sam, and I'm hoping Katie can help me out." "Sure." Cindy tucked Shay's information into a side pocket. "If I see her, I'll give her your number." "One last thing," Ryder added. "Do you know anything about Auto Body Experience? Blake Atkins' place? That guy has a nonstick coating. We get a lot of customers, women especially, who've walked away from there. I mean, we all have a dissatisfied client now and then. There was a gal in here last week who was pissed we didn't vacuum out her car when we repaired the AC. She didn't care that we aren't detailers. But there have been whispers that Atkins is dirty. Somehow, though, it's always settled." "What do you mean, dirty?" "You didn't hear this from me." She spoke quietly, as if someone in the back of the shop could be listening. "There was a rumor a while back that he was subbing out parts, charging for high-end, when his guys were installing junk. But nothing ever happened." "Where there's smoke, there's fire." Cindy shrugged. "In this case, there just seems to be a lot of smoke. Nothing ever happens. But, like you said." Chapter 13. Shay. Ryder. "I'm trying to think of a funny question to bug you with, but I'll be honest, it's been a crap day." Shay. "Call me." Ryder. "Are you sure about that? Doesn't it violate the Shay Telecom terms and conditions?" Shay. "Has no one ever told you how aggravating you are? Just call me already." "Now what?" Ryder asked in the silence of the car. "Just because one person thinks Blake Atkins is scum doesn't prove he is." Shay liked this about Ryder. The fact that he knew Shay wasn't ready to walk away, that regardless of seeming to hit dead end after dead end, they were still on the job, so to speak. Especially now that Dolores was dead, something Shay hadn't even begun to process yet. He hadn't spent a great deal of time with her in recent years, but she had been, a human being he aspired to be more like. He'd have time to grieve when this was over. "No, but Brennan and Debbie met at his shop," Shay replied, which of course could be coincidence. "I wonder if Brennan knows about these rumors. It seems to me David would have to know, assuming, of course, that David is Blake's son, which isn't certain, but I'm sure you can research that in a minute or two. That just muddies the waters more. What if David is trying to protect his father or something?" They drove to the outreach office, but the shops in the small mall were closed. Across the parking lot, yellow crime scene tape fluttered in the sticky afternoon breeze. An officer Shay didn't know sat in his cruiser, keeping one eye on the scene until it was time to release it. Shay had known it was a slim chance, hoping to find anyone to talk to at Dolores's office, but he'd held on until, well, right this minute. The colorful mound of flowers he'd spotted from a block away grew by one item as they drew closer to the parking lot. As he turned in, a mourner carefully placed a bouquet of orange daisies at the base of the pile. The person stood there for a moment, saying their goodbyes, or maybe just remembering the victims, before turning and walking away. By Shay's estimation, there had to be more than 100 bouquets, cards, and stuffed animals there already, a sign the city was in shock, and that it would be some time before normalcy returned. What was normalcy, anyway? For some reason, the memorial reminded him of Clarabelle and the letters Ryder had found, which Shay hadn't taken the time to look at yet. That Clarabelle would be gone from his life one day, Shay was perfectly aware. But he didn't want some religious extremist hastening her exit. Shay pulled over in the nearly empty parking lot and called Matt Dempsey. He explained about the threatening letters and asked if Matt or one of his deputies could keep one eye on his aunt. "I don't think anything will happen. It seems like I've been getting these notes for a while and didn't know about them, but who knows, and since I'm not there right now, you know Clarabelle doesn't need your help to get into trouble." There was a certain tone to Matt's voice, and Shay winced. "What happened?" "Shay, I don't want to get official about things, but unless she gets a car where she can see over the steering wheel, she needs to stay off the road. She was out on the main road today in that El Dorado of hers and almost took out an RV, ended up in a ditch. Lucky for me, Jorgensen took the call. She seems to like him." "Oh, dear Lord." Shay cringed, knowing there was more, but not quite ready to hear it. "That's about right. I'm fairly sure there was divine intervention." The off-white Cadillac had survived literal decades of Clarabelle's driving. The thing was a tank, and no modern car, RV, or truck would stand a chance against it. The Caddy had its share of what Clarabelle referred to as dings, but the thing ran like a dream. Soren drove her home after calling Big T to tow her car off the highway. What about the RV? They were fine, just unnerved from what Soren reported. Big T seems to have misunderstood him, at least that's what Soren claims, and towed the Caddy all the way to his lot in town. Anyhow, it's there for now. I'd rather she stopped driving altogether, but I know what a blow taking the keys away is for seniors, especially someone as independent as Clarabelle. I'll look into finding her a driver while I'm off the island, Shay promised. Actually, I have an idea about that. Let me look into it and get back to you. Stay safe. Dempsey clicked off, and Shay was left staring into the distance, wondering what other kinds of trouble his aunt was getting into while he was gone, and why he was determined to untangle this mess that was a missing girl and a dead community leader when he was just a retired attorney. Earth to Shay. Shay turned to see a dark brown gaze brimming with intelligence and curiosity, and precious to him. Ryder's eyebrows drew together. What? Nothing. Liar. Okay, then what are we doing next? Katie Long obviously isn't here. Should we try to talk to Debbie's friends? Yes, let's do that. Shay's stomach growled. They hadn't eaten yet, and it was past noon. Let's grab a bite first. Sure, I could have something, I guess. Is your aunt okay? Shay nodded. Yes, just trying to send me to an early grave, as usual. She seems quite a character, Ryder remarked carefully. A snort exploded from Shay. She is her own woman, and always has been. Even when she was married to Martin Reynolds Sr., she didn't let him get her down. I am proud of her for divorcing him when most other people would have decided they were too old for change and going to pass soon anyway, so why bother? But also, Yes. When they were passing out character, Clarabelle stood in line twice. They were close to the bikini barista place, with enthusiastic agreement from Ryder, because apparently the coffee was good enough that he could ignore the nakedness. Shay got in the drive-through line again. They ordered more caffeine, along with 2 bagels and cream cheese. Jasmine wasn't working, and the girl who'd taken her place was not a conversationalist. When Shay tried asking her about Debbie Sampson, she pretended she didn't hear him and shut the window while she made their drinks. She wasn't very nice, Ryder noted as Shay pulled into a nearby parking space to organize his coffee in the console and unwrap the mushy, anemic-looking bagel. No, but they were busy. They were busy before, and Jasmine seemed fine talking to us. I wonder if someone told them not to talk to us. Shay mulled that over. It's possible. Anything is possible, I guess. But if we have to talk to these girls again, we'll find a way. An hour later, they ran down Debbie's friend, Mary Ness, at a small garden center located along I-5. The place was quaint and had a comfortable air to it, definitely a better vibe than the espresso stand. Mary was loading planters into a Volvo wagon. The purchaser stood to the side while Mary wrestled them into the car. Once the wagon drove off, Mary turned to them. "Are you waiting for me?" Shay held out his hand. "Yes. I'm Shay Delacombe. Devin Flynn, Brennan Flynn's uncle, asked me to look into Debbie's disappearance. We're talking to people who knew her, like Dolores Sam and her friends." Tears sprang to Mary's eyes, and she wrapped her arms around herself. "Oh my God, I can't believe Miss Sam was killed. She was a hero to me and so many other girls. I don't know what we're going to do without her." "I imagine someone will arise to take her role, though never her place in your hearts. I admired her as well. We were in law school together." "You were?" Mary sniffed and wiped her cheeks. "That's cool. What was law school like?" "Hard. A lot of memorization and writing, but worth it in the end." She seemed to mull that over for a moment, then asked, "What do you want to know about Debbie?" "Really, just about anything you can tell us." Shay gestured toward Ryder. "This is my—" He hesitated. "Friend, Ryder Mann. He works for a company called West Coast Forensics." "Forensics? Does that mean you think Debbie's dead?" Mary whispered the last word as if she was afraid saying it might make it real. "I'm really good at digging out information. It's like a secret power," Ryder said reassuringly. "We don't know what's happened to your friend. Is there anything you can tell us about her? Anything you think might help us find her and bring her home?" Shay noticed Ryder did not use the word alive. With Dolores dead and Debbie missing, it was hard not to fear the worst. But hope was something they tried not to kill. "Sure, let me tell my uncle. I'll be right back." They waited for her in the dappled sunlight, listening to cars rush past on I-5. "It's oddly peaceful here," Ryder commented. "I agree. It's a sort of oasis." "My uncle says this is a magical place," Mary said as she drew close to them again, clearly having overheard them speaking. "I think that's why I like working here so much." "What can you tell us about Debbie? Do you know her boyfriend, Brennan?" "Brennan is nice enough, but—" She shrugged. "I never thought they were serious or anything." "But Debbie liked him." "I guess. We only hung out a few times." "Who's we?" "Me, Gabby, Debbie, Brennan, and Michael, Gabby's boyfriend. A few other people from high school. Gabby's dad has a big house, and he's gone a lot, so she's had barbecues over there a couple of times." "Are you all still friends, now that you're finished with high school?" Shay knew they probably were. It was hard to cut ties in small towns. "I wouldn't say friends," Mary said, "but you know how it is. I'm not sure Brennan graduated, though." "What is Brennan like? Do you think he might have had something to do with Debbie going missing?" "I don't know him that well. Before Debbie got together with him, we never hung out in the same group. He was—" She glanced at Shay, clearly trying to choose her words. "He was the kind of person who missed classes and stuff." "What about alcohol, drugs?" Mary rolled her eyes at him. Who doesn't drink or whatever? Except for me, I guess. But I never saw Brennan doing anything except maybe have a couple of beers. I do remember that he didn't stay very long at Gabby's last party. Debbie seemed upset that he was leaving so soon. But Brennan told her he needed to work the next day and didn't want to mess up. That wasn't much information, but it did mesh with what Brennan had said about trying to straighten out his life. Do you know David Atkins, Brennan's roommate? No. What about Gabby? You three are all good friends? Mary nodded. We've been friends since the 5th grade. She glanced at the open nursery doors and the other cars parked in the lot. I'm sorry, but I need to get back to work soon. I understand. I'm just trying to get a better sense of Debbie. The most inconsequential fact could be the one that helps us find her. She is funny and kind. She wants to be a lawyer, too. She volunteered a lot for Miss Sam's office and was always talking about how the tribe, she clarified, needs to protect itself more and that we can't ignore things. How, tribal women are not treated well, and ways she wanted to make things better. She even went to Canada last summer to visit some leaders there. She's going to be so upset when she finds out what happened to Miss Sam. Mary bit her lip, keeping her tears from falling. Thank you for speaking with us. If you think of anything else, would you please call or text me? Shay felt around in his pocket but realized he'd given his last business card to the mechanic. Ryder, who'd been quietly listening, pulled out his wallet and slipped out a card, handing it to Mary. This is my card and number. I'll pass any information on to Mr. Delacombe. Mr. Delacombe? Shay wasn't going to think about how much he did not like being relegated to Mr. by Ryder Man. Chapter 14. Ryder. Ryder. Top or bottom? Shay. Excuse me? Ryder. Bunk, dude. Bunk. Shay. Never will I ever sleep in a bunk bed. Ryder. Never say never. Mary told them that Gabby Swinton had quit the Y and was now working as a greeter in the restaurant at the casino. But when they stopped by, Gabby wasn't there, and an older woman holding a set of menus wouldn't tell them when she would be in next. We don't share that kind of information, she said in a slightly annoyed tone. Well, that was a waste of time, Ryder grumbled as he thought about how he was going to have to heave himself back into the expedition. The optional step stool was becoming a more and more attractive possibility. I feel like we've spent the whole day finding out next to nothing. Not that I'm unhappy that this place doesn't randomly hand out employee information, but it would have been at least nice to have an idea of when Gabby worked next. I agree. Shay had a thoughtful expression on his face. Ryder was, as always, captivated by the smile lines at the edges of Shay's intelligent eyes. He liked making Shay smile just so he could enjoy them, watching as they creased and expanded outward like starlight. They paused in the casino's ginormous lobby. It was 3 stories high and even had an indoor waterfall feature. While the sound of falling water was calming, maybe just what a guest needed after losing their life savings, the lobby was not where Ryder wanted to be. He was hungry again, for one thing, and he had the itch to sit down and use some of his less orthodox methods to find out more about Debbie Sampson and all of Debbie's elusive friends. He had a gut feeling that this wasn't a simple missing persons case followed by a random shooting. As the day had gone on, Ryder had begun to think that whatever was happening in this town was complicated. A story problem instead of arithmetic. There was a missing girl, possibly more than one if they added Katie Long. A woman killed in a supposed drive-by shooting after the shooter possibly tried to drive Ryder and Shay off the road. An ex-boyfriend who didn't seem nearly as worried as he should be, though, then again, Brennan was only 19. Then there was that email Shay had received.
Could everything be connected in some way? Damn it, he always hated story problems. Are we just gonna stand here waiting for inspiration to strike? He asked. Shay grinned at him, and Ryder congratulated himself for accomplishing at least that objective. We need to talk to Katie Long. She's the only one who might know what information Dolores had for us. Stating the obvious here, but she seems to have disappeared. After her apartment and the car place, they'd run out of ideas. Katie was nowhere they knew to look, or maybe she didn't want to be found. Missing or hiding. I want to talk to Charlie Dean again and see if they're looking for her. If not, they need to be. Good call? Ryder nodded. I need a place to set up my laptop so I can dig into these people. Someone knows something, even if they don't think they know it, and I want to figure out what it is. Me too. Me too. They exited the casino and crossed the small road into the main parking lot. Ryder was surprised, although maybe he shouldn't have been, by the sheer number of cars parked there, even though it was just after midday. Presumably, the owners were inside playing slots or whatever their game of choice was. Shay had to park several aisles down from the casino entrance, but the expedition still dwarfed most of the vehicles around it, making it easy to spot. I guess you've never lost that thing in a parking lot? Shay glanced at him, amused. By thing, I assume you mean my car? And the answer is no. I've never lost any car in a parking lot. I lost a WCF company car once. Kimball gave me crap about it for weeks. Shay snorted and shoulder bumped him, sending a jolt of want through Ryder. How do you lose a car? Look, he began, trying to ignore that just the most glancing touch from Shay made his dick twitch with need. It's not that hard. Whitney was sick, and the weekly order for coffee and stuff didn't get delivered. This is an office full of serious caffeine addicts. I offered to go and pick it up, and the Honda Accord is the most stolen car in the U.S., which is why I called the police and reported it. But it wasn't. No. Ryder sighed. I'd parked on the other side of the mall and got turned around and walked out the wrong door. It's not my fault the outsides of those places all look the same. They stepped to the side to allow a driver searching for a parking spot to pass them by before heading down their row. Ryder wasn't sure what caught his attention. Maybe it was thinking about how embarrassed he'd been when the rent-a-cop had found the Accord by using the panic button, but he glanced over his shoulder, and a white van was barreling toward them. Surely it was going to slow down. There was nowhere else for it or them to go. The engine revved higher as the van sped up, still heading directly for them. Ryder grabbed Shay's arm, jerking him out of the way and shoving him in between a sedan and a Jeep parked next to each other. He stumbled against Shay, who hit the sedan and then the ground, with Ryder landing on top of him. The van slammed against the parked cars and caught momentarily on the Jeep's grill. Ryder felt the vehicle shudder, and it was pushed about a half a foot closer to where they lay. A car alarm was blaring, a horn honking along with it. The sound was deafening, and Ryder brought his hands up to cover his ears. Tires squealed, and the van driver revved the engine, pulling back from the Jeep with a hideous grinding sound. Then the van was gone, roaring away from where they lay between the two cars. Ryder's heart was pounding so hard he was surprised he didn't pass out. "What the fuck just happened?" he whispered, though Shay likely couldn't hear him over the alarm and horn. He didn't want to, but he rolled off Shay to sit up, immediately missing the comfort of Shay's body. Seriously? What the fuck? The first time he had Shay underneath him, Ryder had hoped they would be naked and in a bed, not almost crushed into the baking cement of a dusty parking lot. "I think someone tried to run us down," Shay said over the alarms, but he sounded unsure, as if maybe they hadn't just been in the sights of a criminal who'd tried to crush them to death, or at least seriously injure them. "They did," Ryder confirmed.
and they nearly succeeded. The blacktop underneath his ass was warm and somehow reassuring to Ryder. He hadn't been killed or grievously injured. Carefully, after checking himself for broken bits, he braced himself against the mangled Jeep and pulled himself to his feet before offering Shay a hand up. Shay didn't let go of Ryder's hand when he too was upright. Instead, he met Ryder's surprised gaze and tugged him close, wrapping his strong arms around Ryder's smaller body. Shay's heart thumped in tandem with Ryder's, and Ryder laid his head against Shay's broad chest, savoring being alive while trying to sort out what had just happened. "Are you okay?" Shay murmured, running his hands up Ryder's back and down his arms. Ryder nodded. "I may have a few bruises tonight and a headache from the cacophony, but nothing permanent. Let's at least not stand right next to the cars. Our hearing is going to be damaged." Shay grabbed his hand and tugged Ryder away from the alarm. It wasn't much quieter a few feet away, but better than it had been. "Oh my God, are you okay? I saw everything that happened. That driver almost killed you. I thought they'd lost control of the car, but then they just drove off." They turned to see who was speaking. It was a man about Ryder's age, seemingly dressed for a shift at the casino or one of the other businesses in the vicinity. "We're fine," Shay said, squeezing Ryder's hand. "Thank you. Did you happen to see the license plate or the driver?" The guy shook his head regretfully. "No, I just parked and was checking my phone. I happened to look up and see that van heading for you guys. I think the driver was male, but they were wearing a baseball cap or something pulled low, and I only saw them from the side. It all happened so fast." Someone else must have witnessed their near-death experience, because the sound of police sirens reached Ryder's ears. "Asshole," Ryder grumbled as Officer Cranky Pants drove off. It wasn't until after the police had taken their statement and gone their merry way that Shay and Ryder discovered someone had also slashed all 4 of Shay's tires. The expedition listed to the side drunkenly as one tire was still partially inflated. The responding officer, in fact, had not been merry at all. He'd acted as if Shay and Ryder had made up the attack on their persons. Luckily, the guy who'd seen the other car stuck around and confirmed what had happened, even offering to go to the police station if that was what was needed. "I feel like I might have been cursed. Usually I know who I've pissed off," Shay said. Ryder nudged him with his elbow as he frowned at his precious SUV, as if perhaps by sheer willpower he could reinflate the tires and make it drivable. Sadly, it wasn't working. "It seems as if someone is trying to send you a message, and it's not a love letter," Ryder said, watching as the tow truck maneuvered around and hooked the SUV up so it could be towed to the dealership. "Couldn't they just send a real letter?" Shay asked glumly. "Well, I don't know. I mean," Ryder said, "do you think this could be the work of your anonymous emailer?" "It seems a stretch to email once and then try to kill me. I don't know. Maybe whoever it is really irritated with you. Ha ha. But you have a point. I guess I should try and figure out where they came from. Dude, that's my job. You do the lawyering. I'll take care of the cyber investigation." At the dealership, Ryder listened in while Shay negotiated for a rental car. It was already late in the day, and they had no mechanics available, the technician explained. The behemoth wouldn't be ready to drive until the next afternoon at the earliest, and maybe not until the day after. They transferred their belongings, including the box of mail, to a new and more practically sized SUV. Shay thanked the tech, and they drove away from the dealership. A few blocks later, though, he pulled into the parking lot of a wireless store. "I can drive, in case you get tired of it." Ryder suspected Shay had control issues and didn't like letting others behind the wheel. "I like to drive. I find it soothing." "Yep, control issues," Ryder chuckled to himself. They'd been trapped at the car place for an hour, and residual adrenaline from their near miss still coursed through his veins. The van rushing toward them replayed repeatedly on the big screen in his head. Then he'd get to the part in the movie where Shay embraced him and, well, that segment he wanted to relive over and over, with a decidedly non-pity kiss at the end of it all. Was it possible Shay was beginning to admit he had actual feelings for him? Ryder feared to hope. Shay probably would have embraced any friend who'd nearly been run down. It was practically an automatic response. But there was the earlier kiss, too, although similar circumstance. Still, maybe it hadn't been a pity kiss. Ryder hadn't forgotten about that kiss so much as set it aside until a time when he could bring it out and examine the gentle touch, the way Shay's sure gaze had kept him from panicking. He'd been behaving himself for the past 24 and change hours, not throwing himself at Shay the way he wanted to, but maybe, just maybe, Shay needed a Ryder to show him how he made a Ryder feel, not just tease and flirt and allow Shay to call all the shots. Or maybe a near-death experience made Shay feel cuddly. He sighed. Earth to Ryder. What? Sorry. He felt his cheeks warm and blinked, dispelling his fantasy of a future with Shay in it as more than a friend, but fewer creeps out to get them. Sorry, I was just thinking. Shay gave him a sideways look. In case you're concerned, I don't usually put my friends in danger. Ah, Ryder's favorite word from Shay, friend. Sure, that's what all the boys say. And here I thought, hoped, really, that this was all an elaborate ruse to get into my pants. He sighed again, more dramatically, and flopped back against the seat. Shay chuckled, and a warm feeling rose in Ryder's chest. Apparently, the teasing and flirting would be continuing. He was such a sucker for Shay's laugh. So, what are we going to do now, and why did you stop here? Ryder glanced at Shay and then at the electronics store. I need to get my thoughts in order, and I want to pick up a mobile router so you can have internet at the cabin, because that's where we're headed. It's nothing special, but it's also not the Pioneer Inn. I'm going to miss the Pioneer, Ryder said, the enticing scent of years-old cigarette smoke, the soothing sound of semis roaring by, my neighbor playing 80s hairband music until the wee hours. Also, I'm pretty sure you're lying, and your cabin is very special. There was that laugh again. It made his stomach tingle and his heart beat just a little faster. Don't knock hairbands. They managed to support an entire generation of stylists. Shay's cabin was adorable. An A-frame set back from the road, away from neighbors. The front porch was, in fact, a small deck with a covered area off to one side. Ryder hardly glanced at what was there, maybe a small table and chairs or something. He wanted to see the inside of the cabin, what it would reveal about Shay that Ryder didn't already know. This was a piece of Shay he kept hidden from the rest of the world, and Ryder was getting a peek at it. The anticipation was killing him. This place has been in my family for generations, Shay explained, not hurrying to unlock the door. This is actually national forest land now, which is why there aren't a ton of other cabins here. Every home you see was built before the forest was established. The cabin's footprint can't be changed, which means no remodeling, except for the interior. Fine with me. Keeps the developers out. There were maybe 8 other cabins that Ryder could see, although they had passed plenty more on their way from the highway on what must not be forest land. Let me see inside, Ryder said. I want to see. I should blindfold you, Shay teased. You could do that. I don't usually role play, but for you, Shay. Shay turned and stared at Ryder for what felt like a very long time before finally shaking his head. I don't know what I'm going to do with you. I have plenty of ideas. Ryder waggled his eyebrows to break the tension and distract his cock. Lots and lots. Just so you know. Ignoring him, Shay slid his key into the lock and pushed the front door open, motioning for Ryder to enter ahead of him. Which he did, of course. Once he was over the threshold, he stopped and turned in a slow circle, taking in all he could see.
The cabin was just as cute on the inside as the outside. There was a tiny kitchen to the left of the entryway. If there had ever been a wall separating the rooms, it was long gone, leaving the kitchen open to the main space. Ryder could easily imagine Shay cooking and entertaining a friend, maybe sipping from a glass of red wine as he did. Across from the front door, a ladder leaned against the wall, leading to a loft area where, Ryder assumed, a bed was hidden. To Ryder's right was a stone fireplace with overstuffed bookshelves to either side. A small couch and coffee table were situated in front of the fireplace, and a door to the right led to what Ryder figured had to be the bathroom. A sliding door looked out onto another deck and the immense trees surrounding the cabin. "Oh," he breathed, moving farther into the room. "This is amazing." The decor was a mishmash of things Shay and Ryder presumed his relatives had collected over the years, probably over generations. There were some photographs, an actual set of antlers hanging over the fireplace, and so many books. He even spotted what he thought were vinyl records and a turntable. Ryder's fingers itched to touch everything, to see what secrets he could unlock about Shay Delacombe. "We'll draw straws or something for who sleeps on the couch. It's pretty comfortable." Shay's words reminded Ryder he had work to do, that they weren't here for sexy times. There was still a missing girl, and now a murdered community leader. Those, not Ryder's dick, needed to be the priorities. "Let's get the router set up." Chapter 15. Shay. Ryder. "Would you rather wrestle an alligator or be tied down and covered with ants?" Shay. "Have you run out of normal questions?" Ryder. "Waiting." Shay. "Is there another option?" "Never mind. I'd rather fight an alligator. At least I could fight back." Shay was tired and sore from hitting the cement earlier, and despite the quiet drive from Marysville, his mind was buzzing, mostly trying to figure out what the hell was going on. As he drove, his gaze had kept straying to the rear-view mirror, trying to see if someone was following them, but he hadn't spotted any vehicle that raised a red flag. Not all of his pondering was about the truck, the van, Debbie Sampson, or Dolores Sam. A large chunk of his brain was devoting itself to Ryder Man, as well as other parts of his body that he seemed to have less control over. When the van had been racing toward them, Shay's life had flashed before his eyes. Until that moment, he'd thought that was merely a saying. What if Ryder had been killed because of him? What if Ryder had died and Shay suffered an eternity wondering what more with him would have been like? Would he regret working so hard to push Ryder away? Not that he believed in eternity, but he was starting to think maybe he was wasting the chance he was being given to be with someone he not only liked and respected, but was ridiculously attracted to. The last 24 hours had opened his eyes in more ways than one. Not only did he know in his heart he didn't want to lose Ryder, he also knew he wanted more. All his protests about age and experience seemed trivial. None of that mattered if one or the other, or both of them were dead. Ryder was right. Age was just a number, and Shay had been far too focused on that when he should have been focused on Ryder as a person, as a man who was intelligent, funny, smart, and sexy as hell. Ryder was young, but he had more depth than many of the men and women Shay's own age he'd been with, wasted time with. The drive to the cabin had been a sort of torture, especially with Ryder unusually quiet. Shay wanted to ask what he was thinking about, but resisted. They, and the word came much easier now, had a mystery to solve. There would be time to talk about what they might mean to each other after this scary shit was behind them. He needed to check in with Dempsey about Clarabelle, and Devin was probably desperate for an update too. I need to touch base with Devin Flynn. He'll have heard about Dolores and be wondering what the hell is going on. I can't believe I didn't call him already. I think you have a valid excuse after everything that's happened, Ryder said. You should be able to use the router for connectivity. Do you want me to step outside while you talk? Not necessary, unless you want to see about getting the hot tub warmed up. I'm pretty stiff, and a soak would feel pretty good before bed. Ryder stared at him, as if he was trying to read Shay's mind. It made Shay smile. Hot tub. Shay pointed to the door. It's on the deck. The instructions are on the counter for when I rent the place out. Ryder snatched up the 3-ring binder and began flipping through the pages. A cabin. With a hot tub even. What other surprises do you have for me, Shay Delacombe? You have no idea. Ryder jerked, and again he stared at Shay, his eyes narrowing at what he read on Shay's face. I'll be outside, he said. With the binder still in his grasp, he let himself out the front door, muttering hot tub in a wondering tone that made Shay smile as he shut the door behind him. Shay scrolled until he found Devon's cell number in his contacts and pressed call.
Flynn here.
Devon, this is Shay.
Shay, what the hell? What is going on?
Shay shared with Devon what had happened over the past 2 days, including the incident with the truck before Dolores was shot and the one with the van at the casino, which had been that afternoon but felt like a lifetime ago. Devon had already heard about Dolores. I don't know what to think, Devon. We've only just started asking questions. We talked to Brennan, Debbie's mom, and those of her friends we could track down, and we stopped by her work. I have no idea who we've pissed off, or even if it's all related, although my instincts say it is.
Who's we?
Shay stopped pacing. Ryder Man is still here. He's a big help finding information. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Devon chuckled.
The same Ryder who looked at me like he'd gladly fit me with a pair of cement shoes and drop me in the harbor, that Ryder Man?
Shay decided to ignore Devon's perceptive comment. I doubt there is another.
Huh,
Devon said.
Well, good luck with that. So you still don't have any idea where Debbie might have gone?
None. No one has seen her since the parking lot at McDonald's. I believe Brennan when he says he also hasn't seen her and doesn't know where she is. Have you met his roommate? Shay was thinking about what Ryder had said, that he thought Brennan might be struggling with his sexual identity. He wondered if Brennan was aware that his uncle Devon was gay. The chief didn't keep it a secret, but he also didn't date much, so there wasn't a lot for Islanders to gossip about.
David? Well, I've met him once or twice when I've visited Brennan. Why?
Just wondered. It wasn't up to Shay to possibly out Devon's nephew.
Stay safe, Shay. When I asked you to look into this, I didn't think you'd be in danger. I hoped, anyhow, it would be easy enough to figure out where she is. I think both Matt and Neil would look at me very poorly if this gets you hurt.
Maybe. Though I think I still piss Neil off more often than not.
No doubt there. But that just means he likes you.
His half-brother did have an odd way of showing affection. The only person Shay had seen him display tenderness to was Matt Dempsey. His wolfhound, Fenrir, and Fenrir's kitten, Hell, took up the rest of his heart. Shay's own upbringing had been painful, loud, full of arguments and recriminations, but at least he'd had a roof over his head. His parents had loathed each other, and it had only gotten worse as he'd aged. Why his mother had insisted on staying married, Shay would never know. Before I let you go, Devon, do you know what Debbie was doing for Dolores Sam as a volunteer? If she didn't run off on her own, maybe there's a connection, especially after what happened last night.
I don't. Sorry. Maybe check with her secretary. She's been helpful in the past.
I will. When I can find her. Setting his phone on the counter, and not knowing exactly how he felt about having cell service in his little hideaway, Shay took a deep breath. Usually when he came up here, it was to escape the real world, to rest and recharge. The cabin had always been a special place for him. When none of his other relatives had wanted to bother with it, he'd bought out their shares and made it his own. He'd never brought anyone here before. Shay blinked slowly and then replayed his thoughts in his head. He hadn't brought anyone before. The cabin was special. A place where Shay could be Shay, which implied he cared about Ryder because he wouldn't bring just anyone. Fucking hell, he muttered. Yes, he was interested in Ryder as more than a friend, as a lover, and maybe even more than that. But the reservations he had about himself as a partner held him back. He was conflicted. He didn't want the complication of another person in his life, did he? A complication named Ryder who made him laugh and groan with frustration, sometimes in the space of the same minute. I am so very fucked. How did this happen? For his entire adult life, Shay had carefully managed his relationships. For him, control was always key. His past relationships had been quick and easy, never complicated. Ryder Man practically had complicated tattooed on his forehead, and Shay was careening down a road leading directly to him. He had no control in this situation, which made him uncomfortable. Shay knew with certainty that if he opened the door to Ryder, he'd be all in. His thoughts were interrupted by the front door opening again. Ryder's bright eyes peeked around the edge. Are you coming to join me or what? Shay narrowed his eyes as he spotted a bare shoulder. Ryder's shoulder. Are you naked? Shay was fairly sure Ryder hadn't brought swim trunks along on this trip. Maybe. I guess you're just going to have to get out here and find out for yourself. He shut the door again, leaving Shay staring at the wall. Was he going to throw away his carefully set boundaries and rules and get in the tub with Ryder, naked Ryder, because once they were in the water together, Shay wouldn't be able to hide his attraction? It had been hard enough over the past 48 hours. Thank God last night Ryder hadn't been assigned the room next to his, or he might have heard Shay getting off to a fantasy of Ryder naked, hard, and begging for more. His dick, which really should be too old for these kinds of shenanigans, twitched. Fine. Just this once, he said to no one, and certainly not fooling himself as he stripped off his chinos, briefs, and button-down shirt, leaving them in a heap on the floor. Now that he'd made his decision, he didn't want to wait a second longer. Outside the cabin, shadows were starting to lengthen as the day drew to a close. The scent of pine surrounded him. There was something about how pine smelled when the weather was hot that burrowed into his bones and stirred memories of when Shay was very young and his parents, at least outwardly, were happy. Wow. Shay's gaze landed on his guest, who was, as Shay had predicted, naked and leaning back against the wall of the hot tub. Shay didn't reply, just trapped Ryder's gaze with his own as he prowled across the deck to where his prey waited. The hot tub was protected by an L-shaped structure. Any noisy neighbors could only see them if they walked right up to the front door. This seems like a change of course for you. Ryder's words were quiet, but Shay detected an underlying urgency. Maybe I just came to my senses. When he looked into the water, he could see Ryder's slim form, distorted by bubbles, but luring Shay closer. His cock twitched again as it began to fill and lengthen. Ryder's eye stayed locked on his as he slipped his hand under the water and began, Shay imagined quite vividly, to stroke himself. Stop. Ryder just grinned at him, not stopping what he was doing. His lips quirked into a mischievous, sexy smile, and Shay wanted to taste it. Make me. This man was going to kill him. But then again, it wasn't the worst way to go. Better than being smashed into the pavement. Shay stepped into the tub, letting the warm water caress his skin and soothe the rest of the bruising from earlier. He sat on one of the bench seats, leaned back, and spread his legs. There was more than one way to distract himself from the aches and pains of the day.
Get over here and sit on my lap. Are we daddy role-playing here? Or is this serious? Because if I come over there, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I said, get your sexy ass over here. Ryder stood, and Shay got his first good look at his naked body. At somewhere around 5'7", he was almost a foot shorter than Shay, and appeared naturally slim, where Shay in recent years kept fit by going to the gym. A mat of dark hair covered Ryder's chest before tapering off at the top of his stomach, only to start up again at his belly button and continue downward to his groin. His gorgeous, slender cock needed attention and, like Shay's, was thickening rapidly. Can I take your glasses off? He was adorable. Entirely naked, but still wearing his thick-rimmed glasses. Ryder's eyes widened behind the lenses. I really can't see without them. I don't want you to see, Shay growled. I want you to feel. Jesus Christ. Ryder's cock listed to the side and upward as he continued to harden. You're killing me. I've had blue balls for days. Months, actually, and... Shay grabbed his wrist, pulling Ryder onto his lap, both to shut him up and so he could finally lay his hands on him the way he'd been wanting to for months. Using both hands, he carefully tugged Ryder's glasses off and set them on the deck, out of the way. Ryder twisted around to face him, spreading his knees wide so he was balanced across Shay's thighs and their cocks pressed against each other. Oh, fuck, this is good, Shay. So good. His tongue darted out and dragged across his bottom lip as he stared into Shay's eyes. That little movement was the last straw. It broke whatever self-restraint Shay had left. If he had been planning on using his willpower, it dissipated into the same vapor as the steam from the hot tub. Ryder's lips had been driving Shay wild for ages. Sometimes, when he was speaking, it was all Shay could do to look him in the eyes. They were plump. Lush, really, and slightly pink. Completely edible. Shay dove at them, nipping and licking into Ryder's hot mouth. One of them groaned as their cocks ground together again, and Ryder jerked, throwing his head back and allowing Shay access to his neck. It was like trying to hold a live wire. Ryder squirmed and thrust his hips against Shay's. Shay had to grab onto him to keep him from falling backward into the water. Please, Ryder gasped, the wild need in his eyes like nothing Shay had experienced before. Please what? Shay taunted. Ryder was so close to coming, and Shay had hardly put a hand on him. He'd probably been out here stroking himself the entire time Shay was on the phone. Relenting, Shay reached between their bodies. He was going to give Ryder an orgasm, and then they were going to do it again together. This one was for Ryder. Even in the churning water, Ryder's cock was hot and hard in his grip, and Shay found with a quick squeeze, his balls were so fucking high and tight. Ryder moaned into his ear and began rocking more urgently, his erection sliding up and down in Shay's fist. I've got you. Let go, Shay crooned. Come for me. Oh, God, oh, God. Ryder's hands flailed about before one landed on his chest. As he thrust into Shay's grip, he pinched his own nipple, twisting the sensitive nub and releasing another groan, this one loud enough for the entire forest to hear. His cock pulsed hard in Shay's hand. The feel of it brought Shay close to the edge, too, but he needed to wait. He wanted to make his first orgasm with Ryder something Shay, would never forget. Ryder continued thrusting, and Shay tightened his grip, which must have been the right thing to do, because Ryder's whole body shuddered and shook for a long moment before he stilled. Shay wrapped his arms around him as he came down from his high. That was... wow, Ryder muttered into Shay's neck, his grip tight around Shay's shoulders and his chest heaving. It was beautiful. You are beautiful. And I loved watching you come. Ryder lifted his head, a frown on his gorgeous face. You didn't, though? I have plans that involve me coming, but I want it to happen in bed with your ass wrapped around my cock. I want to look at your hole and watch it tighten and relax as I push my hard fucking dick inside you.
I want the heat I feel to be from your body." Ryder's softening cock twitched between them, and Shay chuckled. "I think I could manage that," Ryder whispered. "We are talking about right now, right? I don't think I can stand the anticipation." "One of these days we'll have a discussion about the joys of anticipation, but not today. Get inside." Stopping in the bathroom before heading upstairs, Shay grabbed condoms and lube. One day, maybe they'd go without. But not tonight. Chapter 16. Ryder. Ryder. Who is your favorite person in the world? Ryder. Aside from me, of course. Shay. Why are you texting me from outside? Ryder. I miss talking like this. The loft was warm and stuffy from the heat of the day, but Ryder didn't care. He was sprawled out naked on top of the covers, his body still thrumming from the orgasm Shay had given him. He listened to Shay move around below, hopefully finding condoms, because even Ryder hadn't been optimistic enough to pack those. He wasn't going to question what led to this very sharp change of heart, at least not this minute, when Shay had promised him there was more to come. Ryder let out a little snicker at his terrible joke. What's so funny? Shay growled, the top of his head appearing over the edge of the loft. Ryder had no response. Shay's appearance swept everything from his mind. He was a blank slate, waiting to be written upon. Levering himself up, Shay crawled onto the bed, a hungry, hunting expression on his face. Ryder wondered what he'd prodded awake in the man. For almost a year he'd been teasing, flirting, and practically begging Shay Delacombe to make a move, to acknowledge Ryder's existence as a sexual being. Ryder had had no idea what lurked underneath Shay's calm exterior. It was probably one of the reasons for his successful career as a defense lawyer. Shay must be used to hiding his emotions and revealing them only when he needed to. Or wanted to. You seem to be thinking. I don't want you thinking. I want you feeling. Jesus Christ. Looming over Ryder's supine body, Shay caged him between his arms. Not that Ryder wanted to escape. He had only the briefest moment to drown himself in Shay's gaze, which was filled with desire. His eyes a shade of blue-green that made Ryder think of mountain rivers, the shadowy pools where fish hid from the sun. It had been less than half an hour since he'd orgasmed hard enough that he'd seen spots floating before his eyes, but his dick managed to twitch against his thigh in anticipation of what was yet to come. Then Shay closed the distance between them, covering Ryder's lips with his own. Shay's lovemaking was relentless, a tidal wave, all-encompassing, and Ryder let himself be swept up. Ryder whimpered in protest when Shay abandoned his lips, but Shay ignored him, sliding down his body, nibbling on the sensitive areas of his neck before moving on to his nipples, which had always been a source of pleasure for Ryder. He sucked gently, running his tongue around the bud before nipping first one and then the other, sending shocks of pleasure directly to Ryder's cock. Fuck. I planned to. Getting you ready first. I'm ready, I swear I'm ready. He spread his legs farther apart so Shay could have the access he needed. Oh no. Shay cackled. After all you put me through. All the talk. The casual brushes against me when we saw each other, bringing up what you like. Let's see if I can put your words into action. Shay paused, looking up Ryder's body, a wicked gleam in his eye. And Ryder knew without a doubt that Shay remembered absolutely everything Ryder had ever teased him with. Turn over. I want to see that tight ass a little closer. Shay shifted his position, and Ryder turned over, pulling his knees underneath him. He could almost feel Shay's hungry gaze on his skin.
on his hole. "Perfect," Shay whispered. A moment passed. Ryder barely had time to wonder what else Shay had in mind before all ability to think abandoned him again. A long finger traced around his hole, charging every sensitive nerve ending with life. Then Shay pushed that finger inside Ryder's body, humming to himself as he did so. He pulled back out, making Ryder groan in despair. "I need to kiss this hole of yours." Ryder's cock, already hard again, throbbed and pulsed against the covers. His balls ached as if he hadn't come in months. Just the thought of Shay putting his lips there was enough to have him reaching underneath himself to grab his cock and squeeze. He wanted this to last. Shay's big hands parted Ryder's cheeks again, and this time, instead of a finger, Ryder felt first the prickle of Shay's stubble, then quick licks, Shay's tongue tracing Ryder's opening. He pushed back, wanting, needing more. Ryder had always been a sexual person. He'd never been ashamed of what he enjoyed, but he'd never had a first time with someone who already knew what turned him on, because he might possibly have overshared. "Please," he panted. That had the opposite effect of what Ryder wanted. Shay pulled away enough to ask, "Please what?" in a growly voice that belied his self-control. Just got more." Ryder broke off with a cry as Shay jammed his tongue inside, licking and, God, tasting him. The sounds they were both making seemed obscene in the small space, echoing back to Ryder's ears, surrounding him like a porn blanket. His cock throbbed again. Ryder realized, instead of gripping himself at the base, he'd started pumping in and out of his fist. He was so close. Sensitive from earlier, yes, but so close. He could probably come with Shay's tongue deep in his ass. But as the thought flashed through his mind, Shay pulled back, leaving Ryder open and empty. The high-pitched keen he heard was himself complaining about the loss. "I need to be inside you." Shay's voice sounded ragged and broken. He tapped Ryder's hip. "Turn over. I want to see your face when you come again." Shay took what seemed like an hour rolling a condom onto his long, thick cock. Ryder wanted to help, but he really couldn't move. Once the condom was in place, Shay tugged at Ryder's hips until his ass was up on Shay's thighs, his knees splayed wide. Next, Shay opened the lube and poured it onto his fingers, rubbing it around and then into Ryder's hole, first one finger and then two. "Just making sure I don't miss a spot. You are evil," Ryder panted, grimacing as Shay barely brushed against his prostate and made his cock bounce. Removing his fingers, Shay gazed down at Ryder's body, devouring him with his gaze. Ryder's dick pulsed even more pre-cum onto his stomach, and Shay's lips quirked. Ever so slowly, he dropped one hand and swept a finger through the liquid there before bringing that finger to his mouth and sucking on it. Heat coursed through Ryder like nothing he'd felt in his life before. "You taste good everywhere, Ryder man. He began. But whatever he'd been about to say was forced out of his head by the thick head of Shay's cock pressing against his entrance. He was relaxed from Shay's fingers and tongue, but Shay wasn't small. The hot pressure and slight burn were welcome. If he was lucky, he wouldn't come the second Shay was seated inside him. This time it was Shay who groaned, sweat beading and dripping off his forehead. "I can't believe how good you feel. I don't know if I can go slow. If you go slow, I might consider murder. I think it would be self-defense." Shay chuckled at Ryder's words, but his gaze, which had seemed tender for a short moment, turned predatory again. He was pushed so far inside Ryder that Ryder could feel Shay's pubic hair against his ass, and Ryder clenched as hard as he could. Two could play this game. Or not, seeing as Shay took his action to be the starting shot of a race and began to pump in and out of Ryder's ass, his strong thighs keeping Ryder where he needed him. Lifting himself up onto his elbows, Ryder was able to see Shay's cock push into and out of his ass. He'd watched plenty of porn, but that was strangers' cocks. This was Shay's, and watching as the man pounded into his body was making it even harder for Ryder to keep from coming. His cock wasn't pulsing pre-cum anymore. It was a steady stream, pooling on his abs and dripping down his sides. Shay was the epitome of concentration. His eyes shut as his hips pistoned back and forth. The muscles in his chest and arms were taut from holding Ryder, his teeth bared as if it was all he could do to hold on. Ryder crossed his ankles at the small of Shay's back, forcing himself as far onto Shay as he could, forcing Shay deep inside him where he needed him to be. He couldn't hold it off anymore. The raging fire he'd barely kept under control once Shay had begun his assault exploded. Ryder threw his head back, his spine arching as his balls emptied. His eyes were shut, but he felt his own cum land on his skin. Shay let out a shout, cramming his cock even farther inside Ryder. Even with the condom, Ryder could feel the heat of his release. Shay slumped over him, releasing his grip on Ryder's hips to grab his hands and lace his fingers through Ryder's as he lay on top of him. His chest heaved and his heart pounded against Ryder's, much like earlier, when they'd almost been run down.
Holy fuck. Why didn't we do that sooner?
Shay's voice was muffled from being pressed into Ryder's chest. All Ryder could do was huff out a chuckle.
I wasn't too rough, was I?
Lifting himself up, Shay peered down into Ryder's face, maybe trying to parse out his secret thoughts. Ryder had no secret thoughts. Everything was there for Shay to see.
You are everything I imagined, and more.
Ryder traced his finger down Shay's broad chest, not as hairy as his, but able to hold a set of wide shoulders that were bent on saving the world.
Me too.
You imagine having sex with yourself often? Shay snorted and shifted, pulling out as gently as possible, although Ryder couldn't help wincing. He was going to feel where Shay had been inside his body tomorrow, and he couldn't be happier.
What am I going to do with you, Ryder man?
You can keep me, hovered on the tip of Ryder's tongue, but he managed to swallow the words down. Shay might have caved to the chemistry that flared between them, but Ryder worried he was not ready to admit just how compatible they were. Yet. Blinking, Ryder looked around. It appeared to be morning. Everything around him was fuzzy but light. He felt around for his glasses before remembering he and Shay had been in the hot tub before the epic sex. The last thing he remembered was laying his head on Shay's chest and thinking he just shut his eyes for a few moments. Are my glasses still outside? He drifted awake slowly, confused at first because his ass was chilly but his front was searing. Then he'd figured out he was pressed up against Shay's side. Also, I'm massively hungry. His stomach rumbled its agreement. As they approached Shay's secret hideaway, they stopped in at what at first glance appeared to be just a grubby gas station, but proved to sell much more than corn chips and pepperoni sticks. They'd picked up dried pasta, fresh local cheese, organic tomato sauce, several bottles of wine, and a few other odds and ends to hold them until they went back to town.
I'm hungry too.
Shay rolled over, his lips curved into a satisfied arc. Ryder's heart did a worrisome little dance at the sight. Shay's stubble had grown in, making him appear even more rakish than he usually did. A pirate or cutthroat highwayman came to plunder his goods, and Shay was welcome to his goods. Oh yes, Ryder could see how easy it was for men and women to fall for this man.
I didn't feed you last night.
Shay traced a finger down Ryder's chest. It tickled, and he squirmed. I feel bad I didn't get online and try to find out some more information, an address or something for Debbie's other friends. He did not feel bad about doing the horizontal mambo with Shay, and it had been as good as he'd imagined. Maybe better.
I think after our day we deserved a bit of a break. Shay poked Ryder in the side. I don't know about you, but my muscles are a little sore. I think I may have bruised my ribs when you crushed me into the pavement yesterday. Squirming away from Shay's finger, Ryder donned his best suave expression. I'm sore too, baby. I'll be feeling it all day. I didn't hurt you, did I? Shay's smirk was instantly replaced by concern. Only in the best way. I promise. Yeah? Reaching out, Ryder caught Shay's chin, enjoying the scratchy roughness against his palm. It's the kind of ache that will remind me of what we did last night and make me want more. The tenderness Shay bestowed on his lips. An apology or a promise of more, Ryder wasn't sure, left him breathless. The moment spun out in the early morning light, Shay gently pressing him into the mattress with his tender kisses. True butterfly kisses, a javelin straight to his heart. Luckily, Ryder's stomach rumbled again, distracting both him and Shay from taking it any further. Let's get going and see if we can make sense of any of this. I'm going to put a call into Brennan Flynn. I feel like he must know something, even if he thinks he doesn't. Okay, and we need to track down Katie Long for sure. Turning one last time, Ryder stared back at the small cabin, already missing it when it was in plain sight. I don't want to leave. He was pouting, but he couldn't help it. Leaving the cabin felt like leaving paradise behind. Shay stepped away from the front door, tucking the key into his pocket and making sure the cover over the hot tub, which they drained and refilled after breakfast, was set correctly. Me either. Shay looked around. I love it here. It's always been a place I could unwind. But we have people to talk to, Ryder grumbled. You did pack the wine. We may need it tonight. I didn't pack the wine, as I have plans to come up here again soon. With you. We'll enjoy the wine then. Slowly. Maybe we can steal a whole weekend away, if that's something you think you'd enjoy. Really? With him? Last night wasn't Shay caving to a one-night thing? Disbelief, or pure shock, must have shown on his face, because Shay stepped closer to him, close enough so their bodies were touching. Bending slightly, Shay brushed his lips against Ryder's. Yes. Really? Ryder was worried about what the future had in store for them, but that damn kiss made it hard for him not to hope. He reminded himself it was likely Shay would revert to his too-old stance again before long. This morning they were safe from the real world, cloaked in a post-sex, isolated cabin cocoon. Ryder wanted so much to be with Shay, to be the man Shay looked to when he... Well, the man Shay turned to all the time for everything and anything. Ryder forced his thoughts to the present. You are mostly retired, right? You're not taking a lot of cases anymore? He knew Shay was closing his practice in Seattle, but didn't know Shay's future plans. Shay nodded. Mostly is the key word. He started across the lawn toward the rental. I take a few cases to keep my hand in. I don't think I could ever totally retire. That said, not being in the city every day, all day, is freeing. I doubt I'll retire, Ryder said as he slid into the passenger seat. I considered it for a hot minute, but I love being a part of WCF. Shay frowned as he began backing out onto the road. Aren't you a little young to consider retirement? If I was careful, I could live off interest, but I like working. For now, anyway. Shay glanced over at him, a quizzical expression on his face, but he didn't ask the question Ryder was sure he wanted to. Ryder was quiet for a minute, just to torture him before caving. I developed and refined facial recognition software specifically designed for missing persons cases. There's a lot of moving parts, but even after 5 years, it's still one of the top programs in the market. I take it you sold it and made a bunch off of it? I did.
I could have sold for even more, but I had a caveat in the sales agreement that it wouldn't be sold for retail, store security, or home security kinds of businesses. There's enough of that out there already. Also, a certain percentage goes at a discount or is given free to groups who are usually underserved by law enforcement. For example, if Dolores Sam had approached them, the owners would have offered the service for free. I definitely could have gotten more money, but it felt wrong.
You were motivated by your mom.
Yeah, I suppose. I mean, yes, though by the time I was developing the program, I had come to terms with her being gone forever, but... He stared out the car window at the tall pine trees while a dragonfly big enough to carry his luggage buzzed past. My mom influenced my decision, for sure.
You're a good person, Ryder man. I'm glad to know you.
Oh. Whoa. Ryder pressed his lips together. He hated that praise from Shay felt like he'd won the fucking lottery, and now he couldn't speak because there was no way for him to push out the right words. It had been bad enough when he only suspected he was in love with this passionate, difficult, intense, incredible man. He'd had no idea that real love would scare the daylights out of him. When he'd first thought he was in love with Shay Delacombe, it had been a simple emotion he could hang on to, kind of like riding a carousel, gentle ups, gentle downs, simple organ music blasting through the speakers. That was not love. Love was the ride at the fair where they strapped you into a swing and the damn thing spun fast, moving up and down and sideways, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Love made a person lose all the cotton candy they'd binged on before getting on the ride. But love was also worth it and made you keep trying, keep getting back on because all the up and down and spinning was worth it, even the scary parts. Love was that stupid saying about setting something free. Ryder had always hated the quote, but in that moment, he understood what it meant.
You're awfully quiet over there. What are you thinking in that head of yours?
He pinched himself to keep from saying what he was thinking. Shay was not ready. Super scary shit. Chapter 17. Shay. Ryder. I had a date last night, if you call going to a sports bar to watch men in tight pants chase balls around a date. Actually, now that I think about it, watching the players chase their balls was more scintillating than my companion. I may be young in years, but my day of doing jello shots has passed by.
Shay, don't you mean days?
Ryder. Why are you focusing on the jello shots? Anyway, I did them once and lost the whole night. Woke up with just one contact in, no socks, and a vague memory of vomiting in someone's shower. Never again.
Shay, duly noted. Are you going to go out with this winner again?
Ryder. I value my own balls too highly for a rerun of sports bar date. Nope. Not happening. Here's what I'm having a hard time with, Ryder said as they crested Stevens Pass and began the descent westward. The missing girl. The shooting. Being run off the road and then nearly run over the next day. Are these all related, or are they separate incidences? Nothing even remotely weird happened before we started looking into Debbie Sampson's disappearance. True, but what about that weird email? Could it somehow be a part of this? Shay guided the rental around a steep curve. With everything that had been happening, he'd put the email out of his mind, and last night, when they'd arrived at the cabin, he'd had more urgent things to worry about, like having sex with Ryder. I don't know. It still seems like a stretch. Haters gonna hate, and then some take that next step. I feel like you at least should look into it. Isn't hate mail some kind of federal crime, or is email not included?
It's a complicated offense.
When we get to town, I'll put in a call to my assistant and see if any more messages have arrived.
Will that satisfy you? You still have an assistant? Kev is doing me a favor while I get everything moved and set up in a new office in Hidden Harbor. There's still loose ends to be taken care of. Okay, but I still feel like we're missing something important. When was the last time you came down this way? Why? Humor me. I haven't been off the island too much. He pursed his lips, thinking. Only to look into some cases for Jeff Harden. I'd say I've been down maybe 3 or 4 times in the past couple of months, and nothing odd. No rampaging vehicles has happened on the island. Wait, who's Jeff Harden? The new lead public defense attorney for Marysville. It's a shit show. The old defender and the prosecutor had an affair that lasted more than a year, and, of course, they didn't disclose the conflict to any of their clients. Shay could feel Ryder's shocked stare against the side of his face. Are you kidding me? Sadly, no. Jeff asked me to help him go through the cases the 2 lovebirds worked during that time. Look for anything we might use to get clients better deals or new trials. Have you found anything? Believe it or not yet. That doesn't mean there won't be appeals, but I haven't found any glaring misconduct in the cases I've looked at, so other than that, I've been on Piedras making sure Clarabelle doesn't act out her outrageous plans. Ryder snickered. She's been keeping you busy? Shay risked a quick glance at his passenger, who was looking back at him, amusement dancing in his eyes. You could say that. She has the energy of a teenager and approximately the same maturity. I thought, living in her house, it would be easier to keep an eye on her. But she hardly sleeps, so I have to keep one eye open at all times. For the most part, she agreed to stop driving, at least. Except, of course, when I'm not around. He slapped the steering wheel. I need to check in with Dempsey and see what his solution was for that. Clarabelle is lucky to have you. I know you don't believe me, but you are also a good person. He wanted to believe Ryder's words, but he didn't feel like a good person, and certainly not one who deserved the admiration of someone like Ryder. But he also wasn't going to try to force the genie back into the bottle. Anyway, I just think it's odd that the minute you step foot off that magical island, all manner of shit starts raining down on you. Us. The mental to-do list in Shay's head included interviewing Katie Long, Chief Groper, and Gabby Swinton, as well as talking with Charlie Dean again. He wished his gut feeling that they weren't going to find Debbie alive wasn't growing more certain. She'd been gone nearly a week now. We should try Katie Long's apartment again, Ryder said. And I really think we need to talk to Brennan again, without his watchdog. Even if he and Debbie didn't date that long, he might know something he doesn't realize is important. The other thing I want to know is, why was Debbie working at a bikini espresso bar? She'd been volunteering for Dolores for a few years. She had enrolled in criminology classes. It doesn't seem to fit. Shay had to agree. I get that times are hard, and maybe she needed to do what she could for cash. But she had support. She still lived at home. She had a scholarship at the community college. There's always the chance she had a drug problem. No one has said anything about drugs, not even Brennan, and it seems to me if he was trying to get the focus off him, he would be the first to say something if she was into drugs. Shay nodded in agreement, keeping his eyes on the road. A battered pickup pulled onto the road in front of them, and he slowed so he wouldn't be too close on its tail. She's a good student. She is devoted to her community. She has plans for her future. But, Shay added, she was upset about Brennan breaking up with her. Intense emotion can cause people to make decisions they might not otherwise. Okay. Ryder drew the word out. Say she does leave the parking lot upset and angry with Brennan. What kind of decision would she make? Exit stage right? We know she has a car of her own because Gloria told us she had it towed from Dolores's parking lot. Why did she leave it there? Regardless, Shay pointed out, Debbie got to the McDonald's somehow. and after talking to Brennan, she stormed off without a ride, which meshes with what Brennan and the girl we talked to both said. Was she angry enough to accept a ride from a stranger? If I was upset like that, I'd call one of my best friends, but Mary said she hadn't heard from her, and we haven't talked to Gabby Swinton. Where is Gabby? True, but that grumpy Gus at the casino yesterday didn't say anything about Gabby missing shifts. She's not missing, at least not as far as we know. Shay rearranged his mental list. We need to talk to Gabby. We need to talk to everyone again. Katie Long first, if we can find her, then Brennan. Maybe we can catch him at work. I'd like to get a look at that place after what the Just Wrench It mechanic told us. The farm truck ahead of them slowed and turned left into a rutted driveway leading out to a field. Shay watched out of the corner of his eye as it bumped along the road, dust billowing in its wake. Dolores Sam. Is her death connected to Debbie? Or is it something else? I think it's too much coincidence. The two are connected. For now, I think we should focus on finding Debbie. I agree that they must be connected somehow. We either haven't asked the right question yet or haven't asked the right person. The police department, as much as it pains me to admit it, is better equipped than we are to investigate Dolores' shooting. Someone knows where that truck is or saw something. I am sure of it. I feel like Dolores' last request was to find Debbie if I could, and that's what I want to focus on. One more time for the guy sitting in the back row. You're a good person, Shay. I don't feel like it most of the time. What if Debbie's dead? Or what if she doesn't want to be found? There are lots of reasons why people disappear, and they're not always nefarious. I mean, let's be honest. Debbie and Brennan fought and broke up. Everyone has said she's responsible and mature, but she's 19. It's just as likely she's hiding, licking her wounds as it is she was randomly kidnapped. He sighed. I really wish we knew what Dolores wanted to tell me. Okay, so next best thing. The mission when we get back to town is tracking down Katie Long. Even if we aren't focusing on Dolores' murder, Katie could be key to finding Debbie. Their plan fell apart when Ryder's phone announced itself a few miles later. The first time the ringtone blared, a song Shay didn't recognize, Ryder ignored it. You gonna answer that? Shay asked. I'll listen to the voicemail. The song stopped, but moments later started again. Sighing, Ryder hitched himself up so he could grab his messenger bag from the back seat. Hello? Kimball? What's up? With a sinking heart, Shay knew that Ryder was going to be heading back to California. Kimball Fry wouldn't call Ryder after sending him on vacation if it wasn't something important. Maybe it was for the best, though. Yep, you got it, boss. I'll be on the first plane I can get a ticket for. He shot Shay a questioning look, and Shay nodded. Of course he'd take Ryder to the airport. I'll text as soon as I know the flight number. Stuffing the phone back into his bag, Ryder looked at Shay again. I've got to go. I'm sorry. No reason to apologize. You were never expected to help me out with this situation anyway. I'll see if Kev can run some of the names for me while I poke around town a bit more for Kate and Gabby. If I don't find anything today, I'll probably head back home and do some digging from there. At this point, we really have a lot of nothing. And I don't think the cops are arresting Brennan. That was Devon's biggest fear. Don't forget the part where strangers in fast-moving vehicles tried to kill you. And someone did kill Dolores Sam. There's no hard proof, yet. Shay emphasized that the truck that ran us off the road and the drive-by shooter were the same, and the incident at the casino was a van. This whole thing is starting to feel like a poorly written 1970s detective show. Vehicular assault, seemingly random shootings, missing women. What I want to know is, who's the creepy guy in the shadows we aren't seeing? Shay's instincts insisted the events were related. They had to be. But he didn't want Ryder worrying when there was no evidence and nothing for them to act on. The gears of justice were only just starting to creak forward. Shay believed the police would find the perpetrators. Eventually. Just promise me you'll be careful. The incident at the casino was directed at you. Us if you want to split hairs. I don't like leaving you here. It doesn't feel right to leave you without protection." Shay had to grin at Ryder's fierce words. He'd been taking care of himself just fine for decades. As a defense lawyer, he was usually considered a good guy by those individuals who might be inclined to violence, but he'd had his fair share of run-ins, mostly when he'd lost a case or recommended a client plead out. "I'll be fine." Out of the corner of his eye, Shay could see Ryder was scrolling through his phone. "There's a flight out of Painfield in 2 hours," he muttered. "We'll make it." Painfield was small compared to SeaTac Airport, but practically brand new and had all the bells and whistles of a larger airport with less of the hassle. Shay pulled to a stop in the passenger drop-off zone and put the rental in park with the hazards flashing. Ryder's hand rested against the door handle, but he hadn't opened the door yet. Shay wasn't sure what was expected of him. Something had shifted, and for the first time, maybe in his life, he was uncertain. The silence in the cab lengthened, becoming heavy and almost solid. "This is it, I guess," Shay finally said in an embarrassingly hearty tone, like he was sending a kid off to summer camp for the first time. Ever since Ryder had announced he needed to return to his life in California, Shay had been telling himself it was for the best. This was a good reminder why he hadn't ever wanted a relationship, and some literal distance between them would be a good thing. The last thing he needed was to get used to having Ryder around, popping in with his opinions, smiling, making him relax and laugh, keeping him off balance. During the drive, neither one of them had brought up the night before. Shay was willing to admit it had been one of the most incredible experiences of his life. He'd had plenty of sex. He loved sex. But he'd never connected both physically and mentally with someone the way he did with Ryder, which was another reason why it was a good thing Ryder was leaving for California. Shay didn't need the distraction of a partner. He'd always flown alone, and he was too old to change his ways. When he thought about it that way, it made him sound like he was 80, not in his 40s. "It isn't, just so you know," Ryder finally said. "This is merely the interlude between Acts 2 and 3. I'll be back. I've worked too hard to let you push me out of the car with some this is it bullshit, which I'm pretty sure I am about to hear, so don't even start." He pushed the car door open. Heat and the scent of airplane fuel rushed inside. "That damn phone call couldn't have come at a worse time," he muttered, just loud enough for Shay to hear as he heaved himself out and slammed the door. The car rocked slightly. Hastily, Shay unclipped his seatbelt and met Ryder at the back bumper. He was opening the hatch and reaching for the carry-on bag he tossed there before they'd left the safety of the cabin. Had that only been a few hours ago? Shay had been thinking he and Ryder would share a bed again tonight, but really, this was for the best. Maybe if he reminded himself every minute or so, he would start to believe it. Ryder tugged his bag out and let it fall heavily to the pavement before turning to face Shay. "We're not done, Ryder. Nope." He shook his head furiously, making Shay want to brush his unruly curls away from his face. "I'm not listening. As soon as I get the guys sorted with what they need, I'm coming back up, and we are having a conversation, not flirting or teasing, and no sex. Not until afterward. We are going to be adults and have a conversation about us." Other vehicles arrived as they stood staring at each other, and passengers scurried off in the direction of their departure gates. The pre-recorded announcement that drivers couldn't park in the unload zone crackled through the outdoor speakers. Shay tried again. "It's unrealistic for me to expect." Ryder placed his index finger against Shay's lips. "Hush. Just hush." He dropped his hand. "Now is not the time. I'm leaving. Getting on a plane. The family needs me, and I need to be able to focus for them. When I'm done, I'm coming back up here and we will talk. I swear, talking doesn't hurt that much. And it's amazing how admitting fears and stumbling blocks helps us grow as people. If, after that conversation, it becomes clear we are not meant to be together, I will never mention it again. I promise. But please, give us this chance. Shay bit his bottom lip, but nodded. What else could he do when Ryder's calm gaze held him in his thrall? Ryder was putting his heart on the line. It was practically beating outside his chest where everyone could see it, and possibly heard it. Good. With that, Ryder lifted onto his toes and pressed his lips against Shay's. It was quick, but filled Shay's nose with the scent he associated with Ryder, citrus and cinnamon. The next second, Ryder was gone, disappearing inside the glass and metal terminal building, and Shay was left wondering exactly what he was going to do about Ryder Man. A car's horn dragged him from his musings. Slamming the hatch, he plodded back to the front and got behind the wheel. For an extra second, he stared out the windshield. Then he put the SUV in drive and pulled away from the curb. Regardless of what Ryder believed, Shay was a bad gamble, and Ryder was better off without him. Shay was aware enough to admit he liked Ryder. He respected his intelligence and enjoyed his company, and it all came in a sexy package. But what had happened at the cabin was because it was the place Shay felt most at home. It was natural to misconstrue his emotions. But he wasn't in love with Ryder. That just wasn't acceptable. Chapter 18. Ryder. Ryder. Cats or dogs? Shay. Cats. Ryder. That's too bad. I always wanted a dog. Shay. You can get a dog. Ryder. Are you giving me permission to get a dog? We could share. I take it 1 week and you the next. Shay. How did we get here? And you live in California. Ryder. Addresses are easily changed. Ryder took Bart and then an Uber from SFO to the West Coast Forensics office in downtown Oakland. As he'd expected, when he entered the suite, the light was still on in Kimball's corner office, even though it was well after 5. The work of a forensic investigator was never done. Leaving his rolling bag tucked under his sit-stand desk, Ryder crossed the room and tapped on the doorframe. Hey, boss. Kimball looked up from the documents he was reading.
Ryder, good to see you. Thanks for cutting your time off short. We owe you.
No worries. And besides, you made me take the time off in the first place. Though he couldn't deny he'd rather still be in Washington with Shay. What do you have for me? Kimball grinned and waggled his eyebrows. Big and fit, with prematurely silver hair and a dimple the size of a teacup, Kimball Fry was sexy, kind, and damn smart. As he often did, Ryder wished he could have had a massive crush on his boss instead of being in love with an elusive defense attorney who lived on a remote island almost 1,000 miles away. But he and Kimball had always been just friends, since the first time Ryder set foot in the WCF office for orientation.
The usual magic only you can perform. Zielinski needs a deep dive on both the boyfriend of Cernia Andrews and his father.
I thought that had been taken care of. Ryder hadn't been involved in the initial investigation.
I did too. But Zielinski thinks something was missed. Or, well, hidden.
Ryder appreciated that Kimball never called people victims. He always used their names. He told Ryder when he began working for WCF that using their names humanized the dead. The use of the term victim allowed investigators mental distance, but unfortunately made it easier to forget who they'd been, and made it much easier to place blame for what had happened to them onto the victim themselves. I don't need to tell you that we need this yesterday, and with no electronic trail. I don't want to know how you find the dirt, but I know it's there, and I want to know what it is. We need some kind of leverage on these pieces of shit. Names, places, the usual?
Hours later, Ryder's stomach was protesting its fate. Leo was right. The perp in this case had 1,000,000 red flags, and Ryder was chasing them down. He glanced at the wall clock above his head. It was almost 10. He automatically checked his phone. No text from Shay, but then he hadn't sent one either. Before he talked himself out of it, he typed out, "Hi, I arrived."
"Did you hear me?"
Kimball's voice startled Ryder. His phone shot out of his hand, landing with a thud on the hardwood floor. "Jesus! Quit sneaking up on me!" He had to get down on his hands and knees under his desk to retrieve the phone, checking as he did so to make sure it wasn't damaged.
"I merely walked over here. No sneaking."
Attempting to calm his racing heart, Ryder glanced at his employer and friend. "No, obviously I didn't hear you. What did you say?"
"I'm ordering pizza from the place down the street. Let's take a break, and you can tell me about your trip north."
Ryder groaned, his mouth watering at the thought of melty cheese and pepperoni. "Do I have to?" "But yes, if it means pizza."
"All the toppings, extra pepperoni?"
"Yes, dear God, I am so hungry." He hadn't eaten since breakfast. He'd meant to grab a bite to eat at the airport, but he'd barely made his flight as it was.
"You always forget to eat when you're working. Beer? There's a couple in the break room fridge."
"Are you trying to soften me up for the interrogation?"
"Maybe."
Kimball departed and returned with 2 beers from a local brewery. He handed one of them to Ryder while he popped the cap off the other. Ryder opened his and leaned back in his ergonomic chair. WCF had spent way too much money on the thing, but it did what it advertised, and his back didn't hurt after long days anymore. Kimball grabbed a spare chair, spinning it so the back was facing Ryder, and sat down, his forearms draped across the top.
"What happened with Delacombe? Am I going to have to flash my protective Big Brother card?"
"Why do you think anything happened?" Ryder was genuinely curious.
"Ryder, buddy, you've been very quiet since you walked in the door. I don't know if you realize it, but you are a talker."
"Maybe 1 or 2 people have mentioned it."
"You even talk to yourself while you're working."
"I do?"
"And since you got here tonight, you've said like 4 words. Therefore, something happened."
Ryder tried to wait him out, but Kimball was the master of the long stare. "Fine. We had sex."
"And?"
"And?" Ryder parroted.
"And was it awful?"
"That's the only reason I can think of for you being quiet about it. You've been trying to get him into bed for a year now.
Is he a selfish lover?"
Kimball frowned.
"I can see that, I suppose. But honestly, I thought he cared for you."
"I know." Kimball waved a hand around.
"But the one time I saw you 2 together, I thought I saw a spark."
"It wasn't awful," Ryder rushed to assure him. "It was fucking incredible. I think he's ruined me forever."
"But?"
"He's determined to play this lone wolf, too old, not lovable role. Then you called me back, and I could practically feel him trying to come up with reasons why we can't have a relationship, practicing what he was going to say to let me down easy, like me leaving was a sign from the universe. Last night was..." His inner screen filled with images of Shay naked. Shay holding him in the hot tub, Shay looming over him, filling him. As I said, incredible. He shrugged, trying for nonchalant, and failing if the expression on Kimball's face was anything to go by.
"Maybe he's scared,"
Kimball said. "What? Why would he be scared? I'm a sure thing. I've made my position very clear."
"Maybe it's himself he's scared of."
"From what I know about Shay, mostly from Neil, when he's feeling chatty, so almost never."
"True, but he does talk on occasion."
They both grew up in toxic households. Shay probably learned early that he had to fend for himself, and that included protecting himself emotionally. Maybe it's difficult for him to imagine being vulnerable. Huh. From the mouth of the true lone wolf.
"I never said I was perfect."
That razor-sharp smile flashed across his face. "Somehow I doubt that." The front door buzzer sounded. startling them both, and Kimball went to collect the pizza, leaving Ryder with his thoughts. When Kimball returned and set the aromatic box on the empty desk, Ryder pounced, tearing the lid open so he could stuff one of the slabs into his mouth. Barely chewing the first slice before swallowing, he grabbed a second, folding it in half. "Don't mind me while I actually chew my food," Kimball said, keeping one eye on Ryder. Ryder washed the first slice down with half his beer and began, a tad more slowly, to devour the second. "You chew. I get more in me. This body needs fuel. God, this tastes good." "Shay didn't feed you?" Kimball's eyebrows drew together again. "It wasn't a priority last night, and we didn't have time for much today." A film reel of everything that had happened began to replay in his head, and Ryder stared at Kimball in shock. "I haven't told you all the weird shit going on with Shay." "You mean other than sex so hot you couldn't eat?" Ignoring that remark, Ryder filled Kimball in on everything else that had happened over the past 2 days. "And he doesn't seem to be concerned," he concluded. "I don't get it. One time might be random, but nearly being run down twice is not. It's on purpose." Kimball held up the hand not holding a slice of pizza. "Whoa, cowboy. You said the first time it happened you were just driving down the street. How would the perps know where you were?" Shay said the same thing. "But Dolores Sam was shot right after that happened, and we were on our way to see her. What if they, whoever they are, were following us, trying to delay us long enough so the shooter could get there first? We still don't know what Dolores wanted to tell Shay, and we couldn't locate her assistant." "Is there evidence it was more than a tragic drive-by shooting?" "Not yet, as far as the police are concerned." "I'm not saying your instincts are nothing, but I think Delacombe probably knows how to handle himself. If he doesn't feel there's real danger, then you shouldn't worry much either." "Kimball, someone tried to run us down in a parking lot. If I hadn't seen the van coming, we could have been killed or seriously injured." "I said not worry much," Kimball countered. "That doesn't mean I don't think you shouldn't do a little digging into the various players while you're logged on. But first, tell me what you've got on Tweedledee and his friend Dumb." It was after 2 in the morning when Ryder let himself into his condo. He'd bought the luxury unit outright with a portion of the proceeds from the sale of his software. He'd been sad to let go of the cottage he'd inherited from Anastasia, but he'd wanted a place that was all his, a place where he could make new memories. At the time, he'd believed he would never want to live anywhere but the South Piedmont Avenue neighborhood in Oakland, close to the job he loved and his friends. But he hadn't met Shay Delacombe then. He rolled his carry-on to his bedroom and left it next to his closet. He'd deal with the dirty clothes tomorrow, or when he woke up, since it was already tomorrow. He flopped onto his bed, exhausted, but his brain refused to turn off. Shay still hadn't texted him back. Ryder was reluctant to text him again. After all, Shay was probably sleeping. After staring at the ceiling for a few minutes, Ryder heaved himself off the bed and stripped down to the nothing he liked to sleep in, then padded into the ensuite bathroom for a quick shower. As much as he didn't want to wash Shay's scent off his body, he felt grimy and tense, and a shower would go a long way toward relaxing him. Thinking about Shay had him half-hard in seconds. Sex with Shay had been everything he'd fantasized and more. He poured liquid soap onto his palm and soaped himself up all over. An orgasm would go a long way toward relaxing him enough to fall asleep. He wouldn't have to work hard, wrapping his fingers around his soap-slick cock. He first caressed and then pumped himself, relishing how his own response felt against his fingers. He ran his thumbnail under his tip, making himself shudder and jolt, and he slapped his other hand against the cool tiles of the shower surround for balance. Images from the night before flooded his mind, first in the hot tub and then, afterward, in bed. He'd been certain Shay would take charge during sex, and he hadn't been disappointed. Teasing Shay about being a daddy since he was overly sensitive about the age gap had always amused Ryder. Shay was one of those men who was naturally assertive, and Ryder enjoyed it. Maybe not outside the bedroom, but Ryder liked that Shay had taken control in bed. Shay's life experience, scars from his battles, so to speak, just made every command hotter and more purposeful. "Get inside," he'd commanded, and Ryder had almost replied with an emphatic, "Yes, sir." He adored the smattering of gray he'd spotted on Shay's chest, sparks of color among the darker hair there. It was sexy as fuck. The voice in his head morphed into Shay's. "Is that what you like? Twist harder. Pinch your nipples. I know you like to. Yes, that's it, baby. That's it, just like that. Now I want you to finger yourself. You like ass play. You were so responsive last night. And I want to see you come again. All over me." Ryder did the best he could, leaning his forehead against the tiles as he spread his legs and reached behind himself so he could press his index finger inside his body. Shay was right. He did like ass play. A lot. The sensation and the stretch after the long day were just what he needed. He wasn't going to last long. The spark was building at the base of his spine. He just needed a little more fuel for the fire. Jamming his finger inside his ass as far as he could, Ryder pumped his iron-hard cock once, twice, and then a third time before he started coming. He tried to keep his eyes open and watch, but they slammed shut as orgasm barreled through him. "Fuck!" "There, just like that," said his inner Shay voice. Ryder's cock pulsed one last time, pumping out a final stream of cum against the shower wall. When he woke in the morning, the first thing he did was check his text messages. His heart plummeted. There was still nothing from Shay. Chapter 19. Shay. Ryder. Dream trip. Where? Shay. I swear you've asked me this already. Ryder. Nope. Ryder. Come on, there has to be some place you want to go. Shay. Usually it's home to my bed. Ryder. That would be my dream trip. Shay had to drive around the parking lot of the Auto Body Experience looking for a spot. Eventually, he squeezed the rental in between a blue pickup truck and a tricked-out maroon PT Cruiser. All the cars in the world, and someone had wasted money on that one. Shay pocketed his key fob as he made his way to the customer entrance. The auto shop seemed fairly typical. It was constructed from cement blocks, painted white, that had become grubby over the years, with 3 large garage doors, all of which were open. Each bay had a vehicle inside, and Shay spotted 2 men in coveralls holding clipboards and talking. Neither was Brennan Flynn. He'd called Brennan's cell after leaving Ryder at the terminal, only to find out he was working that day, so he decided he might as well check out the auto shop. The center of Shay's chest ached, and his stomach was unsettled, but he couldn't dwell on the reason why. He needed to distract himself from how hard it had been to see Ryder go, especially after last night. Shay had known having sex with Ryder would be a bad idea, but that didn't stop him from wanting to do it again, and already missing his presence. Shay didn't know the first thing about relationships, and he was terrified of what Ryder was going to say the next time they saw each other. His heart begged for the chance Ryder was offering, but common sense kept reminding him of his failures and how so very few couples he'd witnessed in his life had succeeded. Except, of course, his half-brother and the sheriff. If Neil could figure it out, shouldn't Shay be able to? It was another hot day. Sweat was forming on the back of his neck, the afternoon sun beating down on his shoulders as he waited for one of the mechanics to spot him. "Afternoon. Can I help you?" Turning, Shay was unsurprised to see an older version of Brennan's roommate standing behind him. This must be David's father, Blake Atkins. His hair was gray, and his years were etched in his face, but it was still obvious the two were related. Atkins' coveralls were clean, unlike those of the 2 techs working inside the bays. "Hi, is Brennan available?"
I talked to him earlier on the phone, and he said he'd be here all day.
Oh, right. Brennan had to pick up some parts across town.
Who are you? Shay Delacombe. I'm Brennan's lawyer. Shay had the sensation that Atkins knew exactly who Shay was, but if he wanted to play games, Shay would play along. Atkins gave Shay an assessing up-and-down glance.
I'm Blake Atkins, Brennan's roommate's dad. Brennan is probably on his way back already. Why don't you come inside and wait? I don't think he'll be long.
Of course, Shay wanted to come inside the shop, and he'd use this opportunity to ask Blake a few questions about Brennan.
It's terrible they haven't found Brennan's girlfriend yet,
Blake offered as he motioned for Shay to follow him.
Brennan's crushed about it.
Missing persons are always difficult, Shay agreed, and so often there is no closure for family. Do you know Debbie Sampson? He was curious what Atkins would say. Blake stopped moving and gave Shay another odd glance.
She came in a few times when Brennan was working. I can't say I know her. She's a pretty little thing, though.
Shay mentally rolled his eyes. With that attitude, no wonder they lost female customers to other shops. Maybe age was just a number, but from where Shay was standing, the difference between Atkins and Debbie was too large. Atkins had to be at least 50, and Debbie was his son's age. Unfortunately, his attitude was common. Low-level misogyny that people like Atkins would defend to their dying day. Do you mind if I ask how long Brennan has worked for you? Blake's glance flicked upward.
Not quite a year, I think.
Looking back at Shay, he continued.
I don't mind telling you I hired him as a favor to my boy, but Brennan has turned out to be a good worker.
Shay recalled the rumor Cindy from the other auto shop had told them. Was it possible Brennan could be involved in something shady with Blake, or maybe with David? He was only 19, and Devin had said he didn't always make great decisions. Good to know.
You know, Chief Groper is a buddy of mine, and he doesn't think that girl is really missing. He thinks she ran away. Probably headed to Seattle or Portland. Have a seat while you're waiting. Are you thirsty? I can offer you coffee or water.
Shay was thirsty, but he was also under-caffeinated. Coffee sounds great.
I'll start a fresh pot.
Atkins headed into another room where, presumably, the coffee supplies were kept. The waiting room was nothing special. A battered couch and a few chairs to sit on with a big screen TV to distract waiting customers. Shay sat, the couch shifting under his weight. Between the cushions, he spotted a remote control. He fished it out and set it on a side table, listening to the sound of Atkins opening a cupboard, followed by a thunk against the counter. Shay's attention was caught by the TV. It was set to a local news channel, and the caption at the bottom of the screen read, "Gang War." The serious-looking newscaster was updating the community about the drive-by shooting. First, they showed the pile of flowers in the parking lot, a still of Dolores accepting an award, and a picture of someone Shay didn't know, but who must have been the man who'd also been killed. The screen then flashed to a local hospital, where a reporter outside the building updated watchers on the third victim, who Shay remembered had needed surgery. It appeared she was going to recover. His watch vibrated with a notification. He glanced at it, but it was just an ad, thank God, because he didn't think he could deal with Clarabelle at the moment. His quick call to Dempsey earlier had reassured Shay that she had a driver now, Matt's sister, Ella, and hadn't gotten in any more trouble. Was Ryder already in the air? What would he notice if he were here with Shay? What observation would he make about Atkins that Shay might miss? Atkins returned to the waiting area, carrying 2 cups of coffee. He handed one to Shay before sitting in one of the chairs. Thanks. Shay blew on the liquid before taking a sip. It wasn't the best coffee he'd ever had, but it would do the trick. Atkins sipped at his own coffee. No prob. So, Brennan is working out well here? The seemingly out-of-the-blue question had Atkins stopping with his mug halfway to his mouth.
Like I said, he's a good worker. He and my son David are good friends.
How long have they known each other? I guess they met at some party or something.
Shay was beginning to think Ryder was right. David and Brennan were a couple, and he wondered if Blake suspected. From the man's tone, Shay thought Atkins didn't exactly approve of Brennan. He changed subjects.
What about Dolores Sam? Did you know her?
Atkins' lips twisted into a grimace.
Tragedy, that. We didn't always see eye to eye, but yeah, I knew her.
What didn't you see eye to eye on? Shay was curious how much he could get Atkins to say. He took a bigger sip of his coffee while waiting for Atkins' answer.
Not to speak ill of the dead.
No, but you're about to, Shay thought.
The woman had an opinion about everything.
From his tone, Shay substituted a different word for woman. He took a last sip of his coffee, setting the cup on the side table next to the remote.
And you didn't agree with her?
Money talks. My business isn't a halfway house for losers. She used to try and get me to hire her pet projects. Kids used to getting everything for free, handout after handout. Shay opened his mouth to point out that paying people for work they did was not a handout, but a wash of dizziness swept through him, taking him by surprise. He sat back on the couch, wondering what was going on. He hadn't eaten much for breakfast, and the day was hot. That must be getting to him. Instead of waiting for Brennan, maybe he'd go somewhere and grab a bite to eat. I should get going. I don't feel well. At least, that's what he was trying to say. But the words seemed to come from a long distance, from a place deep inside him, and by the time they surfaced, they were nothing. Shay blinked. He thought he did, anyway. Consciously, he shut his eyes and opened them again, but everything remained pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Panic surged through his veins, propelling him into action despite the oppressive darkness. He struggled to turn, to sit up, anything. But he couldn't make his body move. He was too weak. His heart was pounding in his ears. It seemed like he could hear the blood being pushed through his veins in a pumping rush. Also, he hurt everywhere. That meant he was alive, though, right? Shutting his eyes, he thought, anyway, he did his best to quell his panic. He needed to think. He needed to learn as much as he could about his situation. Number one, he couldn't stretch from the fetal position. His knees were close enough to his chin that he could feel his own panicked breath, but that was another confirmation he was alive. Instinctively, Shay opened his mouth to yell, to scream as loud as he could for help. That was when he finally understood the pain in his jaw, at least, was caused by a gag. The inside of his mouth was parched, sucked dry from the fabric pressed against his tongue and lips, and realizing that made him instantly thirsty and, if possible, more uncomfortable, desperately wanting whatever it was out of his mouth. As for the pain in the rest of his body, he had no idea what caused it. He felt like maybe he'd been hit by a car, or rolled in Class 4 rapids without a wetsuit. He tried bringing one hand up to his face, but that was impossible too. His hands were stuck under his body, and he couldn't move them. Since he was gagged, Shay deduced his hands must be tied behind his back. Where was he? And how had he gotten here? He had no clue. He tried forcing his brain to work, but his head throbbed painfully, and his stomach... Fuck. Even turning his head was nearly impossible. What the hell had happened to him? Something bad. That was certain. Had there been an accident of some kind? No, that didn't make any sense. He definitely wasn't thinking clearly. Shay turned as much as he could, trying to feel the texture of the floor underneath him. It seemed to be wood. He'd been tightly wedged inside this... box. Was he inside a fucking box? If so, it was barely large enough to contain him. The only body parts he could move were his fingers, which, since they were trapped behind him, were no help, and his head. The panic he'd been trying to keep at bay surged, and in a frenzy, Shay thrashed about, moving as much as he could, as if, by sheer willpower, he could make the walls around him disappear. As soon as he could get control of himself, Shay forced his muscles to relax again. He needed to use his brain. He needed to conserve his energy if he didn't want to die in this prison. A faint glow caught his attention. Twisting his head uncomfortably, Shay tried to find the source. It took him a minute to realize it must be the light from the face of his watch. He couldn't see it, but having it on his wrist gave him a burst of hope. He had the ridiculous wish that the trendy watch was a James Bond device that could save his life instead of a fancy flashlight. His body was starting to feel slightly more normal, but for the life of him, he still had no idea what had happened.
Think, Shay, he told himself. That's what you get paid the big bucks for.
The last thing he remembered was being at the cabin with Ryder. Then, yes, there was a little more. They'd been driving, and Ryder had learned he had to go back to California, so Shay dropped him at the airport. After that, nothing. His mind was blank, as if his memories had been erased. He didn't have to be an expert to realize he'd probably been slipped a roofie somehow, or maybe even scopolamine, which was scary as fuck. But who, what, where, when, and why? The first few he had no idea, and he could only hazard answers to the last two. In the last 24 hours, and because someone thought he knew something about Debbie Sampson's disappearance, but he didn't. He and Ryder had hardly scratched the surface. They hadn't even talked to everyone they wanted to. Maybe Ryder was right, and Shay should have taken the threatening letters more seriously. His brain felt like mush. Was there a connection to the letter writer and the shooting? Everything was all tangled up. The only thing he could do for now was lie there and hope help would arrive. He surely wasn't saving himself. He wished he weren't so thirsty. Whoever had packed him in this box hadn't bothered to leave him any water, and he could really use some, but then maybe they hadn't planned on him surviving. The silence was heavy, broken only by the thump of his heart, the whoosh of his blood in his veins. Tick, tick, tick. Shay opened his eyes. His watch didn't tick. He held his breath, afraid he was imagining the faint sound. Tick. Pause. Tick, tick. A different cadence now. The sound wasn't coming from a watch, and he didn't think it was something as simple as rain.
"Who's there?"
He tried to whisper, but it came out a garbled grunt. Tick, tick, tap was his answer. In the oppressive darkness, he tried to tap with his bound hands against the side of his box. Chapter 20. Ryder. Ryder. Hardback or paperback? Wait, do you dog-ear your books or use a bookmark? Shay. When I have time to read, which is never, I use an e-reader. Ryder. What? An e-reader? How modern of you. Shay. I stopped using flint to start fires a few years ago and even have an inside toilet. Ryder. Wonders never cease. Shay. My great-aunt says that too, and she never means it in a nice way. Something's wrong, Ryder said for the 15th time that morning. He'd slept poorly, despite his fantastic shower wank, and after checking his phone first thing and finding no answer from Shay, had thrown some clothes on his body and dragged his sad sack self into work. Look, just because Shay hasn't texted you back doesn't mean something is wrong. Ryder tossed a death glare at Kimball, who was sitting behind his computer with his feet up on the desk, while Ryder took up space on the leather chair opposite him. Surely the CEO of West Coast Forensics should be a bit more professional. I swear I'm not overreacting. Shay is not a ghosting kind of guy. He probably doesn't even know what it means. Something is wrong. I'm calling Neil.
Do he and Neil talk a lot?
Kimball put his feet on the floor and sat up, clicking somewhere on his screen, probably solving world hunger or discovering who the Zodiac killer really was. Ryder sighed. Ugh, probably not. Neil is allergic to texting. They might talk on the phone, but I kinda doubt it. I know it's been less than a day, but Shay doesn't ignore my texts, and... He raised a hand to stop Kimball from saying whatever he'd been about to say. Even if he's decided there's no way we're going to be together, he still would answer me. Kimball nodded. What about his aunt? Clarabelle Delacombe? I haven't met her yet, but based on everything I've heard, she scares the crap out of me. Plus, if by the smallest of chances I'm right and something has happened to Shay, I don't want to worry her. Ryder's phone, which he was holding in his hand, rang, blaring the lyrics of Human by the Killers. It wasn't a number he recognized, and Ryder's first thought was that Shay had lost his phone or something. Hello? He answered breathlessly. This is Ryder, man. There was a slight pause before a female voice replied. Mr. Mann, this is Mary Ness. You gave me your card the other day? Right, because Shay had given all his away. Yes, I remember. He tried to ignore his disappointment that the caller wasn't Shay. Mary wouldn't have called if she didn't think it was important. What's up? I thought of something. I don't know if it will help you find Debbie or not. Even the smallest tidbit of information could help. Okay, well, I remembered Debbie saying she had a special project. She was very excited, but when I asked her what it was, she said it was secret and she couldn't talk about it. Then she got all weird and said that I should forget she ever said anything. She actually made me promise her, but then she started working at the espresso place a couple weeks later, and I thought maybe she'd changed her mind or something. That was interesting. No one he and Shay had talked to had mentioned a special project. I know you said you don't really know Brennan Flynn, but did Debbie ever say anything about him to you? No. I didn't even know she liked him before they started dating. What about his roommate, David Atkins? It was a stretch, considering Mary knew next to nothing about Brennan. Ryder was grasping at straws, but he needed something he could work with. Only that his dad owns a body shop in town. I've seen him around, but he never hung out with us in high school. After promising Mary he'd let her know if they made progress, he clicked off. One of the missing girl's friends remembered her having a secret project. No one else has said anything about a project, although... Ryder thought back to their interviews. Dolores Sam and this friend both mentioned Debbie went to BC last summer for an internship. I wonder if it has to do with that. He waited for Kimball to respond, wanting to hear his take. Dolores Sam was the woman killed in a purported drive-by? Yep. She had something to tell us, Shay, but was silenced before she could, and we weren't able to track down her assistant before I left. Maybe the assistant doesn't want to be found. She may believe she's in danger, or maybe she's an accomplice. This case is a tangled ball of yarn. Where the fuck is Shay? I'm done waiting. If nothing else, he needs to know this information. He called Shay's number again, but he already knew there would be no answer. Back at his desk, it took Ryder less than 5 minutes to learn neither Neil nor Matt Dempsey had heard from Shay in nearly 24 hours. Matt says Shay called him early yesterday afternoon, checking in on Clarabelle, which would have been after he dropped Ryder at the airport. Can you try again? Ryder asked, anxiety making him slightly lightheaded. Hold on, give me a second. Let me bring Matt in on the call. The quiet on the line while Ryder waited was suffocating. His number goes straight to voicemail, Neil confirmed, his voice gruffer than usual. Can you check with his aunt again? Ryder asked. I'm really worried. What happened after I left yesterday? We made a list of people to talk to, but I don't know how to narrow them down from here. We don't know where he went or who he talked to. We can't even track his car if we wanted to because it's in the shop and he was driving a rental. Ryder couldn't dampen the overwhelming fear that had him in its grasp. His hands shook and a chill crept over his skin. He wasn't sitting around while Shay disappeared like his mother had. He was sure deep in his bones, that while Shay might say no to taking their relationship further, he would never leave Ryder wondering. Therefore, something had happened. And if it wasn't a random accident that had left him in the hospital with amnesia or something, then his disappearance had something to do with the missing girl. Or the letters, maybe. But Ryder suspected it had to do with Dolores and Debbie. "Breathe, Ryder," Matt said in a calming tone. "I'll get on the horn with Chief Groper and sound the alarm and have the local hospitals checked, just in case." Ryder released the oxygen he'd unconsciously been holding in his lungs. He didn't want to think that Shay was lying in a hospital bed, possibly unresponsive, but Dempsey was right. Groper didn't seem to like Shay. Don't worry about him. He won't want to have a respected lawyer disappearing on his watch. Clicking off, Ryder woke his desktop, logged on, and searched for the next flight to Everett. Price didn't matter, only the soonest and shortest duration. He purchased the ticket before running it by Kimball. Kimball would understand that Ryder needed to be there, that he couldn't let Shay just be missing without actively trying to locate him. His phone sang out, and he snatched it up. "Hello?" "Clarabelle hasn't heard from Shay either," Matt informed him. "She suggests we use a Finder app like the one Shay makes her keep on her phone. The old bird actually has some good ideas every once in a while." Ryder gaped, and goosebumps exploded across his arms. Of course, why hadn't he thought of it? Shay had a smartphone, and he wore a fancy watch that was paired with it. Ryder had seen him glance at it plenty of times. It was a nice piece that looked like a diving watch, and even if his devices were powered off or out of battery, a search would at least show where they last had been. "Give me a few moments. I'll call you back." This was something he could do from here. He wasn't useless. Before he could get started, though, Kimball strode over to his desk. "I know this is usually your thing, but I ran the names you gave me." "Atkins." "Yeah?" Something about Brennan's roommate had bothered Ryder. But was he a kidnapper and possible murderer? The roommate? No, nothing on David Atkins. But David's father, Blake, owns more than one business in Marysville. And he has a record. It was one of those moments where Ryder knew what Kimball was about to say, and it both simplified and complicated everything. Aside from the auto body shop, his name is listed deep in the LLC paperwork for the Butterfly Bikini espresso stands, and he has an interest in what looks like some kind of furniture company. All are licensed in Marysville. He appears to have been squeaky clean for the past decade. But before that, he had a couple of arrests for assault and one for attempted rape. I have a feeling if we dig deeper, we might find more. So he's morphed from a violent criminal to the type of guy who gives troubled kids a chance at his auto shop and sells furniture? I don't know, but it seems like a stretch. Maybe hiring Flynn was the son's idea, Kimball suggested. Ryder needed to set that information aside while he figured out how to break into Shay's accounts. Kimball's information was important, but he'd circle back to it later. The easiest way to get in, of course, would be if he knew Shay's password. The elusive Kev might be willing to give him a hint, but Ryder was going to try a few other things first. Also, he actually didn't know how to get a hold of Shay's assistant. After staring at his computer screen for a minute, he clicked over to the cell phone company's login page. He didn't think Shay would use his professional email. Likely he'd used one the company offered. Knowing Shay, it would be something simple. Something like sdelicom at blah blah. Same as his professional email, but not the same provider. The cursor continued to blink, taunting him. Think, Ryder, think. Approximately 98% of American email users had a Gmail account. He was going out on a limb and trying that first. He typed in sdelicom at gmail.com and got the password prompt. He only had 3 tries before he'd be locked out. Fuck. Ryder guessed that, like most people, Shay probably came up with his own passwords. If he used a computer-generated one, they were sunk and would have to get a court order. And who fucking knew how long that would take? Passwords generally had to be 8 or more characters, which meant Shay hadn't simply used his first name. Haha, Ryder, in your dreams, he muttered. Shay plus Ryder forever is not going to be the right password. But maybe Shay had used the name of someone close to him. Shay didn't have pets, and he and Neil were still getting comfortable with each other, so Ryder figured that was out. That left Clarabelle. Exactly 8 characters. He typed it in and let his fingers float over the keyboard a second before he pressed enter. Did you forget your password? Immediately popped up, but at least it hadn't said email not found. Fart. He called Matt again, hoping he wasn't interfering with his sheriff duties, but not enough not to call him. Does Clarabelle know Shay's password? The one to his phone account? I'm going to give you Clarabelle's number. I have no idea what that woman knows and what she doesn't. For a millisecond, Ryder stared down at the number Matt texted him, letting what he was about to do soak in. Now he knew what Indiana Jones must have felt like in the first movie when he found the golden idol, but knew there was a trap that could kill him. Didn't matter. This was about Shay, and until he knew better, Ryder was acting as if Shay's life was in danger. Therefore, he was contacting the infamous Clarabelle Delacombe. Right now. His fingers flew as he entered the number and pressed call. Yes? Hi, Miss Delacombe. My name is Ryder Mann, and oh, Shay's young man. Clarabelle's voice was clear and strong, and by young I do mean young. But in my opinion, there's nothing wrong with young. Keeps a person on their toes. Meredith Spivey is 93, and she just got engaged to Joe Lawrence. She's got 25 years on him, but they're happy as can be. The wedding will be sooner rather than later, though. You just never know. Ryder didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but interrupting her seemed like the wrong thing to do. He talks about you all the time. Ryder this, Ryder that. I say shit or get off the pot. He couldn't take it. I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Delacombe. Call me Clarabelle. I never know who people are referring to when they say Miss Delacombe. Okay, Clarabelle, I'm trying to locate Shay. That's what Matt Dempsey told me. You are going to find my boy? Her words didn't sound so much like a question as a command. I am not putting another Delacombe in the ground before I leave this mortal coil. Yes, ma'am. I want to ask. Spit it out. I'm missing the bingo call. Right. Do you know what Shay might have used as his password for his phone account? Of course, young man. He wrote it down for me in case I ever needed to log on and change something. It's in my purse. Just give me a second. There was a sound Ryder assumed was Clarabelle rummaging through her purse. He imagined the bag was huge and heavy enough to knock a grown man to the ground if she was threatened. Here it is. I tell you, my nephew thinks he's very funny. Are you ready? Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me now, Clarabelle? One word, and the C's are capital and a question mark at the end. What? That's what I thought. It's not funny at all. Now, you need to get to work, and I need to get off the phone and blot this card. The line went dead. Slowly, Ryder set his phone down on his desk, wondering if the eccentricity was genetic. Shaking his head, he typed in, Can you hear me now, Clarabelle? And the page began to load. Wherever you are, Shay, Ryder promised. I'll be there soon. Chapter 21. Shay. Ryder. What's the wildest thing you've ever done? Shay. Do you really want me to answer that? Ryder. Yes, I really want you to answer. Shay. What kind of wild? Like so foolish I should have died? Wild? Or stayed up all night writing a paper and tried cocaine for the first and last time? Wild. Ryder. Those are 2 separate choices? I'm impressed. I mean, obviously we're having this conversation, so you didn't die. Shay. but I could have. Tap, tap, pause. Tap. Shay didn't know Morse code, but he did know there was someone outside the box. He growled, trying anything he could do to make sounds, but whoever was out there didn't respond. And maybe being quiet was the right idea. Shay had to escape from this hellish situation. He did not want whoever had put him here to come back and finish the job. On the other hand, he didn't want to die of thirst or heat, as seemed highly likely. Maybe whoever had put him here wasn't planning on coming back. Maybe the plan all along had been for him to die in this box. The noise sounded weak even to his own ears, and was quickly swallowed by the darkness. He forced himself to relax. While he felt better, his body still felt shaky and off. He wasn't certain whether that was the effects of the unknown drug or heat exhaustion and dehydration, likely a combination. He relaxed and let himself listen. Smell. He even rubbed his face against the wood wall of his prison. A wooden shipping crate, that's what he was trapped inside. He'd been imprisoned in a box barely large enough to hold him. The crate must originally have held seafood or something, because the fishy odor was strong and did not help his sensitive stomach. Lifting his head as much as he could, Shay opened his eyes wide, trying to find a light source, trying not to fucking panic. There was the faintest light creeping in between gaps in the box's walls, but he was too weak to try to push or kick his way out. He probably could have if he didn't feel like he had a bout of food poisoning, been on a bender, and caught a new strain of the flu all at the same time. What he needed was a magical trapdoor to appear, but somehow he knew there was no one coming to his rescue, no fairy godmother. No one knew where he was. Even he didn't know where he was. But there was that odd tapping. He groaned and forced himself to relax again. Exhaustion was overwhelming him, and even his bones ached. Yet it was all he could do not to hyperventilate. Shay forced his foggy brain to think, to focus. He wasn't dying in this box. He couldn't. Ryder was waiting for him. Ryder, who he'd promised to listen to when he dropped him off at the airport, whenever that had been. That was the very last thing he remembered, promising Ryder he'd listen to him when he came back. At the time, he'd known he'd try to let Ryder down gently. They'd slept together, but it couldn't mean anything. Ryder's cute, sexy, handsome face seemed to appear in the dark before Shay. His charcoal black eyebrows were raised in a what-you-gonna-do expression, as if he'd just said something meant to push Shay's buttons. His gorgeous brown eyes brimmed with intelligence, humor, and, yes, love. And Shay had been pushing all that away, claiming he didn't want it, that he was happy alone, that his life was meant to be that way. Fuck. But the word was muffled by the gag in his mouth, the gag that continued to suck away any moisture he had left. Neil had been right, and Shay was a fool. If nothing else, he had to get out of this prison so he could apologize to Ryder, admit that he loved him, that he'd been using their age difference as a shield. Shay had been trying to protect his heart when, without his knowing it, his heart had gone ahead and fallen for Ryder anyway. Without Ryder, Shay's life was empty, boring and meaningless. No matter what his CV looked like, no matter how many cases he'd won, without Ryder, it was nothing. He hadn't admitted to himself how much he'd come to look forward to their conversations, the daily texts, which were sometimes phone calls, and even Ryder's surprise visits, which Shay now suspected Neil had aided and abetted in. Just how many documents needed to be hand-delivered anyway? Apparently as many as possible, until Shay finally got over himself. He didn't know whether to applaud Neil and Ryder's creativity or roll his eyes. From the very beginning, Ryder had offered Shay his heart, and Shay
asshole that he was, had acted like it was nothing, when it was everything. He was so angry with himself, he was shaking and almost felt like he deserved to die in this fucking box. But he wasn't going to die here. He was getting the fuck out. Shay knew he'd done nothing to deserve Ryder's love, but if the universe was going to hand this gift to him this late in the game, Shay was snatching it up and never letting go. But he had to get out of here first. Dying wasn't an option. Shay mentally held on to the hope Ryder had handed him, a torch of sorts. Maybe it wouldn't light up the box, but it would keep him trying to find a way to get out. With a groan, he squirmed again, squinting, trying to see more, trying to spot something he'd missed the first time. His mouth was parched, and he couldn't shake the dizziness that threatened to take him under, even though he was lying down. He tried to make his brain work right. There was a solution. There was always a solution. Twisting as much as he could so his bound hands were against the wall, he tapped the surface with his index finger once, and then twice. Tap, 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 tap. Really, this was the time for Shay to start channeling the spirit of Angus MacGyver? What would Mac do? He slumped back. The effort had cost him too much energy. He needed the dizziness to pass again, and no ideas to save himself were bubbling to the surface, and with how hot it was, he should be sweating. But he wasn't. He was lying there feeling pathetic, regretting so many choices, but especially the choice not to be with Ryder, when something vibrated against his wrist and the box glowed again for 30 seconds. His watch still had battery life. Hope bloomed in his chest. The screen powered down, and he wished he could jab at it, panicked that maybe he'd hallucinated the glow. But he wasn't that far gone yet. He'd felt the vibration and seen the light. If he hadn't been dehydrated, tears would have come to his eyes. He rolled his head, trying to clear his thoughts and focus on escaping. A shiver ran through him, almost making him miss the sound of speech coming through the box's walls. The words were muffled. At first, Shay couldn't understand them, but there was someone's, outside the box he was trapped in. When the words became clear, Shay's blood ran cold, or as close as it could get, given his self-diagnosed heat exhaustion.
How am I supposed to stow goods if there's a body in here? The whole point is to have legitimate cargo my contact can authorize on the other end. You fucked up big time.
Some more murmuring. Then the loud voice spoke again.
Clean it up, or you'll find yourself taking the same trip. I don't care how you do it, but you can't leave him there. Toss the body in the harbor like you should have done in the first place. You have until midnight. Then we're loading up.
Shay realized he'd curled into a tighter ball. That was pure instinct. He wanted to be as far away from the voice as he could.
I don't give a shit. Use duct tape. No one will hear him. But don't damage the inventory. And don't get caught.
There was a slam, and Shay assumed at least one of the speakers had left. He could only pray both of them were gone for now. Shay had no idea whose voice that was. He'd never heard it before. If he weren't so weak, he'd try to overpower the second person, the one who'd been commanded to dump him in the harbor when they opened the box. Except they probably weren't going to open it. Were they? Whoever it was would just drop him in the water, box and all. He had until nightfall, and he had no idea what time it was now. Chapter 22. Ryder. Ryder, I'm going to be up there next week. Let's get dinner.
Shay, we've talked about this.
Ryder, you've talked about this. You're not the crypt keeper, at least not as far as I can tell.
Shay.
Ryder. Shay. 15 years. A lifetime. Ryder, you're missing out on the awesomeness that is me.
At the risk of being cliché, age is just a number. What with breaking into Shay's Find My Device account and helping Kimball dig further into Blake Atkins, Ryder had barely made his flight. He had discovered a hidden offshore bank account worth millions, which seemed pretty fishy for a guy who owned a few small businesses. Nonetheless, Atkins hadn't been on law enforcement radar for a decade. In fact, Atkins hadn't been on anyone's radar except perhaps Dolores Sam's, and Ryder would bet his left nut that was what got her killed. They traced Shay's watch to the port of Everett. The phone was off or unavailable, but as long as the watch was powered on, they still had a chance. A place to start looking. Ryder was hoping against hope that Shay was okay and that the watch didn't run out of battery. Kimball had called Neil back from the Arizona case, which was wrapping up nicely anyway, with the additional info Ryder had found on the suspected perpetrators, so Neil was also on his way to Everett. Ryder wasn't sure what Neil, ex-cop, now a forensic investigator, was going to bring to the search for Shay, but then, what did Ryder have? Just a brain. So maybe it would be good to have Neil's muscle and investigative experience. As soon as they landed, he turned his phone on. He had a policy to never use in-flight Wi-Fi, because that shit was not secure. He didn't need teenagers hacking his system, and he didn't need a stupid virus. A bunch of texts loaded, which Ryder expected. There were logistics to be sorted out. What he did not expect was the text from Kimball, saying he'd called in the FBI. Ryder jammed his finger against the call button as he hurried through the terminal looking for the car rental counter. "What the heck, Kimball? The FBI?"
"I know it's only been 2.5 hours, but some shit has gone down. Go outside to the passenger pickup area. There should be a car waiting for you."
"What did you find?"
"I sent the encrypted files, but Blake Atkins is tangentially associated, one way or another, with more than one missing woman."
"Why is it me saying I don't want to know how you found that information?"
"Because you don't."
A sign overhead indicated passenger pickup was the other direction. Ryder turned abruptly, almost knocking over a woman walking behind him. "Sorry," he said to the woman. "Keep talking," he said to Kimball.
"At least 3 other young women from the Marysville area have disappeared in the past few years."
"What? How was this missed?"
"No one was looking. They are disposable people in the eyes of the community. Not to their families, but the community at large. This is probably the tip of the iceberg."
"They were never found?"
"No. Until Debbie Sampson, there was no large-scale response. And from what you've told me, the police response to her disappearance is anemic at best."
Ryder pushed through the doors leading to the passenger pickup area, and sure enough, a shiny black Suburban was waiting at the curb. A tall, red-haired man wearing a suit that screamed Phoebe lounged against the passenger door. As Ryder drew closer, he saw the man's face was covered with freckles. He held a piece of paper up with Ryder Man written on it like a chauffeur would. "I found them. I'll call you when I know more." Shoving his phone into his pocket, Ryder approached the man with his hand out. "I'm Ryder Man." The Fed looked him up and down, raising an auburn eyebrow.
"I'm gonna need to see some ID."
Rolling his eyes, Ryder found his wallet and his WCF ID, displaying it so the agent could see it clearly.
"I'm Agent Richardson. Agent Gomez called shotgun, so you'll have to sit in the back."
Richardson strode around the front of the car. Shaking his head again, Ryder tugged open the door, slung his bag across to the other side of the seats, and heaved himself inside. "Seriously, why do people drive cars like this?" he muttered as he snapped his seatbelt. There was a snicker from the front, and a diminutive woman poked her head around. "I'm with you." "Agent Gomez." "Hi, why are the FBI here?" Agent Richardson glanced at Ryder in the rearview mirror.
"Human trafficking. That's something the FBI disapproves of."
The Suburban zoomed away from the curb, cutting off a minivan. "Richardson," Gomez growled. "Let's not scare Mr. Man." Ryder winced. "Please, call me Ryder." Ryder wanted to know how a missing girl and a missing lawyer had turned into a human trafficking case. "Ryder, I apologize in advance. Richardson is crankier than usual today." Turning to the agent behind the wheel, she said, "Richardson, we'd like to arrive in one piece. without pissing off the local police?" In response, Richardson slowed the car so they were merely going 10 miles above the speed limit. "So, what's the story?" Ryder asked. The agents glanced at each other. "Come on. You wouldn't even be out here if it wasn't for the information West Coast Forensics alerted you to. Whatever is going on has been happening under your noses for a while, it seems. And you didn't know anything about it," he argued. The accusatory words hung heavy in the Suburban. Ryder opened his mouth to take some of them back, except he meant every one. So he snapped his mouth shut again. This time it was Gomez assessing him in the mirror, her expression serious. "You're mostly right," she finally said. "We didn't know who'd started up a DIY trafficking program, but we suspected something was going on. Dolores Sam, she was murdered the other night. You do know that?" "Yes." Gomez drew out the word as if Ryder was getting on her nerves. "Good." "Miss Sam had been in contact with our office. We'd met a few times, and she did contact us again before her death. Miss Sam provided information, but it wasn't enough for us to take immediate action. We had been proceeding with our investigation, but it seems someone, or a group of people, may have taken things into their own hands instead of reaching out to us." Ryder frowned. This was like working a Rubik's Cube without being able to hold it in his hand, something he was normally very fast at, but in this case, the cubes were all over the place instead of tidily gathered together. "So, Debbie Sampson was taken by a trafficker? By—" He scrabbled around in his normally sharp brain. "By Blake Atkins? There's more than one person of interest, but yes, Atkins is among them." "Okay." More than one. He didn't particularly like this idea, but... "And his son? Actually..." Agent Richardson took a right onto a flyover, speeding past slower vehicles. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "The Hardy Boys, along with Nancy Drew, who we think must be the brains of the operation, took it upon themselves to expose Blake Atkins' human export business. But, of course, because they aren't trained to deal with this kind of shit, things went sideways." "David and Brennan are being interviewed now," Gomez interjected. "They say that Debbie inserted herself into the situation so they could get the evidence they needed. Also, for the record, Debbie is Gracie Law, not Nancy Drew." "Gracie fucking who?" Richardson asked. "No, never fucking mind. I do not fucking care right now." Ryder squeezed his eyes shut for a second before he spoke. Hold on just a New York minute here. You're telling me that Debbie Sampson, Brennan Flynn, and David Atkins were investigating a human trafficking ring on their own? And Dolores Sam? Did she know this?" "Brennan and David both say that Debbie didn't want Dolores to know, because she would try to stop them," Gomez said. Richardson snorted. "Damn fucking right. Because now we have a missing girl, a missing lawyer, and panicked perpetrators who are more likely to kill the cargo than release them." Ryder wasn't going to think about that. It couldn't happen. Richardson exited the freeway down a long ramp and flew through an industrial neighborhood dotted with boat repair businesses, then random residential areas, some comfortable, some more run down. He took a corner hard, banking the oversized vehicle, and it seemed to Ryder that they barely missed an oncoming car. "Is there something you haven't told me? Not that I don't want to get to Shay as soon as possible, but—" Ryder peered at Gomez. "Does he always drive like this?" She hesitated only a moment before saying, "Yes and yes. We had notification while we were waiting for your arrival that there's been unusual activity in the sector of the port where the signal is coming from. They are definitely panicking." Fuck. He wanted to demand Agent Richardson drive faster than he already was. Shay was in danger, and there was nothing Ryder could do. Chapter 23. Shay. Ryder. Star Wars or Star Trek? Shay. I prefer the Mummy. The 1999 version. Ryder. I suppose I can accept that. Shay couldn't stand. He could barely twist his head to take in his surroundings. Still, when his savior had pried the wooden box he was in open, then broke the whole thing apart so its walls collapsed to the floor of the larger Connex box they were trapped inside, Shay wanted to shout for joy, except he was still bound and gagged. His rescuer held a tiny light in her hand, and after a moment he recognized her as Debbie Sampson. Against all odds, she was alive. She looked different from the photograph her mother had given them. Debbie was filthy. Her hair was pulled away from her face, and dark circles had taken up residence under her eyes. After staring at him, maybe deciding whether he was a threat, which would have been funny if he'd had the energy to laugh, she knelt beside him and gently tugged the gag away from his face and out of his mouth. His mouth was so dry he still couldn't speak. Wanting her to untie his hands, he forced himself to roll to the side, showing her his bound wrists. "Tell me who you are first." Shay could understand her question, but fuck, his fingers, wrists, and shoulders ached so badly it was hard to concentrate. It was instinct to try to lick his lips. His tongue felt huge and lumbering in his mouth, and it had no moisture to offer.
"Shay Delacombe,"
he rasped. "I don't recognize you," Debbie whispered. "But I think I've heard your name." Shay nodded.
"Dolores Sam knew me."
The tiny amount of liquid left in his desiccated body was doing its best to moisten his palate.
"I did work for her. Pro bono. Lawyer,"
he managed to whisper. Debbie scooted closer, pushing against Shay's hip so she could shine her small light on his restraints. He could feel her tugging at them, but they didn't seem to loosen. "I don't know," she said. "These are really tight. I need scissors or a knife." If wishes were horses and all that.
What is it? Rope?"
"It's plastic. Nylon or something. There's nothing helpful in this box with us. Believe me, I've looked." Now that he was no longer confined to the small box, Shay's body was beginning to come back online, and he was receiving red alert warnings. He didn't just ache, he hurt all over. The act of stretching his legs was exquisite torture, but the gag was out of his mouth, at least, and he wasn't alone. There was hope.
"Who else is in here with us?"
"Some girls I'm trying to protect. No one else was going to step up and do it." Shay tucked that tidbit of information away for the moment.
"Have you been here the whole time since you went missing?"
He tried to sit up, but didn't have the strength. Debbie grabbed his shoulder, and with her help, he made it. The room only spun a little. "No, they brought us here last night, along with you as our special guest, I guess. I wasn't going to try and open the box until Atkins and his flunky were just here talking about dropping you in the harbor. Then I figured you weren't a threat and maybe needed help." Shay mulled over the thought that he'd been, if not rescued, at least aided by a 19-year-old who maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet.
"Where is here?"
"I don't know exactly. We were at a house somewhere for a couple days, but I was roofied or something, so I don't remember how I got there or here. I'd guess since we're locked inside a shipping container that we're at a port or about to be transported to it."
"Recognize any of the bad guys, apart from Atkins?"
She was close enough to Shay that he saw her eyes dilate, in fear, perhaps, but she shrugged and glanced quickly over her shoulder. Maybe she didn't trust the other girls huddled together as far as they could get from Shay, or maybe she didn't want to frighten them. Shay tried to force his muddled mind to cooperate, but it wouldn't.
"We have to get out of here,"
he whispered, master of the obvious. "Believe me, I've tried."
"Do you have any water?"
Surely the monsters walking around in human skin wouldn't want their merchandise to die before arriving at their destination. But then, how could the women have drunk it? Gagged and with their hands bound. She shook her head. "I wouldn't trust anything they left us anyway." His sluggish brain began creaking to life, and he asked the question he should have asked right away.
"How did you get free?"
Luck, mostly. I dislocated my wrist when I was a kid, and it never really healed right. I can make it pop on my own. They didn't tie me tight enough, or it wouldn't have worked.
Why are those other girls still tied up?
I can't get them loose either, and they don't trust me. I think the man who brought us here told them I was bad news or something. I was making some progress before Atkins and his flunky came back and started talking about killing you.
Thanks for getting me out of the crate.
Debbie shrugged. I figured if they thought you needed to die, you were probably one of the good guys, and maybe you could help us.
I'm glad you did, although I'm in no shape to be much help. I'll do the best I can, though. How did you manage to have a light in here, anyway?
Debbie shot him a grim look. I knew going in there was a chance I'd be taken. I did my best to make them think I was the kind of girl they wanted. So when Brennan and I staged our fight, I'd already hidden this tiny pen that has a light and a voice-activated recorder in it. She patted the waistband of her shorts. Then, when Blake Atkins happened to be driving by afterward and offered me a shoulder to cry on, I was prepared.
What happened then?
He pretended to be all sympathetic and took me for a drink.
She shuddered.
I should have expected to be roofied, but I didn't.
I'm impressed.
Appalled that she'd put herself in danger that way, but impressed.
Have you recorded everything?
She nodded. I think so. The battery's supposed to last a long time, and, the light still works.
Was Dolores Sam involved in your plan?
Shay asked. He couldn't believe she would have been, but stranger things had happened. Dolores? Debbie reared away from him. No way. She's trying to find out why girls are going missing, but she kept saying we needed more proof, concrete information, so I decided to get it. But it wasn't supposed to go this far. This far, Shay supposed, meant being imprisoned in a Konex waiting to be shipped to whoever had purchased the women.
Debbie,
Shay said as gently as he could manage.
Dolores was murdered a few days ago.
Even in the dim light, he saw Debbie's eyes widen in horror and then grief. No.
He nodded. Yes. I'm sorry.
Those fuckers! Tears slid down her cheeks, but her fists were balled in anger.
Yes.
Which is all the more reason we have to get out of here, so we can make them pay. I need my hands untied. Is there anything else we can try? She took a deep breath and swiped her tears away. Can you move closer to the doors? Maybe you can find something to rub your wrists against. The doors seemed far away, though they were probably only 10 feet from where he sat.
I can try.
Debbie was favoring her right wrist, and Shay realized she'd hurt herself getting out of the restraints.
Please help me get over there. I'm sorry I'm so weak. And then I think you should try again with the other women. When we get these doors open, we need everyone to be able to move on their own.
They were escaping. There was no other option. He wasn't dying in this box, and these women weren't being sent to a hell he could hardly begin to imagine. Shay needed to see Ryder and tell him he'd been right all this time. Shay wasn't ready to leave his aunt and the rest of his tiny family that had come together in the past few years. Neil, and by extension Matt, Cullen, and, just maybe, Ryder too. Okay. It seemed like it took hours to free his hands. Shay struggled to stay upright and catch the nylon underneath the door handle, where a bit of metal stuck out. And he didn't want to think about what was next, because the door had to be locked from the outside. There was no way their captors would have left it open. He heard Debbie speaking behind him, her voice quiet as she pleaded with the other women. Their fright was palpable, and he feared she wasn't getting anywhere, but he couldn't worry about it. It was everything he could do to focus on the rope. He rubbed his wrists back and forth against the metal handle, over and over, pushing and then pulling as hard as he could. His goal was to weaken the bands one at a time. His wrists were raw and bleeding from the repetitive action. But finally the bindings were loose enough for him to pull his left hand free, at which point he collapsed to the floor again. Some help he was going to be. He needed to figure out how to get out of the container. But he was weaker than a newborn kitten, and his brain wasn't much better. His hands were free, big fucking deal. He could hardly stand, much less run or punch an asshole if he needed to. Something vibrated against his wrist. Shay lifted his arm to stare at his watch. The little green bubble above the 12 moved back and forth, but it was blurry, and when he tried to tap the face, he missed entirely. His last thought, as his vision faded, was that if he died, he'd miss being a part of Ryder's life. And if he got a second chance with him, he was grabbing it with both hands.
Chapter 24. Ryder. Ryder. Country or rock? Shay. What kind of question is that? Ryder. Seems pretty self-explanatory to me. Shay. What I listen to depends on my mood. Ryder. Okay. What do you like to listen to set the mood? The team was waiting for the final go-ahead. Ryder had been ordered to stay in the car and out of the agent's way, but he'd blatantly ignored that and slipped out to join Richardson, Gomez, and the 3 other agents he hadn't been introduced to yet. Ryder had assumed Richardson or Gomez was in charge of the operation, but after listening to the dark-haired agent who was built like a brick wall bark out orders to the other operatives, he realized his mistake. Richardson and Gomez were highly capable, there was no doubt, but Special Agent in Charge Clay was an 11 or 12 on a scale of 1 to 10. You were supposed to stay in the car. The SAC's dark gaze skewered Ryder, and he didn't care what the SAC thought of him. Shay's life was on the line. Yeah, I'm not staying in there and watching from afar. Ryder lifted his chin defiantly. Give me something to do. With the right equipment, which I know you have, I can be your eye from the sky or wherever you need me to hack in. Log me in, hook me up, handcuff me to an agent. I'm not sitting in the car twiddling my thumbs. Jesus Christ. The agent lifted his gaze upward and took a deep breath. This is the last fucking thing I need right now. My person is in there somewhere. Ryder did his best to appear calm, but he wasn't budging on this. I'm not bowing out or sitting on the sidelines waiting to hear from the teams. I'm the one who provided you this information. Without it, you wouldn't know where to start. We've had our eye on this POS for a while. But now we have to ride to the rescue, Clay sneered. There are untrained teenagers playing detective, and one of them is reportedly in with the cargo that is being shipped out today. Ryder grimaced. Debbie Sampson. It had to be. But he held his ground. Look. He jabbed a finger toward the beefy agent. Over to the side, he saw Gomez roll her eyes, and Richardson seemed to be suppressing a smile, but neither said a word as Ryder's fury took over. He was quite literally seeing red. Some shithead has been trafficking women right under your noses, and someone in the community figured it out before you did, and likely someone else is dead because of it. I am not letting Shay die. Not if I can help it. And the best way I can help is by using my eyes and ears the best way I know how. Do you understand me? He drew in a breath before adding, and you know what else? Those kids, young adults, acted because they felt no one was listening. They found a problem. They probably tried to get help and were ignored. So, yeah, they took things into their own hands when possibly they shouldn't have. But at least they did something. The agent narrowed his eyes at Ryder, but before he could unload in return, another voice cut in. Clay, we all get it. You're mad because a woman was killed, a young woman is in danger, and a respected defense lawyer is likely in there with her. Quit pissing all over the place. Ryder widened his eyes in Agent Gomez's direction, wondering if she was trying to get fired. Don't mind SAC Clay, she continued. He's a grumpy bear at the best of times. and he's pretty upset we're the last to know about this operation. And his husband is away on a business trip, which makes him even crankier than usual." Agent Clay glared at Gomez, but instead of bursting into flames, she calmly returned his gaze.
"Fine."
Clay turned to one of the other agents.
"Sammy, set man up in the van with you and Weir. Maybe Weir can teach you both some new tricks. Legal tricks."
"Legal schmiegel," Ryder muttered as he followed the other agent toward a nondescript white van. "Good thinking, using your friend's smartwatch to find him," Agent Weir commented. "It was his great-aunt's idea, actually. I was trying to find his phone," Ryder admitted. "But I imagine that's at the bottom of the port or smashed into tiny bits by now. And I'm trying to convince him to be my boyfriend. I really don't want him to be dead. We're fairly certain he's in a Conex box at the port, along with some trafficking victims, soon-to-be survivors." Agent Weir was about Ryder's age, and apparently he'd been a field agent for several years. That fact surprised Ryder, seeing as the feds had an age requirement. Agent Weir caught Ryder's appraising gaze and answered his unasked question. "Special accommodation. It was the feds or the dark side." Under other circumstances, Ryder would have absolutely wanted to follow up on that. As it was, he filed it away for later. Sammy spoke from the driver's seat.
"We're going to park as close to the container storage area as we can without attracting attention. At this point, we don't think these guys know we, as in the FBI, are onto them. They are riled up about something, though, like wasps who have had their nest disturbed. Hopefully they calm down and think they've eliminated any threats by killing Sam and taking out Delacombe."
"Seriously, can we not talk about taking Shay out?" Sammy grimaced.
"Sorry."
Ryder and Weir settled in while Sammy drove a few blocks. He parked the van near a cluster of storage facilities. There was some traffic along the access road, but Ryder doubted anyone noticed them. Ryder pulled his laptop out of his messenger bag, opened it, and refreshed the screen. There was no longer a signal from Shay's watch, just a last known location notification, which meant it had lost battery. That's all that meant. Nothing more than that. By Ryder's estimation, the spot where the signal had come from was less than 1,000 feet from where they were parked.
"Hold on, Shay. I'm coming."
"So," Ryder said as the two agents got to work, "what did you learn about Atkins while I was on the plane?" He figured it had to be good for the FBI to swoop in. Weir hissed through his teeth. "Atkins is a truly nasty piece of work. He's been a small player for a while, but now he's making a play for the big time. Too bad that's not going to work out for him."
"What's the plan?"
"Is there a plan?" Weir said, "are going to hack into the port security. We don't have a warrant yet, but that's merely a technicality." Sammy stuffed fingers into his ears. La 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 la. Even though the situation was scary as fuck, Ryder couldn't help but snicker. "My boss called you guys with what we discovered, but what else have you got?" Sammy swung around in his seat as he spoke.
"We don't have all the details yet, but it seems Brennan returned to the auto shop yesterday after running an errand and was just in time to witness Blake Atkins assisting Delacombe into his truck. Blake told Brennan they were going for a ride, but Delacombe was strangely submissive. Flynn held it together and pretended everything was fine, that it was totally normal for David's dad to be hanging out with a lawyer who'd been asking around about Debbie. Then, as soon as Blake left the parking lot, Brennan alerted David Atkins, and they decided to call the local FBI hotline. They vomited all sorts of information, including that Debbie Sampson wasn't so much missing as undercover. We're not sure how Blake Atkins knew Delacombe was on his way to talk to Flynn again, or if it was chance that had Brennan on the other side of town when he arrived, Weir added. We'll find all that out when we have the primaries in custody. Sammy snickered. During the briefing, we all thought the top of Clay's head was going to pop off. We already had enough information to go on, based on what WCF dug up.
But the call from David Atkins was the icing on the cake. "I wanted to start a pool, but Gomez wouldn't let me," Weir complained. That was ballsy of David to turn his own father in to the authorities, Ryder mused, and it also explained some of the weird tension when he and Shay had been interviewing the boys. Was it just 3 days ago? As Ryder thought, he was looking out the window, so he was the one who spotted the black pickup truck speeding down the access road. "Sammy? Weir? That's the truck from the drive-by." Sammy whipped around to look. "You sure? They drove us off the road. I had a close-up view." Sammy was on his radio immediately. "We got a visual, late-model pickup, black with a canopy, heading your way. We're in," Weir announced, turning his laptop so Ryder could see it too. "We have a visual on the live security feed coming from the port. Let me just find the feed for this entrance so we can see what this asshole is up to." They all crowded around Weir's laptop. The agent's fingers flew as he used the live feed to follow the truck after it turned onto a smaller road and passed through a gate, the driver using a key card to get in. The truck slowed down, but was still weaving and driving too fast for the road. A figure stepped out from a long line of storage boxes and immediately stumbled backward in order to not get hit. "This guy just likes to run people down," Ryder muttered. Next to him, Weir was talking quickly but clearly into his radio, giving the other members of the team the pickup's exact location. Ryder was wondering whether they were already inside the gate when, on the screen, he saw two figures, one tall, one short. Agents Richardson and Gomez were bulky shadows with Kevlar vests underneath their FBI jackets, flitting along the aisles and aisles of containers. At this time of year, the sun still shone in the Pacific Northwest this late in the day, giving them a clear view of the unfolding events, but it also gave Atkins and his creeps light to work by. Ryder's stomach clenched and twisted with worry. What if they didn't get there in time? What if Shay was already... He couldn't think it. Instead, he focused his thoughts on Shay. He'd gotten into the truck with Atkins. Why? Strangely submissive. Had he been drugged? That seemed like the most reasonable explanation. Since neither of them had suspected Atkins in any particular way, Shay might not have been on his guard. Then he thought about Debbie Sampson and the two young men coming up with an amateur sting operation to try to expose Atkins' trafficking scheme. When Dolores Sam had said Debbie was smart and dedicated, she'd meant it. "I bet Debbie and Brennan dating was a..." he began, but couldn't figure out how to finish the sentence. What the hell purpose had that served? Sammy nodded, his eyes on Weir's screen. From what Flynn said, it was to get Atkins comfortable with her. She was at the shop all the time, flirting with Atkins and his crew. She wanted to get inside his office because she was sure he kept records there. They knew that Atkins went to that McDonald's for dinner, so they staged their fight where he'd be likely to see it. "I'm impressed that David Atkins went along with all this," Ryder said. "He has to know his dad is going to prison for a very long time." "Guys, something's happening," Weir said. The three of them watched, barely breathing, as Gomez and Richardson approached a row of Conex boxes. The truck had stopped at the other end of the row, and the driver got out and rushed to the closest box. A shiny padlock hung on the door. He pulled keys out of his pocket and unlocked it. Gomez and Richardson oozed around the corner and ducked down on the other side of the truck. The driver was visibly nervous, looking over his shoulder, but he didn't see the agents, who took up positions on each side of the doorway once the driver was inside. Ryder wondered why they were waiting, but realized they were worried about Shay, Debbie, and whoever else was in the container. If the driver was armed, and likely he was, he could take hostages, or he could shoot them and try to fight his way out. "Jesus Christ, this is killing me," Ryder muttered. "Us too." At the far end of the box, another bulky shadow slipped around the corner. Special Agent Clay moved like silk. He sidled up to the open doorway and appeared to be listening to something. "I wish we could hear what was going on," Ryder grumbled. Clay motioned to Richardson and Gomez, and they flitted to the other side of the doorway. Ryder felt like he was going to vomit. I am definitely a desk guy. Something happened they couldn't see. One by one, the agents entered the box. Surely they would hear if there was gunfire. What they did hear was Gomez on the radio. "We need ambulance support for, if you've got 'em, unresponsive male and several young women who appear to be dehydrated." Chapter 25. Shay. Ryder, what is your biggest fear? Shay.
Losing you.
Shay opened his eyes. He was lying in a hospital bed. The lights were turned down low, so he thought it must be late. A soft snore alerted him to the presence of someone else. Turning his head, he saw Ryder, who'd pulled one of the visitor chairs as close to the bed as possible and scrunched up in it. His back was going to hurt in the morning. Why was he here? What had happened to him? It seemed like he was asking himself that a lot lately, but at least this time he wasn't bound and gagged. The last thing he remembered clearly was being in the Konex box with Debbie, and before that, dropping Ryder off at the airport.
What happened?
His voice was hoarse, and his throat felt like he'd been drinking sand. Ryder's eyes popped open, and he sat up. "Hey." He leaned in and gently stroked his index finger down Shay's cheek. "You're here."
"I guess. I feel like I've been run over by a steamroller."
"Let me get the nurse. Are you thirsty? They gave you intravenous hydration." Ryder left the room and was back a minute later with a nurse and a cup of ice chips. "You were severely dehydrated and suffered heat exhaustion," the nurse told him. "Go slowly with the ice at first. We need you to be careful." Shay nodded, willing to agree to just about anything to moisten the inside of his mouth. Ryder hovered in the background, obviously waiting for the nurse to leave again.
"When can I get out of here?"
Shay asked. Not that he wanted her to think he hated the hospital, but he hated hospitals. "The doctor will be doing rounds in a few hours. She will make a decision at that point. If you need more ice chips," she said to Ryder, "just come ask the nurse's station." When she was gone, Ryder helped Shay spoon some chips into his mouth. Around them, he asked again,
"What happened?"
Ryder sat back down in the chair, and Shay realized just how rumpled and tired he looked. He appeared to be wearing borrowed clothing, and there was a dark bruise on his temple. "You should rest," Ryder said.
"I want to know what happened."
Ryder released a sigh. "I suppose you're not going to rest until you hear everything?" Shay nodded. The melting ice chips were soothing his throat. "I thought I was going to lose you. It was that close. What do you remember?"
"Before waking up in the box?"
"Yeah."
"Leaving you at the airport. You telling me you were coming back and we were going to... No. You were going to talk to me. Next thing was the box."
"Okay," Ryder said. "So we think you went to the body shop to talk to Brennan Flynn, but he wasn't there. David's dad was. Somehow, he drugged you. We think it was scopolamine, because traces were found in a packet we had on his person when he was arrested, but there's no way to know for sure because of how fast it disappears from our systems. While you were under the influence of the drug, you went to the port with him and probably agreed to let him tie you up and then got into the crate under your own power."
"I don't remember any of that."
"I've learned a lot about scopolamine over the past few hours. The victim is incredibly suggestible and, after the fact, often can't recall what happened to them for some period of time before they were drugged."
"Debbie Sampson was in the container too. And some other women."
Ryder nodded. "Right. Debbie had somehow figured out that Atkins was doing something shady. She thought he was grooming girls at the coffee stands for sex work. That's why she got a job there. To investigate. She ingratiated herself with Atkins, even fake dating Brennan as an excuse to hang around the shop.
She'd prepared for the possibility he'd kidnap her.
She had a little pen with a recorder and everything, but I guess she didn't expect to end up locked inside a shipping container.
She's a brave young woman, Ryder said. She'd sewn a cheap tracking device into her waistband, too. If she was missing, he crooked both index and middle fingers, much longer. Brennan and David were supposed to find her. The thing ran out of battery, so it's a damn good thing I found you.
Debbie is a real hero. I'm pretty sure she saved my life.
She did. I think SAC Clay hopes to recruit her once she finishes with her degree. He grumbled something along those lines. Setting the empty cup down on the covers, Shay reached out to run a gentle finger across the bruise on Ryder's face.
What happened here?
Oh, that. I tripped getting out of the surveillance van. I've decided my strengths are in the office, not in the wild. So when the FBI comes calling for me, I'm going to have to say no.
Were you in any danger?
The thought that Ryder would put himself at risk for Shay made his heart pound and his blood run cold. But Shay would do the same. Only my pride. I promise.
How did they figure out where I was?
That was me. Or, well, I have to give Clarabelle some of the credit. And, by the way, she'll be here in the morning to see you. Shay groaned. The last person he wanted to see while he was helpless in a hospital bed was Clarabelle. Clarabelle suggested I use a Find Your app like the one you have for her phone. Once she gave me the password, the rest was history.
That's ingenious. Do you think you can spring me before she gets here?
Baby, I take you all the way to Bolivia, but the doctor needs to check you out. I don't know if I've ever been that scared before. When we got to you, you were barely responsive.
I was scared too. I was afraid I'd never see you again and never be able to tell you what a complete fool I've been, pretending you don't matter to me. You matter. You matter so much. I'm just afraid you're tying yourself to a dying star. You deserve more. You deserve the world.
God, you are such a drama queen. Shay squinted at the person he loved most in the world.
I confess my undying love for you, and you call me a drama queen?
If the shoe fits. Besides, you didn't confess your love. You called yourself a dying star, which I have to say is mighty big of you. The impish light in Ryder's eyes made Shay smile.
Oh, my apologies. Ryder man, I love you. Will you be my boyfriend?
Ryder wrinkled his nose. Boyfriend? Lover? Just yours? I'll be whatever you want. Whatever you need.
How are you here anyway, when it's not visiting hours?
Ryder waggled his eyebrows. I know these FBI guys, and they pulled some strings. Morning came far too quickly, even though Shay wanted to get out of the hospital and the environment of the ill as soon as possible. He ached everywhere. His entire body hurt, down to the cellular level. Likely that's a result of the drug you were given, his doctor told him. You may even feel disoriented for a little while longer. Not that being cooped up in a box for hours helped. Add the heat exhaustion and dehydration, and it's going to be a week to 10 days before you feel 100% again. Dr. Lord read his chart, listened to his heart, and declared, I'd like you to stay a few more hours. I'm sure you're eager to go home, but let's make sure your body is hydrated first. I'm sure you'll be bidding us farewell before the end of the day. Shay grumbled, but what could he do? Ryder was right there eavesdropping. Shay had the feeling if he tried to disregard the doctor's orders, his newly minted boyfriend would sit on his chest or strap him to the bed frame. Boyfriend was such a silly word, yet he was so happy to be able to use it. Assuming everything goes smoothly, a nurse will be by with your discharge papers this afternoon. You are a lucky man, Mr. Delacombe. Dr. Lord left. The door shut softly behind her, and Shay flopped back against the pillow with a gusty sigh. Ryder smirked. You were totally trying to leave before Clarabelle arrived. Too late for you. They're here, and the FBI team is going to want to hear your version of things.
Who is they?
The door opened again, and Neil's head and shoulder appeared, followed by the rest of his body.
Good, you're awake.
Dempsey, of course, was close behind him.
We beat Clarabelle and Ella, but they'll be here any minute.
Neil stopped at the edge of the bed, hands on hips, and stared menacingly at Shay.
You need to leave the investigating to professionals.
Matt clapped Neil on the shoulder and moved the mountain aside so he could get closer to the bed, rolling his eyes as he did so. What my eloquent husband is saying is, he cares about you, so he'd appreciate it if you tried not to scare him again.
I do care about you, Shay,
Neil admitted.
You scared all of us.
Honestly, Shay began, it could have happened to anyone. I mean, I suspected there was something going on, but I thought it was that the younger Atkins was trying to force Brennan Flynn out of the closet by getting rid of his girlfriend. An amateur undercover operation is the last thing I suspected.
Shay turned to Ryder. Are the others okay?
Debbie is back home with her mom already, and the other women are being processed and counseled.
Shay looked back at Neil. Aren't you supposedly on a case? Leo and I caught the first plane when we got the news. We were just wrapping up anyway.
Clarabelle's voice carried inside the room from the hallway. I can walk on my own. Thank you very much. If you keep this up, I'm not letting Riley come over and have dinner with us tonight, was Matt's sister's cool response. Ella Dempsey, are you threatening a little old lady?
Butter wouldn't melt in that woman's mouth, Neil grumbled, apparently not quietly enough.
What did you say, young man? Clarabelle demanded as she and Ella entered the room.
My heart's aflutter, Clarabelle.
Shay's aunt crossed the room. Neil and Matt made space for her, and Ryder vacated his chair so she could sit down next to the bed. Clarabelle gave Shay a once-over and crossed her arms over her chest. All I can say is, it's a good thing you already snagged this young man, because right now you look like roadkill.
Thanks, Clarabelle. It's good to see you, too.
Thank you for making the trip down, but you really didn't have to. I had an appointment with my broker anyway. It was on the way. As if they all didn't know she demanded Ella bring her down, and her broker was an afterthought. Shay laughed and aspirated an ice chip. Ryder came around the other side of the bed and patted him on the back while he tried to cough up a lung. Enough of this Rockford Files detective crap, Clarabelle said. You have a law degree. Why don't you go back to using it?
Auntie.
Shay only used that term when he was trying to get on her good side, which, when you were 42, was absurd.
Many attorneys do their own research. That's all I was doing. Devin Flynn asked me to investigate a girl's disappearance, and I did. It could have happened to anyone. What if it was Riley who'd been missing?
Clarabelle's response was only a pithy, Chapter 26. Ryder. Ryder, check your email.
Shay, why would I check my email when you always text me?
Ryder, I sent you an email.
Shay, FFS.
Ryder, look at you, learning all the lingo.
Shay, what's the email about?
Ryder, really, you're not gonna go look?
Shay, ...
Ryder, fine. I've never had a dog, but if I did, it would be a golden noodle, and I would name it Frampton.
Shay, as in Peter Frampton? How do you even know about him?
Ryder, ask Kimball about how he plays Show Me the Way on 11 when he thinks the office is empty. Before he and Shay escaped the clutches of the hospital, two things happened. One was the arrival of the FBI in the form of SAC Clay and Agent Gomez. Clay pulled another chair next to the bed. Ryder stood and offered Gomez the chair he'd claimed. Thank you. She winked at Ryder as she sat down. Ryder stepped back, but stood close enough that he could see if Shay needed anything or got too tired.
It's good to see you awake and alert, Delacombe, Clay said. I'm SAC Adam Clay, and this is my second in command, Agent Gomez. We won't take much of your time, but we'd like to hear what happened from your perspective.
Shay cleared his throat.
I can't tell you much.
After I left Ryder at the airport, I don't recall anything until I woke up in that shipping crate."
Clay nodded. "I'm not surprised after finding the scopolamine in Atkins' possession. How about we fill you in with what we can, and if you think of something, you just interrupt me." As of now, Clay summed up, after spending a few minutes outlining what they'd discovered. Blake Atkins and his known associates are in custody, and his assets have been seized. The ones we can get to. Once that news broke, Dolores Sam's office assistant came out of hiding. She'd been holed up at a rental cabin on Kamano Island. It turns out she was the one who'd provided Debbie Sampson enough information to target Atkins and his businesses. When the news broke about the shooting, Long recognized the description of the truck, which just happened to be parked in Blake Atkins' personal garage when we got in with a search warrant, and she feared he'd come for her next. Ryder hadn't known that. He was relieved Katie Long hadn't colluded in Dolores' death. "It pains me to admit this," Clay continued, "but I'm impressed by what Debbie Sampson was able to do on her own. After speaking with her, Katie Long, and others, Gomez and I are going to be working up a plan for extended outreach, working harder with the local community, hoping the message that agents are on their side will get across." Gomez added, "This isn't the first trafficking ring we've taken down. I die a little inside every time we learn about another one." Clay glanced over his shoulder at Ryder. "West Coast Forensics, huh? That's a nice operation." "Thank you. I hate admitting that we can't solve everything, but thank you for the work you do." Ryder felt like maybe he'd just been handed one of the most incredible compliments of his life, but also that Agent Clay wouldn't acknowledge it if Ryder said anything. "Well," Clay stood. "Last thing. Dwayne Groper is resigning from his post. There's no question he was tangled up in this to some extent, though we're still determining the details. At the very least, he protected Blake. At worst, he was directly involved in the trafficking scheme, although he claims not. Right now, he's cooperating with us. Hopefully, that will continue. You have a couple more visitors waiting in the hallway. We cut in line." Clay winked at them. "FBI and all that. We'll be in touch if we have questions, or if you have questions for us, please reach out." He handed Ryder a business card, the office number and my cell. Ryder nodded and tucked the card into his back pocket. The door hadn't shut all the way behind the agents when it opened again. "Is it an okay time to visit?" Brennan Flynn asked. David Atkins stood behind him. "Sure," Shay replied. "Come on in." The first thing Ryder noticed was that Brennan's and David's fingers were entwined. Brennan saw the direction of his gaze and lifted their hands. "David and I are together." "That's wonderful." Shay beamed. Ryder had suspected, but it was nice to have it confirmed. "We won't stay long. We just wanted to apologize for getting you hurt. Everything went sideways so fast. Debbie was just supposed to get pictures or something, and next thing, she was gone." "My asshole dad, as usual," David muttered grimly. "Did you think your dad was involved?" Ryder was curious. He had so many questions for these two. "Let's say I wasn't surprised. He's always been a dick. Growing up, I mostly lived with my mom, you know? But every summer, I had to spend a whole month at his house, and it was awful. He was always telling me if I didn't come, he wouldn't help pay for school or send money to my mom. The whole thing was fucking ridiculous because he was never home anyway. It's not like we had father-son bonding moments." Ryder nodded toward their joined hands. "Does he know you're in a relationship?" "He would flip his fucking lid," David ground out. "That's why when Debbie came up with this fake dating scheme so she could get into the shop, we both jumped on it. We didn't think anything bad would happen. But now that he's in jail, I can come out. He threatened to kill me if I was a fag. Said it more than once. That's awful. Like I said, now I can be out, and he's not hurting girls, women, anymore." "Debbie and I were friends before all this," Brennan said, shifting from one foot to the other. "She's kind of intense. I'm really glad she's okay." "She saved my life," Shay said. "I don't know how she got me out of that box."
but she did. Brennan grinned. She's a lot in a small package. But anyway, David said, we should go. We're meeting my mom. Congratulations. When the door shut behind the young men, Ryder heard a sigh from Shay. I am so ready to get out of here. Ryder sauntered back to the side of the bed and reclaimed his chair. I am ready to get you to myself. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be elevated to boyfriend status and then have to keep my hands off you because everyone on the planet feels the need to stop by? Shay shot him a decidedly naughty grin. Oh, yeah? Yes. They gazed into each other's eyes. Ryder was certain they looked lovesick. There was no other term for it. So, I was thinking... What? Reaching out, Ryder traced a finger down the side of Shay's face, his heart clenching with the thought that he might have lost him. Loving someone was one of the most frightening things a person could do, but not loving Shay Delacombe was impossible. Maybe instead of going back to Piedra's right away, we could head up to your cabin. Neil and Matt wrested the expedition from the hands of the dealer. It's waiting in the parking lot and has all new tires, and they thought to bring you clothes so you don't have to wear the ones you were admitted in. I'll drive. He narrowed his eyes at Shay, whose mouth had opened. This is not a point of discussion. No matter where we go, I'm driving. You still need another day or two of recovery. Door number 1. The cabin. Good choice. Luckily, Ryder had paid attention when Shay had driven them to the cabin only a few days ago, because Ryder's boyfriend had fallen asleep about 20 minutes into the drive. Flicking on the turn signal, Ryder took the left onto the access road that led to their hideaway, and moments later he was pulling into the drive. It was about 8 in the evening, and long tendrils of sunshine crept through the cedars and Douglas firs. Ryder inhaled a long, deep breath, feeling a sense of peace flow through his veins. We're here, Shay said drowsily from the passenger seat. Sorry, I didn't mean to fall asleep. You needed it. I guess. Shay rubbed his eyes, and Ryder's heart did a little flip-flop at the vulnerable expression on his face. Let's get inside. If you're hungry, I'll cook that pasta we bought last time. But if you're not, I'd just as soon curl up on the couch with you. Not hungry. Curling is what I want. Ryder didn't bother grabbing their bags from the back. That could wait until tomorrow. He ushered Shay inside and locked the door behind them. Nothing and no one was going to disturb them tonight, or hopefully for the next few days. I've changed my mind, Shay said as he began shedding his clothes, flinging his shirt on the couch, and then stripping off his khakis. Ryder opened his mouth to ask whether he could make it up the ladder to the loft, but snapped it shut when Shay scrambled up without any help. Get naked and get up here. Well, it didn't take Shay long to recover his bossy attitude. Ryder slid onto the mattress next to Shay. I just want to hold you, Shay whispered. When I was in that fucking box, I promised myself, I think, anyway, that when I saw you again, I'd hold you and not let you go. I'm sorry for being a fool. Not all of us can be brilliant, Ryder said into Shay's armpit, reveling in the weight of Shay's arm across his back and his hand cupping Ryder's butt cheek. You are brilliant, Ryder. You are sunshine I never expected, and I'm sorry I'm bad with these words, but truly, you light up my life. I'm pretty sure I don't deserve you, but I'm not letting you go. Good, 'cause I don't want you to let me go. The next morning, after a mutually satisfying round of thank God we lived sex, which, while it was incredible, Ryder didn't want to partake in on a regular basis, they climbed back down the ladder to the main room of the cabin. After pulling on clothes, Shay began rummaging in the fridge for breakfast food, with Ryder's approval. They were both starving, and Ryder thought Shay seemed mostly recovered from his near-death experience, Emotionally, Ryder wasn't, but that was just something he'd have to live with. It was true. Loving someone else was scary as heck. The comfortable domesticity of Shay cooking, half-dressed, his office shirt unbuttoned and his feet bare, gave Ryder a mushy feeling. It was right. Sure, they had logistics to work out, the fact that Ryder had a condo in Oakland, for one, but Ryder wanted to be with Shay. He'd known Shay was the man for him almost since the moment they'd met, and if Shay would have him, Ryder wanted to talk to Kimball about working remote from Pietras. He could travel to the office every couple of weeks if needed. "I think I'd like to spearhead a scholarship fund in Dolores' memory," Shay said as he set out 2 plates piled with eggs, toast, and sautéed sweet peppers. "That's a great idea." Ryder mumbled around a forkful of the best scrambled eggs he'd ever had. "I feel like I owe it to her. She dedicated her entire life to improving the lives of the members of her community." "What are you thinking?" "Well, I don't want it to be out of reach for average students, so I'm thinking something that would maybe be 2-pronged. A general tuition aid scholarship anyone could apply for, and then maybe a more specific scholarship aimed at young women and men from the tribe who are interested in law school and intend to give back to the community." Ryder nodded. "Dolores was a good person. You were friends for a long time. This is a good way to remember her." Shay set his fork down next to his plate. "The other thing I was thinking is, I know this is asking a lot of you, but I can't move from Pietras again. Would you consider moving?" "Now that I've found you, admitted I was right all along," Ryder interjected, his heart pounding in response to Shay's words. Shay rolled his eyes. "Yes, you were right, and I was wrong. Now that we're past that, I don't want to live 1,000 miles apart. Maybe you're not ready for that yet, but would you consider it?" "Consider it? Was it inappropriate to toss down your silverware and leap up from the table to jump into your boyfriend's lap?" "Is this a yes?" Shay mumbled into Ryder's hair, his strong arms wrapping around Ryder. Ryder leaned back to look Shay in the eyes. "You knew I would say yes." "I suspected," his boyfriend said, laying a tender kiss on his lips. "But you never know until you ask." Epilogue. Shay. 1 year later. Ryder. "Who is your hero?" Shay. "I think you know who my hero is." Ryder. "A real hero. Anybody could have done what I did." Shay. "Quit texting me from the cabin and get up here." Shay set his e-reader on the deck next to the lounger. The sailboat dipped and swayed underneath him, a slow dance with the strait leading and the boat following. He was finally rereading the John D. MacDonald novels Ryder had given him last summer, except he didn't want to get salt water on the actual books, so those were safe on the bookshelf of their house on Pietras. Their house. Shay could replace his e-reader, but the books had been a gift and had the first edition covers. Turning his head, he let himself drink in the wonder that was Ryder Man right there on the lounger next to him, being a part of his world. It had been a year, and Shay was still stunned. His heart still beat a little faster after they'd been apart. The sound of Ryder's voice, because he talked a lot as he came up the walk, never failed to bring a smile to his face. Ryder was sleeping, or pretending to be asleep. That was what vacation was for, right? They'd spent the last year getting the house on Pietras built and splitting their time between the island and Oakland. Ryder wasn't ready to leave West Coast forensics, and Shay would never ask him to, so they were commuting every 6 to 8 weeks. Ryder's eyes blinked open, and he squinted at Shay in that vulnerable way he had when he wasn't wearing his glasses. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "How much I love you." And whether Ryder was going to kill him for what he'd planned. Ryder slung an arm over his face for a second, covering his bright gaze. God, I unleashed a monster with all these gooey emotions all the time.
Then he proceeded to scramble off his sun chair and plop himself onto Shay's lap. But I love it. And you? I'm constantly surprised that, of all the people in the world, you chose me. He really was surprised. Ryder was young, smart and witty, and he had his entire life ahead of him. What did he see in Shay, who was set in his ways, although less so since Ryder came along, and, in his opinion, boring? I don't know where this idea that you're not enough for me comes from, but in case you hadn't figured it out, I plan on spending my life convincing you otherwise. Ryder ground his groin against Shay's and got the response he was looking for. Shay's cock twitched and began to harden. Seizing Ryder's face between his hands, he captured Ryder's lips with his own, plundering, licking into his hot mouth, taking what was offered freely. Ryder tasted like seltzer and lime, salty and sweet. That part uniquely Ryder. And Shay wanted to drink him down. Shay's watch vibrated against his wrist, and he mentally groaned at the timing, but he didn't look at it. He already knew what the notification was. He licked and nibbled at Ryder's lips once more before forcing himself to stop. He was hard as a rock, and his board shorts weren't going to hide his erection. Luckily, they had a short boat ride ahead of them. What? Why are we stopping? Ryder's gaze was sultry, his eyelids heavy with need, and Shay wanted nothing more than to take him in hand right now. We have an audience. Ryder's dark eyebrows drew together, twisting and forcing their cocks together on purpose. No doubt, he stared over his shoulder toward the shore. They'd anchored in a secluded bay off Orcas Island and spent the night. The sailboat had been something of an impulse buy, an expensive impulse buy, but Shay had finally gotten the permits to rebuild his dock, and a dock needed a boat moored at its end, and Ryder had taken to sailing like he'd been born to it. This was their first overnight trip, and Shay had planned a surprise. What are you talking about? Ryder squinted at the group waiting on the beach. Where are my glasses? Shay fished underneath the lounger and handed them to his boyfriend. Ryder jammed them onto his face and swung around to look again. Bouncing off the chair, he rushed to the railing, staring out at people they both knew. What the hell? Shay joined him at the railing. I remembered it was your birthday. Yes, you remembered it last week when it was my real birthday. Well, I remembered that you celebrate a birthday month. And I know you've mostly celebrated alone. I thought we could start a new tradition. Oh. Ryder grabbed him in a bear hug, pressing his face against Shay's chest. He was breathing hard. Hey. Shay tugged at Ryder's shoulder so he could see his face. Did I do something wrong? I can tell them it's a no-go. No, it's amazing. Wonderful. I'm just surprised and a little overwhelmed and horny, but we can't do anything about that now. They paddled the kayak into the shore. Shay had managed to wrangle quite a few people to the private beach, and there was a covered picnic area where Danny Petra, the chef from the Broach Resort, and his crew had set up a luncheon. Please tell me there isn't a banner, Ryder said as the kayak scraped against the rocky beach. Shay had briefly considered a happy birthday Ryder banner, but scrapped the idea as over the top. Oh my God, there is one. No, there isn't. I promise. Ryder hopped out into the shallow water, and Shay followed. Together, they dragged the kayak out of the water so it wouldn't float away as the tide came up. Are you ready? I was born ready. Come on, Jack Burton. We've got a party to attend. Ryder. Shay, in case you forget, I love you. Ryder. I can't hear you. Shay, I love you. Happy birthday, young man. Have you decided to make an honest man out of my Shay? Ryder felt, rather than saw, Shay cringe at Clarabelle's question. She may have slowed down over the past year, but she was still the first to greet them as they neared their group of friends. Ella Dempsey, whom Shay had hired as Clarabelle's companion, was doing her best to keep Clarabelle out of trouble. Ryder had broached the subject of marriage, but Shay had a million reasons for putting it off, none of them logical. Shay seemed certain that any day now Ryder was going to come to his senses and leave him. Not going to happen. "Clarabelle," Shay admonished, "we're celebrating Ryder's birthday today." What Shay didn't know was that Ryder had a set of rings weighing down the pocket of his shorts. He had his own surprise planned for this weekend. That must be how Shay had pulled a fast one. Ryder had been so focused on sneaking around, figuring out his ring size and casually asking what kind of rings he might like if they decided to tie the knot, he'd missed Shay being sneaky too. Neil Hammerson caught his panicked glance and sent him a knowing grin. They'd become friends. Maybe it was the shared circumstance of a missing parent at first, but now they were truly friends, and Neil had been the one Ryder went to when he'd needed reassurance that Shay wasn't going to shut him down when he popped the question.
"I don't exactly know what my brother sees in you," Neil had said with an evil grin, "but he seems to think the sun shines out of your ass."
"I don't actually know that the sun shining out of my ass means he wants to get married."
"You've talked about it?"
"A couple of times."
"And he didn't run away like he was on fire?"
"No." Neil had clapped him on the shoulder, almost sending Ryder into orbit.
"He's going to say yes."
So, here he was, and Shay had accidentally created the perfect setting for a proposal, and Ryder was so nervous he thought he might throw up or faint, or both.
"Are you okay?"
Shay was watching him, his eyebrows drawn together. Ryder nodded. "I'm good." Looking past Neil, Ryder saw Matt Dempsey talking to his mother. Behind them stood Kim Carr, the local tattoo artist, hand in hand with Winston Parsons, a park ranger. Kimball and Leo lurked by the picnic shelter. A little girl Ryder knew was Matt's niece, Riley, and a similar-aged boy named Caleb were being herded by Ella and Trevor, Caleb's father. Ryder didn't see Trevor's partner, Marshall Soper, who was one of the doctors on Piedras, so he probably had a shift at the hospital. Most of these wonderful humans were part of Shay's extended family or people Ryder had met over the last year. Even Shay's cousin Cullen and his partner Jude were there. The only person Ryder was a bit surprised not to see was Devin Flynn. Perhaps he had another commitment. Shay surely would have invited him too. Ryder wanted to be a part of the island family for real. Sure, he'd cobbled together family after his mom's disappearance, first with Anastasia, for whom he'd always be grateful. Her death had been hard, and he'd been alone again. WCF was a lot like family, especially Kimball, who'd taken Ryder under his wing when Ryder needed it, but he wanted Shay to be his family. Shay nudged him.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
"I am. I'm great. Just a little nervous." He glanced up at Shay and, as always, was immediately calmed by his sure, deep river gaze.
"Why are you nervous? You know all these people. They love you."
"Because I have a surprise for you, too." Taking a deep breath, Ryder dropped to one knee in front of Shay, ignoring the sharp rocks jabbing into his skin. Shay stared at him with dawning comprehension, his eyes wide. Reaching out with shaky fingers, Ryder grasped Shay's strong hand in his own. "Shay Delacombe, will you marry me?" Jesus Christ. No one had ever told him how hard it was to say those 4 words out loud. The love of his life stared at him for 1, 2, 3 heartbeats before answering. "Yes." Shay cleared his throat, and Ryder noticed Shay's eyes were suspiciously damp.
"Yes, Ryder, I will marry you."
Riley piped up, her voice carrying on the slight breeze. "You have to put a ring on. That's what Auntie Clarabelle says." The crowd chuckled. "Hush, child, they'll get there." Ryder let go of Shay's hand to dig in his pocket for the rings. They were simple white gold bands. On the inside of Shay's, Ryder had inscribed, "Yours forever, Ryder." A hush fell over their friends and family as Ryder slid the band onto Shay's ring finger. It fit perfectly.
"Where's yours?"
Shay rasped. Afraid his voice would crack like a preteen boy's, Ryder handed the other band to his lover. Shay tugged him to standing, and, as Ryder had, Shay pushed the ring onto his finger. It was heavy, a welcome weight, one that reminded him he had a family again. He was loved, and he loved fiercely with all his heart and body. There was nothing he wouldn't do to keep Shay safe, to make certain Shay knew Ryder loved him.
"I'm gonna kiss you now,"
Shay warned, as if Ryder might run away or disappear in a cloud of fairy dust. Do it now. He was crying too, in front of all our friends and family. Wrapping strong arms around him, Shay leaned down and pressed his lips against Ryder's, grounding him and keeping him from floating away into the ether. Overhead, a hawk screeched. Something splashed in the water. A dragonfly or bee buzzed past